Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, you had better. Well, let's get them up. Get them going. It's Monday, the Monday after. A frustrating weekend for the Texas Longhorns, a humiliating weekend for the Dallas Cowboys, disappointing for the Houston Texans. Great weekend for the Texas Rangers, middling weekend for the Astros. We'll get to all of it. It is a Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. And safe to say 5 hours likely not enough to cover all the ground we need to cover this morning as the Longhorns head into their bye week after a gut punch loss at the Cotton Bowl. We'll talk about it with you. The autopsy after a 34-30 loss to your rival in the final game as members of the Big 12 Conference, but still plenty to play for. We'll look forward, but also look back at what happened Saturday and what the future holds for the Horns. We dive in on a Monday morning, 9 October. Thanks for being with us. Appreciate you finding us. Whoever you do, give you plenty of options, of course. You can tune in on 101.9 on the FM dial, AM 1260 as well. Also digitally all over the world. If you need to find us or would love to find us, we appreciate you doing that. As long as you have internet and a smartphone, you download that Horn app. You can listen to us with a touch of a button. Also on our website at hornfm.com. Our Twitch channel is up and running this morning. You can watch the proceedings. Also on our YouTube channel as well. Same thing at the Horn Austin on YouTube. Appreciate you finding us as we launch 5 hours and a 5-hour conversation. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Look who it is across the desk. He is our shutdown corner who the Longhorns could have used on Saturday. Safe to say, now a proud papa. And, of course, from DB High down in the 713, DBU right here in the 512, 4 stops in the National Football League. He is the football theorist, Blackstradamus himself. What's up, Rod Babers?
I appreciate the intro, brother. And, we got a lot to get into. The Texas OU game did not disappoint, but the Cowboys certainly did. Sorry, Cowboys fans. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Look at Ty back there. Ty's back
Did
with
you
us.
say darkness or darkness?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Not much of a difference last night. Yeah, you got that small Dak energy. You needed that big Dak energy, and you did not get that at all. So we'll break that down. Of course, we'll talk a lot of Texas, Oklahoma. That was a great game, though, now on the rewatch, man. It really was. If you're just watching from a fan perspective, you weren't.
Heavyweight fight.
Yeah, exactly. You weren't involved and heavily emotionally invested like we all were. And just a fan of college football. That was a win for college football, is what that was. Because if you're Greg Sankey, you're like, yes, I get this. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. You get to add that to the SEC. I mean, that was a fantastic game. But, of course, Longhorns came on the losing end of it. So we'll get to that. But before we do that, of course, every morning, like we must do and should do and we love to do, is salute those who serve our society built on the selflessness of service. So for all those out there, we know there is an honor, but also a burden to serve. So we appreciate you in any capacity you decide to serve, whether it be God, country, or community. We want to make sure that we give a shout out to all of you up early with us, the first responders, the teachers, the nurses, the soldiers, the cops, everybody out there. We appreciate you.
No doubt about that, and appreciates all that joined us over the weekend out at our watch party out at on Cedar Park there at Leander at the crossover. Also, everybody that came out to Cherry Black's barbecue on Friday afternoon.
That was good. A lot of people hit me up.
Great time out there, and also of course, the watch party, the in-game watch on Inside Texas on Texas Football Channel, your post-game show. A lot to chew on. Let's get to the headlines first, and we'll dive into the particulars of what went on in Dallas on Saturday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. Get you caught up to start your Monday. Start with college football. Of course, the Monday after that frustrating last-second 34-30 loss to Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl for the Longhorns. They tumble 6 spots in the AP Top 25 down to number 9, still in the top 10. 5-1 Horns now slotted just behind Oregon, just ahead of USC as they head into their bye week. OU, meanwhile, rose 7 spots to number 5 with the win. Georgia remains atop that poll, followed by Michigan, Ohio State, and Florida State. To the NFL, and safe to say the Longhorns humbled a bit in Dallas on Saturday. Last night in San Francisco, the Dallas Cowboys were flat humiliated in their showdown game with the 49ers, 42-10 final. Kyle Shanahan's squad dominated in every way. They racked up 422 total yards. Cowboys had just 197. Brock Purdy threw for 252 yards and 4 touchdowns, 3 of them to his tight end George Kittle. Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott finished with 153 yards, 1 TD, but 3 interceptions. Dallas now 3-2 on the year. Niners are 5-0. They joined the Philadelphia Eagles, the league's only 2 unbeaten through 5 weeks. Philly beat the LA Rams 23-14 yesterday afternoon. Tough loss for the Houston Texans early in the day yesterday in Atlanta. Their rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud put them in front 19-18 with a touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz with under 2 minutes to go, but he left Desmond Ridder and the Falcons too much time. Ridder and the Falcons drove back down, kicked a game-winning field goal. As time expired, Houston loses. They fall to 2-3. Game back of both Jacksonville and Tennessee in the AFC South. Jags held on to beat Buffalo in London yesterday in a good one, while the Titans took down the Colts in Indy. Major League Baseball, huge weekend for the Texas Rangers. They're now 4-0 in the postseason. They beat Baltimore 11-8 yesterday in Baltimore. Mitch Garver belted a third-inning grand slam to help give Texas a 2-0 lead over the Orioles in that best-of-5 divisional series. Rangers have outscored the Rays 25-11 through 4 playoff games. They can close out their series on Tuesday night in Arlington. Houston Astros led to Minnesota knotted at 1 in their divisional series with the Twins after they lost to Minute Maid Park last night 6-2. Former Astro Carlos Correa had 3 hits, drove in 3. Twins right-hander Pablo Lopez dominated for 7 shutout frames. One day after they were eliminated from the MLS playoffs with a 4-2 loss to the LAFC. Major news from Austin FC headquarters yesterday. In a statement, Austin FC sporting director Rodolfo Burrell reaffirmed his faith in head coach Josh Wolf, but announced changes within the scouting and player personnel departments for the club, including the departure of the club's chief scout, as well as the team's vice president of player personnel. He also announced the club has added 5 new full-time scouts who will be stationed throughout Europe and South America. Burrell stressed that identifying global and national talent and a new long-term vision for roster construction is paramount. He closed the statement by saying, "I believe Josh and his staff deserve increased levels of support from our scouting network, and we intend to deliver that support immediately."
All right. I rewatched the game, got a chance to take some notes. And I'm actually, now that I watched, I'm actually more complimentary of Oklahoma, and I'll give them a lot of credit. I know Longhorn fans, they want to talk about the mistakes, the self-inflicted wounds with Texas. But, guys, they weren't unforced errors. Oklahoma came into the game leading the country in interceptions. They got 2 of them. They came into the game leading the Big 12 in takeaways. They got, they got a lot of takeaways. And you look at Dillon Gabriel. I mean, one thing we kept saying before the game, leading up to the game, Texas hadn't faced a real quarterback. They just hadn't. They just hadn't faced a real quarterback yet. And Dillon Gabriel was more comfortable in that system than anybody else. And you saw that comfort level. I mean, Texas could not get him uncomfortable. And they broke tendency. To win big games, you got to break tendency. They did a really good job. Dillon Gabriel was tied for the most rushing attempts he's had in his career. And he's had a long career. And that's the most rushing yards he's had in his career. Texas didn't think, and I didn't think that they would have that many quarterback design runs for him. And they did. I mean, and the quarterback draw was just deadly. An average over 10 yards per attempt running the quarterback draw. It's the quarterback draw alone.
Well, I remember last week, Rod, so much we talked about last week for so many hours of previewing that game. And I went back and looked at the stats of Dillon Gabriel, and he wasn't a running quarterback coming into this game. I mean, if you watch his career at Central Florida and here, he can run, but throughout this year, he hadn't run much. He had run for 2 touchdowns, but both came in the deep red area. And obviously they broke that out for this game. They had saved it for this game. It's something we talked about. And I agree with you, Rod. I know Longhorn fans don't want to hear it, but at some point you got to tip your cap to your opponent.
You do.
On that day, Oklahoma was more prepared. They were better coached, and they were more physical than Texas.
Exactly.
They played desperate football. Texas did not. Texas was, if you could eliminate the first quarter for the quarterback, who was brilliant after the first quarter, Quinn Ewers was outstanding for the second, third, and fourth quarters.
Yes, he was.
He was every bit the equal of Dillon Gabriel, but you can't eliminate the first quarter. I mean, the 2 turnovers were critical. The 2 interceptions took points off. Gave points or allowed points for Oklahoma, and then took points off the board after the big fake punt and all the things they did in that first quarter. That first quarter was worth the price of admission. That thing was like, golly, it felt like 3 quarters and 1 quarter all that went on there.
But what the key to the first quarter was, and it's something else that I brought up all week long, Sark admitted early on in the season after the first 3 games, basically 2 of our opponents gave us a look that we didn't see on film, and that's why we started slow, why Quinn started slow. And what did I say? And you played the cut, of Cole McCoy. Saying, just one thing you know about Venables is he's going to show you something you ain't seen on film. It's the way it is. And so, basically we hypothesized the 2 games that Quinn saw something on the field different than what he saw on film, so he wasn't prepared for it, was right and wrong. I mean, you had slow starts there. He still found his groove. I mean, that's the maturity factor that you like to see from Quinn, just like in this game, right? He didn't let it spiral out of control, but the truth of the matter is he started slow, and Xavier Worthy was on the record and Jonathan Brooks in the postgame on the record saying, yeah, they gave us a look we hadn't seen. They gave us a look we hadn't seen. That's the key to the slow start. He's going to find his groove. As E mentioned, he found his groove, but the slow start really is what Oklahoma needed so that they could have kind of a gangbusters first quarter and stay in it. That was key. And I'll give Sark credit too. He coached his butt off in that first quarter. Remember I said you got to match energy and match momentum? He did that multiple times. The fake punt, going for it on 4th down. He knew, oh no, I can't let them monopolize the momentum and the energy. I got to get it back. And that's why that first quarter was so good, because both of these coaches know how to coach in this game.
Despite his quarterback's mistakes. And then, look, Rod, you said all last week, the Longhorns have multiple paths to victory, and they still almost stole the victory after all the mistakes.
That close.
But OU had one path to victory, and they achieved it. I mean, that's huge credit to Brett Venables and his staff.
Damn right.
They needed to force some Texas mistakes, take advantage of those mistakes, and their quarterback had to have a huge game. And Dylan Gabriel's now firmly in the Heisman Trophy debate.
That was a hell of a game.
Now in the top 5. I mean, I know the Longhorn fans don't want to hear that, but, man, he played a phenomenal football game. 285 yards and a touchdown. He ran for 115 and the score.
It was a VY type game he had out there.
It was. It was.
Like, what the hell?
And Oklahoma needed every bit of it. So we'll that's the big picture, I think, macro view of what went on.
Yeah, give them credit. I just want to say give them. We'll talk about Texas.
Sure, we'll get into the mistakes Texas made.
They won that game.
They won the game. They won the game. They were the better team for that day. Now, it doesn't mean they'll be the better team if they meet again in Arlington, which I think is a strong possibility.
No doubt.
The way the rest of the conference looks, if you look at the Longhorn schedule, they got a bye week now, 6 weeks to go, and the 6 opponents have 15 combined losses. I mean, there's not a juggernaut on the rest of their schedule. The best team left as far as record through the first half of the college football season are BYU, right? And BYU's coming here.
Challenge, yeah.
But Oklahoma has earned the right. We questioned Oklahoma because they hadn't played any great competition. But as we said a lot last week, that allowed them to put together a game plan that could maximize their ability to beat Texas, and they did. They did just that. They absolutely did, and their quarterback was outstanding. But I think all of us who are college football fans would hope for a rematch for a Big 12 championship in 6 weeks or 7 weeks from now. Longhorns have a chance to make that happen because it absolutely could. But one path to victory for Oklahoma. They executed it. Props to Venables. Props to their side, and then let's see them again in Arlington, I think would be the mantra for the Longhorns moving forward.
Yeah, I remember when we did the in-game live watch, the term I kept using was this team is playing out of character. Right?
Yes, Texas out of character in a big way.
And Sark said in the postgame, he's like, yeah, we were just out of character. They were. Right? And you got to give OU credit because they put Texas in a position where, they were their own worst enemy at times. But, man, in the Texas-OU game, and Texas had more experienced players. Remember, that was one of the advantages, too. We're like, oh, man, Texas, they got guys who played in this game. Oklahoma's got a lot of new guys, 40-something new guys on their roster who know nothing about the environment of the Texas-OU game. And that was supposed to be an advantage for Texas, but it wasn't. They were the more penalized team, so they were the more indisciplined team in that environment. They let their emotions get the best of them a lot of the times. Oklahoma did not. We thought Texas was going to win the lines of scrimmage. Clearly, Texas is going to win the lines of scrimmage. They got bigger bodies. They've been battle-tested. They went up against Alabama in Tuscaloosa and won the lines of scrimmage. Surely they're going to beat Oklahoma in the trenches. They did not. That was not a guarantee. They did not just dominate Oklahoma. I don't know if it was a push or whatever. They did not dominate Oklahoma in the lines of scrimmage, so you can't say they won that, even though we thought that would be an advantage. And Quinn Ewers, I thought he played a great game, but truth is, he didn't outplay Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel had the best game he might have played in his career. Right?
It was one for the ages.
Yeah, but he didn't outplay Dylan Gabriel, so that's a big part of it. And the injuries. All right, they had injuries too. By the way, they had multiple starters go down. Texas had multiple starters go down. That's a part of a physical contest. So let's not make tons of excuses about that. There's a lot of things that Texas assumed would be an advantage were not an advantage in this contest. They hadn't been a turnover-prone team, but going up against Oklahoma, a more opportunistic defense, they turned the football over. And they still found ways to bounce back, but you got to give more props to Oklahoma in the way. And by the way, I'll give my criticism of Sark. I don't have much to criticize. Honestly, I thought he did a good job learning how to coach in this game. His start was a little predictable, and he was very predictable on the goal line. Right, the goal line stand for Oklahoma. That was too predictable. So being predictable was probably my biggest complaint, and the clock management at the end of the game. Now looking back on it, it was bad. You got to find a way to to squeeze a little bit more time off of that clock. That's an indictment on his feel of the game or lack thereof. Everybody knew Dylan Gabriel. You don't need to give that guy the ball back. He's like, you don't need to give that guy the ball back, and that he allowed him to get. And I know you got to score, but there were in terms of situational football, there were plenty of opportunities for him to milk probably easily 30, 40 more seconds off the clock.
Well, I think you can criticize Sark for the clock management at the end of both halves, right? Because the Longhorns had the ball and control approaching halftime, knowing OU was going to get the ball coming out of the half, and they ended up kicking a field goal there after I wasn't a big fan of the Jordan Whittington end around in the red area at the end of the first half, and that gave Oklahoma a chance to go down and kick a field goal before the first half ended.
Yeah.
And then, look, I mean, this is where when you say injuries are not an excuse, but the Longhorns were in control of that game, and Oklahoma was tired. I mean, their defense was flat gassed, and the Longhorns ran an RPO play on a second down with the clock running that. When Jake Majors got hurt in the first half, they put in Connor Robertson to play center, and he did not have a great game. I mean, 62 wasn't really ready to play. It didn't feel like. Now he was put in a tough spot.
That's a tough spot, man.
Because remember the Longhorns. Here's where the Longhorns, where injuries do impact you. It's not an excuse. But Cole Hudson would have been the backup center, right? If Cole Hudson were healthy, who the Longhorns expect to get back for the Houston game, he had been the cross-trained player to play center if Jake Majors went down. He wasn't available, so you're down to your third-string center, essentially, and he did not have a great game. And there was a play action or an RPO play where he got beat and missed a block, and it turned into a sack. So then there's a negative play. So now it's 2nd and 14, Rod. Second and 14. So the Longhorns ran the ball once. So on a first down play, 2nd and 14, that's where the clock management at the end of the game hurt. If the Longhorns just run the ball there, don't do the RPO thing, just hand it off, let the clock keep running. I think you're exactly right, because I think Oklahoma was dead in the water. They were tired.
Yeah.
Instead, the quarterback decided to keep it on the RPO, get sacked, and Oklahoma then took the advantage because they took a timeout. Texas had to make a decision of what we want to do here. And Sark decided, okay, let's not give this away. We got to get the field goal. We got to take the lead
because he wasn't in field goal range.
Yes,
at the time. You were like 6 yards away.
Right, and you got Bert
Auburn's.
Yeah, that's
territory.
right. So the field goal the sack knocks you back out to where you're not in comfortable field goal range anymore. That sack was critical. That was a critical play in the game, and it just so happens that happens to a young guy that's in a big spot for the first time, and Oklahoma made a play, and that really forced. I thought Texas was going to do exactly what you said. Felt like doing the in-game watching in real time. Okay, because you're kind of playing strategy with Texas. Okay, they can milk this thing, get one more first down.
Mm-hmm.
They're kicking the field goal in the last play of the game.
Yep.
Oklahoma's out of timeouts, and that sack was really big in the play, and because it set Longhorns back. Then they just had to get back into makeable field goal range and not turn the ball over. Bert Auburn nails the kick, and there was too much time. Then you can talk about the defensive effort, going the other way because
but my thing is you shouldn't have put your defense in that position.
You're right about that.
Have you been watching that game? Right?
Yeah.
You should have been thinking, hell no. No. I cannot let my defense try to decide this game going up against that guy and the way he's playing. I'm talking about feel of the game. Sometimes you got to throw out the strategy and go, okay, I got 3.5 quarters of data. Right?
So you think should they have gone for it on fourth down?
No, you should have milked more time off the clock.
Yeah.
Think about this. I'll give you the times when the ball was snapped on that drive. All right, that last offensive drive for Texas. After you get the X-Man reception, right? It was a 2nd and 10. X-Man gets a 12-yard reception. You start 1st and 10. That's when you start going up tempo, which I understand. You're going up tempo because he saw something he liked in the Oklahoma secondary. They had an injury. Remember, they moved Key Lawrence. They had multiple injuries in the secondary. They moved Key Lawrence to corner, and Sark said, I like it. I'm going. Totally get it. But sometimes you can go tempo but not go up tempo. Here's when they snapped the ball. They snapped it 28 seconds left on the clock. These are the downs consecutively. 28 seconds left on the clock. 28 seconds left on the clock. 27 left on the clock. 23 left on the clock. 24, 34. Yep. You just take 5 to 8 extra seconds right there. Then how much time do they got the ball with 77 seconds left. It took them a minute to get down the field. You got the ball left with, 15, 16 seconds left?
Yeah.
Dude, 5 more seconds each down. 5 more seconds each down. 5 more seconds each down. That would have been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 seconds right there. They get the ball back with what? 30-something seconds left? Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's it bothers me. That's I know you liked what you saw, but you didn't have to go up tempo. Just go tempo. Just go a little slower. Just a little slower.
Well, and I will say this to your everything you just said is right on. But if you're like as I was watching and then rewatch, Oklahoma was gassed, and Oklahoma's defensive line on a lot of plays on that drive.
5 seconds wouldn't have mattered.
I know.
5 to 8 seconds would not have mattered in that time of gas. I agree with you. But 5 to 8 seconds would have mattered more, taking that time off the clock for them.
In hindsight, 100%. But
I don't even know about hindsight. I know as a coach, that's your job.
You're right.
Let
me just say that in real time, there were 3 or 4 snaps on that series where the ball was snapped and Oklahoma's defensive line was still standing up. Like they weren't even down into their stance yet. They were trying to take advantage of a tired football team and drive this thing down and score. You're right. Again, the negative play on second down in the high red was a critical play, and that's a play they made, and that's everything you're saying is right. I'm just playing the devil's advocate watching through the game that, okay, we got a tired team, we got a wounded team here. We're about to go down and steal this game. We're not going to settle for a field goal. We're going to stick this in the end zone and win this football game. And circumstances happen. But you're right. Once that happens, now you go back and say, man, we should have taken 5 or 8 seconds off of every play. But again, I was actually doing the in-game watch and noting with Ian Boyd as we were watching the game. Look at Oklahoma's defense; they're like still up, like their defense is standing up when the ball snapped because they're not getting down in time. Texas was trying to take it to them, but obviously Oklahoma took the advantage, and they end up getting a big sack in a big moment. And the Longhorns then
they were so tired. Then why did they get the sack? That's my point. So take the extra 5 seconds. The time mattered more. The time would have mattered more. You're right. You still they still end up making a play. Take the 5 seconds. Allow them to get a set. It's okay. Go tempo, not up tempo. Well, that was a dang coaching mistake, man. That was Coach Steven. That was Coach Steven rearing his ugly head at the wrong time. You got him early in the game. You got him on that goal line where he decided, I'm just going to go jumbo the whole damn time. You got Coach Steven there, and you got him late in the game. You didn't get Coach Steven for extended periods of time, but you got him at the wrong time.
And Brett Venables now 1-1 in this matchup. This is not going on 4th and 4 with 1:20-ish left. Was the most gutless call I've seen in recent football memory. Well, look, I mean, you could have gone for it on 4th and 4, but again, if you don't get it and you don't get points,
different conversation.
I mean, I do think once the circumstances, went the way Rod just laid them out, and the sack happened, and you got to second and negative. I think you had to take a lead. I mean, you had to take the opportunity to get the lead.
I agree with that,
and give your team a chance.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about you should have never given the ball back is fair, but at the same time, once they got the ball back, the defensive effort in that spot was, there's one thing to play a prevent defense, Rod, but you still got 8 guys to cover, and you didn't cover anybody.
No, that's true. And Jaylan Ford, and Oklahoma still would have gotten the ball back if you'd have milked a little bit more time, but they just wouldn't have had as much. They wouldn't have had as much time. They would have been more panicked. They'd have been more desperate.
Correct, and they had no timeouts.
Timeouts. Okay, so to your point, Jaylan Ford said they played man coverage at the end, and they were playing 2 high man, so 2 deep safeties over the top, playing man coverage underneath. And he said they got more aggressive the closer that Oklahoma got to the goal line, and there was only 5 plays, 6 if you count the PI. The only time they blitzed was the last play.
Yeah.
They blitzed the cornerback from that side. And then David Benda, who basically has admitted that it was him who made the mental mistake. He did not. They call it rolling the coverage or bumping the coverage. He did not get the roll or the bump audible, so he let his man go.
The man came in motion and wasn't checked off. Yeah, wasn't checked off. And he and Keaton Crawford kind of miscommunicated on who's taking who.
Jaron Thompson was in there, and it was Derek Williams who was checking the coverage, who was bumping it over, and he gave the signal. You can clearly see on the film, Derek Williams is giving the hand signal. David Benda never looks up. He never looks up at all. He's looking straight in the backfield. Eyes never look up, and it's like, man, as a veteran player, you got to be aware of the situation, man. We're communicating. We got checks and audibles happening. He never looks up, and then Jaron Thompson takes his man, and then you guys know how it is.
All right, so there you go. We'll talk about it all morning long. The autopsy of a disappointing loss. Longhorns made a lot of mistakes, but still had the lead with 1:22 to go. But the loss is going to sting. But doesn't end the season. Longhorns still have an opportunity to play their way back. If they win out from here, 6 wins, they'll play in the Big 12 title game, likely against Oklahoma, and get a rematch with that team. But props to OU. They were the more physical team. They were the more prepared team and took advantage of Texas's uncharacteristic mistakes. 9 penalties. I'm counting 4 turnovers, Rod, because of the goal line stand. I think that's 4 turnovers.
No, you're right. I agree with you.
I think that's a 4th
that was
turnover.
crucial because honestly, that was the most heartbreaking one.
Yeah, that was demoralizing.
That
you couldn't move them for a foot and a half.
God, that's Texas OU. The game on the line. Hey, Longhorn fans, Longhorns didn't deserve to win. This is how you'll feel better about it. You had 4 downs on the goal line against Oklahoma, essentially to win that game. The way it works out now in retrospect. And they stopped you 4 times in a row, even with Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat there. Big humans. You're paying for them. They're huge. You have the biggest O-line in the Big 12. Massive. What's the point of big humans when you can't move nobody on the goal line? So when you look at it that way, Texas didn't deserve to win. You don't deserve to win a football game. Any coach will tell you, if you can't get 1 yard on the goal line against your rival in the biggest game of the year, you didn't deserve to win. It's okay. They'll get it next time.
All right, we'll come back. We're just getting warmed up. Behind the burnt orange curtain coming. Also, some What the Facts from a busy weekend. Great weekend it was. Well, I don't know if you're a Cowboys fan. That was demoralizing last night. Rough way to go to bed. If you're a Cowboys and Longhorn fan, rough weekend. We'll come back. We'll pick it up. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Hook them up for sure. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly on a Monday. Good for Texas. Longhorns still control their own destiny. That loss to Oklahoma, a very prepared and physical Oklahoma team, got the better quarterback, took advantage of mistakes. They win that game, but a lot to fix for the Longhorns during the bye week, but still an opportunity. They're still in the top 10 in the country, number 9 in the AP, and I think everybody that watched that college football game would agree. Those two teams played 4 or 5 times. You know, the Longhorns had every opportunity to win, but key mistakes by the Longhorns, and the Longhorns have to be better in the red zone. So that was the bad part, right? Longhorns made 3 trips into the red zone, scored 3 points, including that big goal line stop, which was critical.
That's what you need to work on in the bye week.
There's no doubt about that.
That's your number one priority, Sark.
Get that fixed.
Fix that red zones, because that's an issue now, right? At first we weren't worried about it because they were scoring so much and they were so explosive offensively. Who cares how they're scoring? If they can't score in the red zone, not a big deal. They're scoring a lot of points. But now we see, this is a team that you could potentially stay in the game with if you can just play bend but don't break defense, because in the red zone they struggle. And they were 108th going into the game in touchdown percentage in the red zone. I think now they're in 120s.
Yeah, well, the interception for Quinn Ewers early after the trying to steal the momentum back.
Goal line stand.
Let's hear from Sark real quick, then we're going to dive behind the burnt orange curtain. But Sark, after the game, talking about the playing out of character conversation. They certainly did. They hadn't been a turnover-prone team. They hadn't been a big mistake or penalty team this year. They certainly were on Saturday.
Some of it was a little frustrating because it was just out of character for us, and that's the hard part as a coach, that I have to drill back down into of how do I make sure that I have our guys, really ready to go play. And I felt really good about it. I really did. And these guys will tell you, I told them the same thing. But that's the life of a competitor and a football team. When you're not at your best, can you find a way to win? And like I said, I thought our guys showed a lot of fight and grit and resiliency to put ourselves in position to win a game when we weren't at our best against a good football team. And, we did that. And so I was really proud of them for that. I was proud of their ability to fight back when we weren't playing great, when the game was kind of slanted. We were kind of playing uphill there for a while. And to get all the way back to have the lead the way that we did, that took a lot of resiliency from this group. And I credit them a lot for that.
I agree with that, actually. I mean, they should have been down more in after the first half, in my opinion, considering the way Oklahoma played and then the turnovers early on. I'll give Sark credit. He saw the way the game was going. So his feel of the game was really good in the first quarter, in my opinion, because, I always say you got to match momentum and match energy. He did that. Do you guys remember early on when Savion Red returns the kick? Go look at X-Men. They're about to do a throwback.
Yeah, they were.
On their play. Savion Red just made a good play. What you talked about before the game, football IQ. All right, not all the guys were making those types of heady plays, but he made one because he thought to himself, this ain't good. It's a little murky. It's not the clear picture that I wanted. But that was setting up a throwback early on in the game. So Sark had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and they asked him in the postgame, hey, did you just see something? Were those adjustments that you made during the game? And he said, no. We had that in the bag, ready to go. The fake punt, going for it on 4 downs. They had a plan to come out and be really aggressive because I think he understood, man, crazy things happen in this game. I better be ready to match the energy and not let them monopolize it and match the momentum. And I think he did a good job of that early on in the game. And that kept his team, in my opinion, from being down more in the game early on because they could have been.
Yeah. You're right about that. Look, there were moments where I think for the last 3 quarters, Quinn Ewers played a phenomenal football game, right? And,
yes, he did.
But you just documented that final Texas offensive drive. Before we go behind the BOC, let's hear Sark one more time on that. The mentality going into that final drive. They got the ball with 4:46 to go in the game, and the idea would be to go down and end the game, never give the ball back. Here's Sark on the mindset and what went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to go down and score, obviously, and to continue to run the clock out, so we had the ball last. And then ultimately it didn't work out like that. So, we got a lot of faith in our field goal unit, and they went out and, kept the game rolling.
All right, so they wanted to go down, and you just went through all of they snapped the ball too quickly with too much time on the play clock. My only argument on that is I think they had a tired Oklahoma team, but in the end, it ended up biting them in the butt for sure. So I would have been wrong in my mindset of that.
I mean, I definitely see exactly what Sark saw, and he wanted, because they had injuries in the secondary. They were moving guys around. He didn't want them to sub, and like you said, he wanted to continue to wear them out. Like I said, 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds per play. That's all I ask. 5 more seconds. And that would have taken you 30 more seconds easily off the clock, probably more.
And
So
I
I'm
would
saying-
argue this too. Too many passes, right? I mean, I've talked about the big sack that
Oh yeah.
happened. That set him back to 2nd and 13. It was a 1st and 10 play, and Quinn Ewers was sacked for 3 yards by 3-yard loss by Jacob Lacey. That put him at 2nd and 13 with 1:29 to go. Oklahoma then took a timeout after.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so. Run the ball with Jonathan Brooks. To my point of them standing up at the line of scrimmage on the snap, I'm like, I was actually yelling at the screen, run the ball. We're doing the inside Texas watch because like as they're snapping the ball, Oklahoma, there's like 2 or 3 defensive linemen still standing.
Yeah, just run. Yeah, you
just
run
pound
right
them.
at them.
They're not ready to play.
And Jay Brooks was playing really well. I mean,
He was.
Yeah.
I mean, he had that long touchdown run in the 4th quarter. That was a tired team.
Yeah.
The Longhorns let him off the hook in that with some play calling there. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod's got some deeper dive analyzing of this game.
all right.
One note, Rod, before you go,
Go
is
ahead,
that as somebody pointed out on the text line, let me be fair. West Virginia actually controls their destiny. Texas does not control their destiny. If they can win out, but if Oklahoma also wins out, which would include a win at Oklahoma.
In West Virginia, right? They play Oklahoma. At Oklahoma.
At Oklahoma, November the 11th.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
But you're right. West Virginia, I haven't watched much of them. I got to start watching West Virginia now.
They had an off week.
They're
so-
definitely. We said it's a surprise team in the Big 12 every year. West Virginia is certainly the surprise team so far.
Yeah, they're
this year.
4-1, and they had a bye week this week. They'll play at Houston. You will all get to watch them this weekend because the Longhorns play at Houston coming out of their bye week. West Virginia plays in Houston
Oh, that'll be fun.
this Saturday.
Okay, nice little homework for Longhorn fans.
So yeah, watch West Virginia because the Longhorns can win out and be 11-1. But if West Virginia is also 11-1, that would mean they beat Oklahoma. But Oklahoma now owns the tiebreaker on Texas, so keep that in your mathematical equations.
And yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. But I forget all about West Virginia because everybody thought the coach would be fired by now. Everybody thought he'd be on the hot
Neil
seat,
Brown, yeah.
coaching for his job and doing a hell of a job. All right, let's talk about Texas in this Texas OU game just a little bit. Defensively, I know there's some frustration about really how the lack of aggression and maybe how conservative the defensive game plan was. I think, Ian, we'll hear from Sark and hear from some of the players, too, about that last drive and defending Dylan Gabriel. Once again, you do have to give some credit to Oklahoma because they understood we can't run right at Texas, and they really didn't. Most of their running game was just non-traditional running games. Their traditional running game, I want to say they averaged probably 3 yards per carry, just traditional handing the ball off to running backs.
Yep.
And if you take out the Stoops and remember Farouk lined up in the backfield once or twice and ran the Wildcat. If you take that out of the equation, they averaged less than 3 yards per carry with traditional running game. They knew, hey, man, we can't run right at Texas. That'd be a fool's errand. So let's kind of find a way to run around them. Well, let's find a way to a loophole. And the non-traditional running game was their loophole. With jet sweeps to Drake Stoops, Farouk in the backfield with the Wildcat, Dylan Gabriel and his quarterback draw, the dreaded quarterback draw. Oh man, he ran. I counted 5 of them. I counted 5 when on my rewatch. 5 for 59 yards. So that's
and it got Texas every time.
and it got no. The one time they got it was on the last drive. Remember, they tried it down in the red zone.
Yeah, that
and they
run
got
was big.
They got like 1 or 2 yards when they tried it down in the red zone on their last drive, and then they didn't get it. But, Texas a little too late. So, to me, that's what you got to give them credit for. He had 4 10-plus yard runs, Dylan Gabriel did. So, he had 4 scrambles. He averaged over 9 yards per rush on scrambles. He averaged over 8 yards per rush, as a quarterback totally. And he averaged, like I said, over 11 yards per rush on the quarterback draw. So that was their running game, and that was not a traditional running game. Their running backs didn't do much damage at all. Maybe 1 or 2 drives.
Which was the scouting report, right? They didn't really have a bell cow running back. But I will say
they knew that.
I will say that 29 Tyree Walker was their most physical running back, and he did a great job in blitz pickup. There were a couple times Longhorn brought some pressure, and there was one example where Jahdae Barron came and was going to had Dylan Gabriel dead to rights.
I saw that.
And the running back picked him up.
And then he had a big run.
And then Dylan Gabriel took off.
That was a great play.
It was a great blitz pickup, and that's probably why he was on the field at that point, to protect the quarterback.
That's a great point, because they didn't do much in the running game, but in terms of pass protection, I can think of a couple of plays right now where they did a great job on blitz pickup. So that's number one. Just keep that in mind. Like they really found a way around the running game, and I thought they're not going to have a running game. They'll be too unbalanced, right? They'll be too lopsided in their offensive game plan, one dimensional. That was not the case. They added some balance, and the balance was Dylan Gabriel. Here is let's have cut 2 ready here. Ty, here is Sark and Jaylan Ford talking about defending Dylan Gabriel and why it was so difficult.
The toughest thing about Dylan Gabriel playing him today with his running ability, what was it?
His running ability.
I think for him, just extending the plays, being able to, if his reads weren't there, able to use his legs and then find somebody open. I think he did a good job of that, especially going down there, towards the end of the game. He was able to extend the play with his legs, and he just made good plays.
Yeah, people wanted to know why Jaylan Ford had such a subpar game. I think my man Drew Kelson did a good job. He played linebacker at Texas in describing, in his opinion, what happened to Jaylan Ford. And he said basically the D-line had a bad game, which means Jaylan Ford's going to have a bad game.
Yeah.
Hard as a linebacker to have a great game when your D-line doesn't have a great game in front of you. They usually keep you clean so you can diagnose plays. That was not the case. Now, I will say there were some times where Dylan Gabriel and Jaylan Ford were right in the hole together. I mean, they were the defense, what should have been a defensive player of the year in the Big 12 and one of the best defensive players in the country was mano-a-mano with Dylan Gabriel, and Dylan Gabriel made him miss. Made him look like, made him look like an average player. And that's just on Dylan. So there are a couple of plays like that against Jaylan Ford. I don't know. That's really tough to explain.
He did not have a great game. He did not play an all Big 12 kind of game.
No.
And that's what you expect from your player. But you're right. D-line, and then look, we were talking about the turnovers and the penalties for Texas. The tackling was really bad.
It was bad.
Longhorn missed a lot of open field tackles that ended up picking up extra yardage for wide receivers. Dylan Gabriel was more elusive than I think Texas players anticipated. And that's why I said off the top, Rod, that the more prepared, the more physical. And there was one team on the field that played desperate football. And Oklahoma did play like the team that had lost 49-0 last year in this game. Right. And had heard about it for 364 days, right? And they took that desperation and that frustration to the football field. The Longhorns, I think, have rooted out a lot of the entitlement within the program, but I think some of it rooted its head a little bit. I think there were some overlooking of Oklahoma just a bit by Texas, but in the end, give Oklahoma credit because they were the better side. There's
no doubt about it. And I know we're up against it, but I'll say this one thing because I want to play the Jaylan Ford, Jahdae Barron couple. We'll get to it. And now I'm regretting Texas not having to play Jalen Daniels the week before versus Kansas. I think it really would have helped them. I think they went into this game with a false confidence in their secondary. Hell, I did. Because they hadn't faced a real quarterback. We kept saying they hadn't faced a real quarterback. They hadn't faced a real quarterback.
3 straight backups.
Yeah, exactly. And if they'd have faced Jalen Daniels, I think he would expose some of this stuff early on, right? Because he's a dual threat quarterback. He can run. He's very mobile, especially outside the pocket. He runs to throw, improvise real well. I think he'd have forced Texas to have to solve some of these problems that were presented in the Oklahoma game for the first time. And if they'd have seen him in the Kansas game, I believe they'd had a better game plan instead of the game plan built on the false confidence that our secondary can hold up against this wide receiving core, because they really didn't. But it was just more Dylan Gabriel having a hell of a game.
All right, we'll come back all morning long. We got 5 hours to discuss it. We'll also get into some of that Cowboys conversation. Not much to say after a 42-10 beatdown. Texans get beat at the buzzer. We'll get to all the rest of the conversations as well, but have all day and all week to talk all things Texas football and big picture stuff. Coming back on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Yeah, here for you on a Monday. It was a rough weekend. Longhorns get beat at the buzzer by Oklahoma 34-30. Texans and Houston got beat at the buzzer by Atlanta. In Atlanta, their quarterback C.J. Stroud put them in position to win that game, but kind of like the Longhorns, left too much time for Desmond Ritter.
But that sounds weird.
Yeah.
Left too much time for Desmond Ritter.
Who went for 300 yesterday.
I know.
Played a great game.
Just had a great. It's wild to say that.
How about this? It's a Monday after, Rod, where the Longhorns lose. The Cowboys got smoked.
They got smoked.
Aggies got beat by Alabama, so if you're an Aggie fan, you're bumming this morning. Baylor got pummeled by Texas Tech. Texas State was leading and gave up 2 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes and lost at Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what to say about the Cowboys last night. At least you're not Bill Belichick, whose team trailed by 30 points at home for the first time in his head coaching career. That's sinking fast. The Saints came to town and mollywopped them.
Hold on, didn't they have the worst loss in his tenure at New England
At New
to the
England.
Cowboys?
Back-to-back weeks.
Back-to-back weeks, though.
Wow.
This is the first time he's trailed by 30 or more at home.
That's what I'm saying. Then the Cowboys gave him a historic record.
Oh,
38-3.
Wow, man, that's something. Yeah, so we know now. It was Brady, so it's okay, Belichick.
Well, and
hey,
for sure.
timing is everything. It's okay.
We also have Patrick Mahomes in our What the Fact segment. He's now defeated every NFL team except the Chiefs because he plays for the Chiefs. He's beaten everybody. They beat the Vikings yesterday.
I like that.
Houston Astros fans, Rod, they know Carlos Correa is a really clutch player in the postseason. He's got 61 RBI in the postseason. Had 3 hits and 3 RBIs last night against Houston. He ties David Ortiz and Derek Jeter, 4th most RBIs in the postseason since 1920.
Yeah.
Clutch player.
Clutch. I was about to say, the clutch gene. I got one for you.
Give it to me.
We already kind of went through this. We talked about C.J. Stroud. Congrats to C.J. Stroud because now he does have the record. 186 pass attempts without an interception this season.
He still
Broke
hasn't thrown a
Dak's
pick.
record.
He broke Dak's record.
He still hasn't had a pick.
Most
in his
consecutive
career,
pass
5
attempts
games.
without an interception to begin a career in NFL history. So
Houston's got to run the ball better if they're going to be a factor because they can be a factor, but Dameon Pierce, their run game,
yeah,
even though they had Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard back this week, they still weren't able to run the ball against a very improved Atlanta defense, by the way. Christian McCaffrey has scored a touchdown in 14 straight games. That ties Emmitt Smith.
CMC.
And Brock Purdy, I know
Oh man,
Cowboy fans are ready to break him. You didn't.
is Brock Purdy a better quarterback than Dak now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought it was gonna be a discussion at least.
No. 8th time in Brock Purdy's
Somebody
career,
wants
he's
to have a
passed from
discussion about this.
8th time in his career that Brock Purdy, or 8th time in his career, like I say career like he's had this long career. He just got here.
10 games or something like that.
It's the 8th time he's passed for multiple touchdowns in his first 10 career starts. That ties Kurt Warner and Deshaun Watson for the most
Y'all
since
don't want to discuss
1950.
the Dak Purdy thing. It's just
Blow it up.
Y'all just gonna say Dak Purdy's way better than Dak done.
What can you say?
Okay, who else has surpassed Dak already then this season? Who else? Jared Goff better than Dak now
Yeah.
too?
Yeah, of course.
Definitely.
Jared Goff's
Let's
team's
play the
4-1.
game of
Just
who's
playing
better.
in the Super Bowl.
So Tua's better than Dak now too. So is Dak even top 10 now?
No.
Out of the top, bumped out of the top 10.
I didn't have him in the top 10, but that's just me.
He might not
Um,
be top 20.
Yeah. Oh, he's definitely top 20. Come on, Ty.
Yeah, he's top 20.
I got a stat for you. In their last 9 games, the 49ers have allowed under 20 points per game, and they've held their opposing team to 20 or fewer points in 7 of the last 9 games, and they've allowed over 25 points 1 time in the last 9 games.
Well, hey, Tony Pollard, 8 carries, 29 yards last night. Big game. Dak Prescott, $153 and 3 picks. How many? What
In a row. They
3 in a
came
row.
consecutively.
Jeez
He just had it's like quicksand. He just kept sinking.
How's that Tex Coast offense looking?
Oh, like trash. It's like,
This says,
don't look good
guys,
at
I'm
all.
0% concerned about the Longhorns. Team will learn from this. We'll beat them when it matters most. Well, you got to earn your way back there, and you need West Virginia to lose a game. I'll give you a stat, Rod.
I got one more
Coming
too.
into the game, and I had this stat before the game even kicked off, but
It's not
now
good.
it's rears its ugly head. Dylan Gabriel had rushed for an average of 32 yards a game. The run. The dual threat quarterback who shredded the Longhorns had rushed in the previous 4 games for 32 yards. Did those teams do a better job, or did they break out this run game package specifically for Texas?
It's called breaking tendency, and you do it in big games, and that's how you win big games.
And that's what they did. Dylan Gabriel
Yeah,
was
right.
their path to victory, and he outplayed Quinn Ewers. Although Quinn Ewers played great after the early rough start, he got outplayed.
Yeah, still got
Better
outplayed.
quarterback won the game
Got outplayed, got outcoached. It's okay.
and gave him too
They'll
much
get
time.
better. Yeah, they'll get better.
All things we're talking about. That's just 1 hour in the books. We've got 4 more to go. Texas OU, Cowboys. Ty says blow it up. He's already given up on the season. Have you? Oh, boy. Astros and Rangers. Rangers a win away from the ALCS. Astros still need 2 more. We'll break it all down. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Yeah, hook them up for sure. We're here for you. It's kind of like counseling on this Monday. A lot of frustrated fans. Therapy for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sports therapy is necessary today after Oklahoma beat Texas 34-30. Cowboys get tallywhacked by the 49ers in a measuring stick game. Well, if that was the stick,
Bludgeoned.
you got beat with it.
You got beat with that damn stick.
Gall.
They did. They got the backup in. NFL games, it's hard to get the backup in for games. Like early in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, it was not good.
That was bad, man. I'm not gonna lie. We hyped that game up.
I thought it was going to be a great game.
Everybody did. The NFL did.
That's
Everybody
one
did.
thing I'll say for the Longhorns. Disappointing for sure. And
At least you
plenty of
entertained the
mistakes,
people.
but man, that was a heck of a game.
Yeah. No, the NFL actually has been dealing with some of that too. They've been having some, if you're really paying attention, some non-competitive games. They're worried about a little bit.
A lot
too.
of them.
Yeah, a lot of them. Exactly. The NFL does not like that. The NFL, they want some competitive games, a competitive product right now. And maybe that's why the Taylor Swift PR stunt, whatever it was, is such a big deal for them because the games have not been that competitive this year.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. But
Yeah, we will. We
that
got
was
all
supposed to be
week
like a
recap
headline,
the
a
NFL.
marquee game, and it was not great.
Golly. Failure at every level for the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy,
Should he keep calling the plays?
well, I think he's got to now. What are you going to do? Who are you going to turn to?
You got a Schottenheimer there?
Brian
Schottenheimer. They got an offensive coordinator.
Always been underwhelming as a play caller himself in the NFL, as Hall of Fame father.
That's
But
true.
I just have never been a big fan of Brian Schottenheimer. But it was they didn't do much right. And look, let's not beat around that Jerry Jones bush too, because he called this he was the one calling it a measuring stick game. You're playing the best team in the league, and this is our kryptonite and all those things. And obviously we haven't heard from Jerry yet. Or at least I haven't seen any quotes from Jerry Jones.
Yeah, Jerry's upset.
That might have killed him last night.
No. Look,
It almost killed me.
the other side of that are the 49ers are really good. They're really good. And your guy, Kyle Shanahan, good friend of yours, that team is –
Yeah, they're a juggernaut right now. Christian McCaffrey was the last missing piece. It was for him. And now he basically has his ideal offense, the one that he's been building since he got there in 2017. So we got about 6 years now. So, yeah, we'll see if somebody can stop it. Right now, it doesn't like anybody can stop it. Juggernaut of an offense.
It doesn't. They've scored over 30 points in every game, 42 last night, and made it look easy.
And the defense is good.
And that was the one. The Cowboys scoring 10 points offensively is disappointing, but not completely shocking to me based on Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, some of the issues offensively.
Mm-hmm.
But defensively, to get shredded like that, this was the Dan Quinn chess match with Kyle Shanahan. They had the personnel.
Yep.
It was a mismatch at every level.
Yep.
All right, let's get to the other headlines. We're talking all things Texas football. Let's get you caught up on where the Longhorns tumbled to in the AP Top 25. Top Gun. Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. We'll start with college football. The Monday after, frustrating last-second 34-30 loss to Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl. Longhorns tumble 6 spots now down to number 8 in the latest AP Top 25. The 5-1 Horns now slotted just behind 8th-ranked Oregon and ahead of 10th-ranked USC. USC fell again, even with a win, and they had to hold on and win in overtime. They headed into their bye week now for the Longhorns. Meanwhile, Oklahoma also into their bye week. They rose 7 spots, number 5 with the win. Georgia remains atop that poll at number 1, followed by Michigan, Ohio State, and Florida State. NFL, Longhorns were humbled in Dallas on Saturday. Cowboys were humiliated in their showdown game with the 49ers last night, 42-10. Kyle Shanahan's team dominated in every way, 422 yards to 197. Brock Purdy, 252 yards and 4 touchdowns, 3 of them to George Kittle. Cowboys QB Dak Prescott, 153 yards, a touchdown, and 3 interceptions. Dallas now 3-2 on the year. Niners are 5-0. They in Philadelphia. The league's only 2 unbeatens through 5 weeks. Philly beat the Rams yesterday, 23-14. Tough loss for the Texans in Atlanta. Their rookie quarterback, C.J. Stroud, continues to play well, put them in front 19-18 with a touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz with under 2 minutes to play. They left Desmond Ridder and the Falcons too much time, though. They drove back down, kicked a field goal to win the game as time expired. Texans are 2-3, 1 game back of both Jacksonville and Tennessee, who were both winners yesterday. Major League Baseball, huge weekend for the Rangers. Texas improved to 4-0 in this postseason, 11-8. They beat Baltimore yesterday, top seeds in Baltimore. Mitch Garver belted a big third-inning grand slam. Texas now a 2-0 lead in that series, are a win away from the ALCS. Rangers have outscored the Rays and the Orioles 25-11 so far in the 4 games. They can close out that series Tuesday night in Arlington. Houston, meanwhile, head to Minnesota, knotted at 1 in their divisional series with the Twins. They lost at Minute Maid Park last night 6-2. One day after they were eliminated from the MLS playoffs with a 4-2 loss to the LAFC. Major news from Austin FC headquarters yesterday in a statement. Sporting director Rodolfo Burrell reaffirmed his faith in head coach Josh Wolf, but announced multiple changes within the team's scouting and player personnel departments, including the departure of the club's chief scout as well as the team's vice president of player personnel. He also announced the club has added 5 new full-time scouts who will be stationed throughout Europe and South America. Burrell stressed that identifying global and national talent, new and long-term vision for roster construction is the paramount move moving forward. He closed the statement by saying, I believe in Josh and his staff and they deserve increased levels of support from our scouting network. We intend to deliver that support immediately.
I'll give Sark some credit too. He did add some wrinkles for this game that I hadn't seen on film prior to my rewatch. I talk about breaking tendency to win big games. The Gunnar Helm touchdown was magnificent. That was
Fourth and 2.
Oh, and it's a gutsy play call, right? 4th and 2, you're going to throw it deep like that, way beyond the sticks. Usually when Texas runs that concept, it's a flood concept. All the receivers are pretty much running either shallow drags or that quick out. I think Jay Witt comes in motion, that quick out. They're trying to just get it to him and flick it to him real quick so he can get the first down, get to the chains. Oklahoma was well prepped. As we saw that, right? They were a well-prepped team defensively. Ben Venables had them ready, and that's Sark using their preparation against them. Right? They were so well-prepped for that play that it almost worked against them because Texas broke tendency at the right time. So you can't just break tendency. You got to do it at the right time. That was a brilliant way to break tendency at the right time. We talked about this, and we may play it because I may send it to Ty. A couple of weeks ago, we played the sound of Kyle Shanahan talking about the new concept, the burst short motion that Mike McDaniels was using a lot to get Tyreek Hill, basically get him on the move when the ball is snapped. Basically, get the fastest player in the NFL a running start, which seems unfair. Texas used it a lot in this game. And we talked about how much Sark is, basically a fan of the Shanahan coaching tree. Kyle said a couple of weeks ago that, we stole that from Mike McDaniels. Now everybody's using it. He said he saw Matt LaFleur use it. He saw Sean McVay use it. He uses it now. He's like, now that Mike McDaniels has thrown it out there, everybody who's a great offensive mind, they're going to steal that, right? STP, steal that play. And Sark, I saw it in this game multiple times, actually. I think they got a penalty on one of those plays, actually, where they was using the short burst motion. I like that. I thought that was good. They used Big 11. Usually they use Big 12, which is 1 back, 2 tight ends, but the extra tight end is a 6th offensive lineman, Malik Agbo. But this time they used Big 11, which is just Malik Agbo, a 6th offensive lineman, and then they had 3 wide receivers out there. That's something new. Hadn't seen that prior to the Oklahoma game. And I love the way he featured Jay Witt. Could have been out of circumstance. Could have been, game plan wise. I would love somebody to ask him, like, hey, did you plan on featuring Jay Witt as much? Because this is the best game Jay Witt's ever played. This is his best game of his career in the Texas OU game. And I think some of it may have been circumstances. Oklahoma might have been trying to take away some of the weapons for Texas. But I also think a lot of it was game planning. Nobody would have thought, all right, who's going to get featured in this game? Jay Witt. Nope. I think most people would have thought, it's going to be X-Man or A.D. Mitchell or, it's going to be J.T. Sanders potentially. Nope. Jay Witt was the featured player pretty much a lot of the time.
He was, and he had a great game. He had that big 4th down on the punt play, which I thought was really good. And look, it was Jay Witt 2 years ago when the Longhorns blew the game to Caleb Williams and the Sooners. Remember, he got hurt, broke his collarbone in that game. He was having a hell of a game.
You're right.
And that's when the Longhorn offense kind of dried up when he got hurt. But it was good to see him 10 catches, 115 yards in that game. Xavier Worthy had 8 catches for 108. This says you guys are sure being nice about the Longhorn loss. Look, it's how else do you say that they got outcoached?
We screamed and yelled in the first hour.
I don't know.
Can't scream and yell for the whole show.
Look,
I'll be yelling again about 7 o'clock.
Well, the clock management was questionable, and you've documented that.
No, it wasn't questionable. It was bad.
But somebody texted and said, guys, to give Sark credit, Kirk Herbstreit on the TV was saying now's not the time to run the clock out. Well,
not run the clock out. Milk more of the clock, guys. Okay, I'll give it to you again because I went and looked at it and documented.
Well, let's give you the rant. Let's get the rant here. This is where our man Apple Leasing, Scott Cross at Apple Leasing, bring you Rod's rant. It's all about the last 4 minutes of this game.
Okay, so let's talk about the last offensive drive for Texas. And honestly, one of the only criticisms I have for Sark in this matchup, I think, and there's obviously another angle to it, and you can debate it. And I think E made a really good point about Oklahoma and the personnel that they were using at the time. They were tired, and Texas did not want them to have the opportunity to sub, so Texas didn't sub. But they also wanted to exacerbate that advantage. All right, and they wanted to make sure they can wear out Oklahoma, so they went up tempo.
Drive started at 4:49 of the fourth quarter run.
Yeah, they went up tempo
from the 13-yard line.
And I think they were doing good up until, like I said, after that Xavier Worthy 12-yard reception. It was on 2nd and 10, I believe. Maybe it was 12, 11, somewhere around there in terms of the yardage. But it was 2nd and 10. They got the first down. And that's when they started to kick
11-yard pass.
Yes.
It ended up at the Oklahoma 35-yard line with on a first down.
And that's when they kicked up the tempo.
Yep.
That's when they start to kick up the tempo a little bit. And I go, oh, okay, going up tempo. They see something they like. Usually when you go up tempo like that and you change it mid-drive, you see something you like, you don't want the defense to change it, and you want to attack it. And they did. They did a good job of that. They were moving the ball. There's no question. And there was some injuries in the secondary for Oklahoma. Hell, Key Lawrence, they moved him out the corner. I get exactly why Sark was doing what he was doing. My only criticism is, if you go look at after the X-Man reception, I'll give you the times that was left on the play clock when they snapped the football. Next play, 28 seconds left on the play clock. That was a 1st and 10. Another 1st and 10 because they get the first down there. 28 seconds left on the play clock again. Then they get 2nd and 1, somewhere around there. 27 seconds left on the play clock. Another first down. 23 seconds left on the play clock when they snap the ball. Then they get 2nd down. There's 24 seconds left when they snap the football. There's another first down, and they get 34 seconds left. And I believe that may be the sack one you were talking about, E, and 34 seconds left when they snap the football there. So I'm not saying don't take advantage of the weakness that your opponents are obviously displaying there, whether it be an injury or whether you just like the coverage you saw, you just like see the fact that they're just tired and worn out. Go get it. Go after it. Guys, you telling me you couldn't have milked 5 to 7 more seconds off of every one of them downs that really have made that much of a difference? 5 to 7. If you milk 5 more seconds off of those downs, that's 30 seconds right there. Instead of 28, take it down to 23. Instead of 27, take it down to 22. I'm not asking you to take it all the way down to 5 to single digits. But I mean,
get it down to 15.
You got to be thinking at that point, if you're paying attention to the game, you don't want Dillon Gabriel to get the ball back. You got to be able to think about 2 things at once as a coach. I'm sorry. You can't just be like, all right, offense, guys, go over. You got to be thinking about the defense too. You got to be. That's your job. You talk about complimentary football all the time. I don't talk about complimentary football when you ain't thinking about the other side of the ball. You got to be. Dillon Gabriel's playing the game of his life. We all saw it. You had 3 quarters of data telling you this guy is balling. He's playing the game of his life, and we can't stop him. Don't give him the ball back with that much time. Probably still would have got the ball back, but not with 77 seconds left on the clock. So my thing is, I think you could have milked a little bit more time. Not saying milk it all the way down, but guys, that's 6 downs in a row where you're snapping the football with at least 28, 28, 27, 23, 24, 34. Come on, man. It's a game of inches. I don't be like, man, that's being nitpicky. That's your job.
No.
Your job is to manage the clock. That's part of your job.
I think it's a very fair criticism. I will also say the critical play there was on that first down. Well, 2nd down, no huddle Quinn pass to Xavier Worthy, 11 yards, so first down. And then on that first down play, Jacob Lacey broke through and beat the center, Connor Robertson, and sacked Quinn for a 4-yard loss. So now it's 2nd and 14, and this is where I think your point was made. They should have milked more clock before now, and now you're in a 2nd and long situation with the clock on your mind and getting yourself back into field goal range, right? Because that sack puts you back at the 38-yard line. So now you're over 50 yards for a field goal. So Oklahoma then took a timeout after the sack. Actually, Texas ran one more play, hit Xavier Worthy for 3 yards. Then Oklahoma took a timeout on 3rd and 10, thinking to give themselves some time to get the ball back. Then they run the ball with Jonathan Brooks for 6 yards. And then Texas took a timeout to think about, do we want to go for this on 4th and 4, or do we want to kick the Bert Auburn field goal? They kicked the field goal. Only thing I can defend Sark on at all with that, everything you just said, Rod, is right in the rant. But Texas had stopped Oklahoma on the 3 previous drives. and had gotten control of it. But you're right. A 2-minute drill is not what you want with Dillon Gabriel at this point of the game. So they kicked the field goal with 1:22 on the clock. That was too much time. Here's Sark after the game when asked about late game momentum.
Yeah, no, I think that, momentum is a delicate thing, and when you have momentum, it's great. And it can take a couple plays, and literally they hit 2 passes to start that drive, and they were already across the 50. And so they felt the momentum swung quickly in their favor. They made a couple throws and a couple catches, broke a couple tackles, and then they get the pass interference call down there, right about the 5 or 6 yard line. That the momentum swung that quickly. They were in their crowd area and the things of that nature. So that was unfortunate because we had the momentum. It was a difficult deal. To go back to Quinn's question, because it's kind of not fair to ask him that when he's not calling it and he's on the field. So we were trying to go score. We were trying to make sure we had the last possession. The second down call there, we had called an RPO, and we were blocking the run. Quinn was getting ready to throw an RPO, and the guy came off and made the sack. So at that point, it put us in a 3rd and long. A 3rd and long with like about a minute and something left, and I wanted to ensure we were in good field goal range, because if I throw a pass there and it doesn't work out, now we're out of field goal range, and ultimately to get the lead and to try to win the game, that's what we're trying to do. So we ran the ball there on 3rd down, and we got to 4th and 4. And then you got to make that decision, and to get a lead was what we tried to do. We tried to draw them off to see if that could keep us on the field. It didn't work, and then we kicked the field goal. So the mindset shifted on one play, really. I think all along was we're going to finish the game with the ball in our possession. Whether we score, whether we kick a field goal, whatever it looks like, we were going to end the game with our possession. We got a little off kilter there after 2nd down.
Actually, it was the 1st down was the sack, as a matter of fact.
No. By the way, I agree with everything after that. Once the circumstances change and you get the sack, everything he said in terms of the thought process, it's on the money. You got to get points there. He takes it. He would have some. Man, he would have scones the size of smart cars if he would have gone for it there. Threw it on 3rd down.
Yeah,
and tried to throw it. On 3rd down instead of run it just to get what he knew would be guaranteed field goal range. Some people say, hey, man, he should have thrown it there. I agree with him. I think you got to get in field goal range, and then you got to take the points at that point just to get on top, because the conversation today would be much harsher if,
if you don't get it,
if that had blown up in your face.
Yes,
exactly.
What do you, because you took the lead, right, after all the mistakes and 9 penalties, and I call 4 turnovers because I think the goal line stands a turnover.
I agree with that.
All the missed tackles. Everything.
13 of them by Pro Football Focus numbers. And by the way, they missed 13 according to Pro Football Focus versus Kansas too. Just say heads up.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Yeah, they got to work on tackling and obviously red zone come this bye week. 2 things that were really critical in that game. But, let me ask you from the defensive back perspective, because it's, everything you just said is right about leaving them 1 minute and 20 seconds, essentially. They had no timeouts.
No timeouts.
Why was it so easy? If you're going to play prevent defense, which everybody will say, prevents you from winning. Well, from my read, if you're playing prevent, that means you got extra guys back covering. Why were guys so wide open? Drake Stoops for 11 yards. Jalil Farouk, 16 yards. Then Dillon Gabriel scrambles and hits Drake Stoops for 28 yards. Yeah. It was like, where's the coverage?
I agree. It was interesting because, like Jalen Ford said in the postgame, they played man, and they played with their safeties high. So I'm assuming they played 2 deep man, which is 2 deep safeties, to 1 guarding each half of the field, but everybody's still playing man on their receivers downfield. And to me, it does work kind of like a prevent defense. I think the DBs were told, don't let anybody get behind you. And that's, in theory, yes, don't let anybody get, but still, go make plays on the football.
Like on the first down play when Stoops caught the ball for 11 yards, Manny Muhammad's like 12 yards off the ball.
And I think, I want to say, because trust me, I've been in situations last minute, it's like, don't let anybody behind you. Don't let anybody get behind you. And it's like, to the young DBs, people, these are young DBs out there, that's what they're thinking. Nobody behind me. I did my job. If nobody gets behind me, it's like, no. No. You didn't do your job. You need to go make plays on the football. So it's almost, and I know the coaches are yelling it because they're trying to get in their head, they don't get beat deep. But that's always the rule for the defensive backs. I think when you got 2 deep safeties, it's more on your deep safeties to go make plays on the football deep. You ask your DBs to just go play like you always play. Like, go at your corner. Go play like you always play, man. Go play man, and I need you to go lock that dude down. If there's a big play over the top and they want to throw it deep, which, by the way, they only did like twice the whole game, which I was shocked by. We got 2 deep safeties over there to cover that area of the field. So I think I think they played scared because they were told, don't let anybody behind you. And you know how that meant mentally for a young player. I think it makes him less aggressive. It makes him play conservatively.
I mean, you started the game without Ryan Watts. Jalen Catalon was out of the game. You got a lot of young guys out there, and that's not an excuse. But at the same time, the Longhorns were on their way to telling a great story and saying that they won another fourth quarter because they really dominated the fourth quarter and come back to win that game. And we know how it ended. You needed one stop. You remember at Alabama, Ethan Burke and Anthony Hill both had big sacks in a big moment late in the game. They had a big interception in the fourth quarter. Longhorn defense really never stood up and made a big play late in that game. Offense gave them the lead, and the defense then couldn't hold it, but you're right about the clock. They shouldn't have had a minute and 20 seconds to go. And I thought they mismanaged the clock at the end of the first half, too.
I think you're right.
That allowed them to get a field goal. Because remember that 10-point swing, because they got to score right before the half, and then they came out with the ball and went down and scored, right? So big 10 points, Oklahoma, right there with poor clock management. So
and they dropped the touchdown.
They did. Oh, man.
They dropped the touchdown
They
in
did
that
drop
first
that
half, right? That could have been
at the end of the first
worse.
half. Yeah. With like 4 seconds on the clock. That should have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll pick it up. Steve Sarkisian now 1-1 or 1-2 now in his 3 Longhorn Oklahoma games.
It feels like he should be undefeated, right? He had the big lead. He had the largest collapse in Texas football history in the first year,
and the biggest blowout,
and then the biggest blowout the next year, and then now he loses in the last final 77 seconds of the game.
All right,
it's brutal.
We'll talk about it. Better team won that game on that day. OU was more prepared and better coached and more physical than the Longhorns. Their quarterback outplayed the Texas quarterback. And full credit to Brett Venables and his staff. I think all college football fans, certainly Longhorn fans, hoping they meet again at the Big 12 Championship in Arlington coming up in early December. That would be a lot of fun. We'll come back. We'll talk about it all morning. Cowboys get dismantled and dominated. All the football and baseball from the weekend. It took them up with Ian Rodby. Everything is magnified in a big game like that, Texas and Oklahoma. Every decision, every play, every moment. But I am a believer, Rod Babers. You were a player. Players play, coaches coach. And could the coaches have done more to help their team win? Probably. But at the end of the day, tip your cap to Dillon Gabriel. He was the best player on the field on Saturday.
Yes, he was, man.
You said all last week the Longhorns have multiple paths to victory, and they nearly got it. Even despite the mistakes, Oklahoma had one path to victory, and that was Dillon Gabriel playing the game of his life, and he did.
And we were like, what are the odds of that happening?
Right, and against this
First time in the Texas OU game.
But we did talk late in the week. This was the first pass-based offense the Longhorns have faced, right? They've played a bunch of run-based offenses. And look, don't for a Texas fan, don't apologize about where you are. You're sitting as a 5-1 team. You realize the Kansas Jayhawks have only lost one game. That was to you. Well, Alabama's lost one game. That was to you. Wyoming's lost one game. That was to you. They beat Fresno State this weekend. Wyoming's a pretty good football
Resume
team.
looks good, man.
Rice is a 3-2 team. Baylor's
screwing it up for you.
Right. Baylor's the one. And you whipped that team, right? That game was never even competitive.
Yeah. And Kansas got quarterback issues now because Jalen Daniels hadn't played in, 3 games this year now?
But they won again.
Yeah, they
beat
won.
UCF on Saturday.
Well, because Jason Bean practiced probably this week. We didn't practice against Texas.
Well, look, they caught a break. And this is what this bye week will be about. The Longhorns, this was the one big question. The Longhorns, through their first 4 games, it checked a lot of boxes about, okay, this team has a lot of substance, and I still think it does.
Mm-hmm.
But we hadn't seen it play a really good quarterback. And not only did that really good quarterback show up, he played great. And they broke out a lot of new things we hadn't seen from the quarterback. Dillon Gabriel's averaging 30 yards rushing per game coming into that game.
Per game.
And he ran for 115.
Had 14 rushes, or was it 14?
15. Yeah, he was their leading rusher.
He tied for his most rush attempts in his career.
Right.
So they knew this was deliberate. This was intent. This was part of the game plan baked in. And I had a texter say that playing Jalen Daniels against Kansas wouldn't have mattered. I disagree. This is why. Think about how we all felt about Texas offensive line after the Rice game. Going into the Bama game. Think about it.
Struggling.
We all were thinking, that's not good. If you're struggling versus Rice to pass protect, what is Alabama going to do to you in Tuscaloosa? And what did Sark say? We'll get it fixed. He went back to the lab, and your theory, they practiced one-on-ones, right?
Good
on good. I think you're right about that, too. I think Sark kind of hinted at that, too, but he didn't say it. And they probably had one of the most physical practice they've had during the season in a long time because he's thinking, we're going to Tuscaloosa, and we ain't ready to knock against Tuscaloosa, man. We're going to get ran out of the building. And he got them ready to go. And they fixed some of their pass protection issues versus Bama. You know, Nick Saban tried to exploit it. They couldn't do it. Actually, Texas won the lines of scrimmage in that game. And the offensive line played great. So my point is this staff has actually proven to me that, I always say coaches are problem solvers, that they can solve the problem. But the problem was never presented to them, right? They didn't play a good quarter. They played 3 backup quarterbacks in a row. They had false confidence about, our secondary, we damn sure can hold up. Get pressure on the quarterback? You damn right we can. Well, against mid-tier quarterbacks you can, but what about in a high-level elite quarterback in that system? I'm not saying he's an elite quarterback, Dillon Gabriel overall, but in that system, he is. Nobody is better in that system than he is because he's played in it more than any other quarterbacks played in their system. He's got a comfort level in that system better than any quarterback and a familiarity better than any quarterback in their system in the country. So my point is, if they had played Jalen Daniels, he'd exposed how Texas defends the quarterback run game. Not very well. He'd have exposed Texas and a real quarterback throwing the football downfield and threatening the Texas secondary and see if they can hold up. And then if it exposed that, you would have went into the week, all right, preparing a different way, saying, well, we don't have false confidence about our secondary holding up, and I won't just depend on us to get a natural organic pass rush. We're going to come after the game. We're going to blitz them. You'd have had a different game plan. False confidence was also a part of what was Texas' downfall in this game defensively.
Yeah, that was the question we had, right? What will they look like against a pass-based offense and a quarterback who's played in that system his whole life? He's a 6th-year player and didn't get to play in this game a year ago. He was on the sidelines but wasn't able to play and had to watch a 49-0 team. That's why I say Oklahoma played like the more desperate team. They played the more passionate football, I thought, for 4 quarters. And the path to victory for OU was a great performance by their quarterback, which they got, and then forced some mistakes by Texas, which they did. They forced the 2 early turnovers because somebody said that Ewers, Gabriel blew away Ewers in the performance. Look, after the first quarter, Quinn Ewers was 24 of 25. And the one incompletion probably should have been a pass interference on Xavier Worthy when he got run through. That was the only incompletion in the final 3 quarters of the game. Quinn Ewers was phenomenal after the rough start, and the rough start was huge to the game. No one's arguing that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Those were critical moments. I mean, that led to points, and it led to an early hole, but Steve Sarkisian, rolled the dice and got Texas back in the game. The block punt for the touchdown was massive. Jeff Banks' special team.
Jeff Banks, yeah, good job. Special teams showed up.
teams was
Auburn
big.
showed up, had a great game.
They did.
Special teams wrecked shop.
And so there's a lot that you still like, but you're right. The secondary was exposed. It obviously didn't help that Ryan Watts wasn't able to play, and he got hurt.
Jalen Catalon got hurt.
Catalon got hurt on a fluky play early in the first half.
He made like the first 3 tackles.
He did.
He was Ali Catalon for the first 3.
He was
He's
off to
coming
a-
right down here.
Yeah, well, that hurt.
It hurt not having that guy a little bit.
And
yeah.
then I do think credit to Jeff Levy and Brett Venables in Oklahoma. They broke out the quarterback run game, which they hadn't used all year. And I thought that helped slow down the Texas pass rush because that all of a sudden Texas was thinking about the run.
Pass
more
rush
than-
lanes.
Pass rush lanes
Yeah.
more than getting after the quarterback.
Totally agree.
And that threw Texas's defensive line off balance. And then
And then the pace. The tempo
The
did
tempo
too.
was a
The
killer.
tempo wore them out. Let's be honest.
It
Tempo
did.
wore out that D-line, and
It
they
did.
had a hard time getting
It
to the
did.
quarterback
And
after
I
that.
also think that, again, injuries are part of the game. Jake Major's injury was critical, especially when Jake Majors went out and your backup center would have been Cole Hudson, who was also hurt. And so going down to your third string center, a redshirt freshman who's never played before.
Think about last year, it was in luck more than anything, but it was also remarkable. They had the entire offensive line go through the entire season together.
Yeah.
Last season.
Yeah.
Remember how remarkable that was?
It
And
was.
Even Kyle Flood said, I've never had that happen, actually. He's like, all my years of coaching O-lines, that's never happened. And I think this year, now it's regressing to the mean. That's just, you don't go throughout the whole season without, significant injuries on O-line at every level.
But that's what that rivalry's about, right? A
Yeah.
couple critical injuries, your own slow start. Oklahoma came playing like a,
Ooh, a hornet's nest, man.
Hornet's
To start
nest.
out, they came, but
Oh.
they got embarrassed last year. We also said that, and we said,
It was gonna
man,
happen.
they're coming out giving you
But
everything,
and
all
that-
the smoke.
and that's another check for the Longhorns. They weathered the early storm and got themselves back into the game. And but again, the clock management things are fair criticisms. Is Sark too focused on play calling, and is there not somebody in his ear saying, "Coach, let's milk some time here. Let's milk some time here."
Come on.
Because once you cross midfield and you hit that big pass and you're in control of the game and the ball, you're where you want to be. You do have an Oklahoma team that looks gassed on defense. That's where the dumbass coach has to come into Sark and say, because Sark got the heads on, he's calling plays.
He's in his zone.
He's
You can
in-
tell. He's squatting. He's in
He's in his play calling zone, and he's
in
your
his
play
zone.
caller.
Yeah.
And it's like, Coach, 10 more seconds on each play.
Come on, man.
Just let
Ooh.
if we don't sub, they can't sub. It's not a big deal.
It's
Let
not a
them
big
get
deal.
set. It's fine.
Yeah. Jonathan Brooks is running it down the throat. We good. Like
Yeah.
you were wearing. You were.
You're in a tie.
You're right. That's a good point. Your depth had finally. It took forever, but your depth had finally kind of worn Oklahoma down a little bit.
Well, because I know I
It just
commented
took
during the in-game watch on Inside Texas and the On Texas Football Channel, which, by the way, thanks for everybody that tuned in on that and
Good stuff.
commented. Because I was pointing out to Ian Boyd, who was with me at the time, look, but then the Oklahoma's defensive line was standing up on a couple of snaps on that drive where they were so tired, they got their hands on their hips, and the Longhorns are snapping the ball, yet they were throwing it. I'm like, dude, just run it.
Just run it.
Give it to Jay Brooks. Let him go.
That's a great point.
So again,
Yeah.
that's a fair criticism. Sark will have a press conference at 11 o'clock. We'll get an update on the injuries to Jake Major. We're being told it's a high ankle sprain. They're expecting, by the way, to get Cole Hudson back after the break. Cole Hudson is targeted to be back after the
For
bye
U of
week
H, yeah.
for U of H,
That'd be good.
which would be good. But again, you also then just tip your cap to the Oklahoma Sooners, who played a better game, and now they're in the top 5 in the country. They're feeling really good about themselves. They have a prove-it win. But the fact that Alabama went and won at A&M on Saturday, disappointing for the Aggies, but big for Texas, because if Alabama keeps winning, if you get back to that Big 12 championship game, Rod, if you can fight your way back with 6 games to go, the opposition the rest of the way already has 15 losses. The teams you're going to play. Houston's a 3-loss team. Best team you play that's left is BYU, and they're 4-1. They had a bye week this week. Kansas State lost at Stillwater on Friday night. They're not very good. Their quarterback.
Their secondary's got
TCU,
their defense has got some issues.
TCU lost to Iowa State on Saturday. They're not any good.
How the hell did you lose to Iowa State? Iowa State's struggling, right? That's crazy.
So if you handle your business, fix the problems that you just identified, and we've talked about, you go 6-0 down the stretch. You finish 11-1. If West Virginia you need West Virginia to lose because West Virginia is an undefeated team right now in the Big 12. So you got to watch them.
Yeah.
But they do have to play out Oklahoma. West Virginia does. If you can get yourself back to Arlington and give yourself a chance to win the Big 12 championship, that was the goal, Rod. All gas, no excuses. Big 12 championship. The Longhorns still have that within their they're through the toughest part of their schedule. They own a huge win over Alabama and 3 other winning teams, and they lost the game to Oklahoma, and a lot of it was their own doing.
This is an interesting point by the texter, and I heard the guys on Longhorn Network talking about it. I think we should discuss it a little bit too. Sark had timeouts left too at the end of the game for Oklahoma's last drive. And there was some thought that when they start driving, when they get a rhythm, when it looks like, damn, they're going, they went down in 60 seconds, guys, like 62 seconds it took them to get down there. At one point, when they get that pass to Stoops and they get deep into your territory, should they have taken the timeout to organize? Okay, to organize themselves. Yeah, it seems
Ian
like
Boyd and anybody watching the in-game cast can verify. I said, boy, this feels like a basketball team that needs a timeout right now. This is happening.
Who cares
too
if I
quick.
stop the clock? Who cares?
Yeah,
we're on our heels.
yeah, we're the ones that are getting dunked on right now.
Yeah. We're under attack right now. We need to catch our breath.
Yeah.
So honestly, because I'm with you, it seemed like at that point, they're going to score. It seemed like to me like it was pretty obvious that they were going to score.
Right, those first 3 plays that got them into the red area. Now you're thinking, okay, let's powwow with PK. Do we need to change our plan here? Let's not get beat deep. Now let's see if we can heat up this quarterback a little bit. Let's see if we can, because remember, the Longhorns had gotten OU off the field, the previous 3 times in the fourth quarter. They had forced the fourth down they didn't get, forced a 3 and out. They had kind of gotten control of that run game and figured out some things of what they were doing. That's at the point, do you call the timeout, Sark? Let's rally the troops. Let's change. Even if we give up a field goal, we're still going overtime.
Still good. Yes, it's like because it looked like they were disorganized. Obviously, I mean, look at the miscommunication at the end of the game that led to the touchdown.
Blown coverage.
So I think that also is something we can kind of throw in there in terms of the time clock management and game management. Maybe Sark should have called a timeout there.
Could the coaches have done more? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Was this the worst coached game I've ever seen? No.
No, not at all. There were just certain times.
There was a lot of points where Sark was great, right? Going for it, understanding, answering momentum, answering big plays.
But this thing, Coach Stevens showed up at the worst possible times. He was predictable in that goal line situation with the jumbo package. He was predictable early in the game. The reason you got that pick, go back and watch. I'll explain it when we do Behind the Burns Curtain. Oklahoma knew exactly what was coming on that first pick. They knew exactly. Well, they knew the play. They knew everything. And I'll tell you why they knew the play. He was predictable early on, predictable on that goal line drive, and game and clock management. And those are kind of my 3 areas where Coach Stevens showed up at the wrong time, and we wanted Coach Sark there. But I like what Coach Sark did early on. He answered the call and responded and matched momentum and matched energy with Venables in that first quarter. That's why it was such a great quarter. Both coaches were doing it.
All right, we'll come back with a round of bullish or BS. Some of the topics outside of this Longhorn-Oklahoma game, including are the Miami Dolphins on pace, are going to be the best offense of all time. All time. Details coming. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Bullish or BS time. Congratulations, by the way, to the Austin Gamblers who brought us Bullish and BS up to their big weekend here. They clinched the regular season crown of the PBR over the weekend. Jose
Nice.
Victor Leme on his way to another MVP. There is another MVP in the bull riding circuit as they wrap that up with the playoffs in Vegas coming up. But congratulations to the Austin Gamblers, one of the
Shout
wins
out.
of the weekend. Shout out, because it didn't go great for the Longhorns, the Cowboys, the Texans, the Aggies.
It's not as bad for the Longhorns, though. And I know it's devastating. My point is they still have a lot of their goals intact down the line. Big 12 championship, and it looks like all roads are leading to a rematch of Texas-Oklahoma in the Big 12 title.
I'm feeling a lot worse about the Cowboys right now.
Exactly.
Well, bullish
Great
or
point.
BS, the
Yeah.
Cowboys are a paper tiger.
Oh,
Bullish or
man.
BS?
I just think
Bullish.
is it possible, guys, that the 49ers are just that much better?
No. They've beaten the Jets, the Patriots, and the Giants.
They
Guys,
give up-
They're the three worst teams in the NFL, possibly. Maybe not the Jets.
Dude, the Cardinals beat the Cowboys.
Yeah, and the Cardinals suck.
they have one
But the
again.
Cowboys played the 49ers tougher than the Cowboys, so maybe they are. That's all I'm putting. Like,
I think
it's-
both things
it's-
can be true.
It's
I
tough
think
to
the
do the
Niners can
comparison thing. It's tough to do that.
because it's one thing to get beat. It's another thing to get humiliated, which the Cowboys did last
They didn't
night.
show up.
They didn't just get beat; they got
They didn't
just
show up.
outclassed, pantsed. Is Brock Purdy bullish or BS? Brock Purdy's better than Dak Prescott.
Yes.
So bullish.
Bullish. I thought it was going to be an interesting conversation. You guys were like, no, he's better. Done deal. We don't need to talk about it. There's no,
I'm
there's
done
no
with
debate.
that.
Boy, would you trade him player for player right now?
Yeah, I'd trade just about any other quarterback in the NFL for Dak Prescott at this point.
Dak said he didn't see it coming. Didn't see it
He
coming.
got that small Dak energy, man. No, listen, I'll say that the offense doesn't help him. I think Mike McCarthy doesn't seem like he's a very creative play caller either.
I'm
Well,
really
he's not, right? I mean, I think when you let Kellen Moore go, and we talked about this,
They got to face him next week.
right? You play the Chargers next
They
week.
got to face him.
When you step back in time with your offense,
Exactly.
you're not keeping up with what offenses are doing. You're stepping back, to try to protect your quarterback. And we understand it was about the defense, but your defense gave up more points in this game than they had given up all season combined.
They were exposed a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's the 49ers. Shannon
Well, I think
exposes everybody.
Yeah, I think
the offense put the defense in terrible positions.
Also
I mean,
agreed.
6 out of the first 7 drives, they didn't get a first down.
yeah, they were awful.
You're right.
And
They
then
got
the
no support.
turnovers, three picks by Dak. Tony Pollard had a fumble. This is bad.
Tony Pollard's also been a
Been a
huge
bust.
disappointment this
Hey,
year.
as someone who owns him in fantasy and has got nothing out of him.
Nothing.
So you have Tony Pollard and Jahmyr Gibbs. Is that the same team?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Jahmyr Gibbs been great, but I'm okay in that league. It's Pollard. I'd also have Austin Eckler, who's hurt. I mean, come on now. What are we doing here?
I'm happy they didn't sign him to a long-term extension.
Well, he's
That's one
he's
of
your
the better
franchise
moves.
player, and he's
Smart
not
move.
playing like it. But it was a wholesale collapse. Now, let me ask you this: bullish or BS? And I know we've talked about it, Rod. You've predicted this. The Miami Dolphins are the best offense of all time. This past weekend, they've put 31 points and over 500 yards on the Giants, and could have done more, but they kind of pulled it in the fourth quarter. They now have more total yards than any team through their first 5 games of any team in history. They passed the greatest show on turf, the
That's crazy.
2000 Rams. How about 8.3 yards per play?
Like how? What?
8 point, almost a first down on every play. Devin A. Chen has come in and out of
Yeah,
Texas
he's
A&M
balling. He's good. He's
and has
balling.
had 3 straight 100-yard games, and he gets 100 yards in like 8 carries.
Yeah, because he was like 2 explosive plays of like over 30 yards or something to get most of his chunky yardage.
Tyreek
plays.
Hill had a big game. Jalen Waddle had a big game.
And they brought in Chase Claypool now. Some more speed.
Yeah, best offense ever, maybe.
I need to see more. I got to see that
Gotta
because
see
they
more.
went up against that Buffalo defense and Buffalo
Wanna-
smacked them around a little
wanna-
bit. So I want to see them against some better defenses.
Can I ask you one more bullish or BS question? 2 of them before we
Yeah.
get to the top of the hour. This one,
Let's do
I
it.
want you to hear the head coach of the Minnesota Gophers. They got shillelied by Michigan over the weekend.
Shillelied.
Shillelied. Here is what
Oh,
PJ Fleck
Yeah, I
said
like
about
him.
Michigan.
Row the boat.
Here's what
They're
his
as
thoughts
good
on.
as advertised. That's. I said this on the radio a second ago. I think they're the best football team I've seen in 11 years of being a head coach. I've never seen a football team like that deep. I'm not sure if this is true, but I was told this walking off the field. I think they traveled 75 people and maybe played like 74 of them. I don't know. I mean, they're one of the deepest teams, one of the best teams, one of the biggest teams, fastest teams, strongest teams, and they do not make mistakes. They are truly like a boa constrictor, and they do not beat themselves. They're very good at each position.
All right, there you go.
They're
There's PJ Fleck. Is Michigan the best team in the country? Bullish or BS, Rod?
Ooh.
Georgia beat up
They
on
beat
Kentucky.
up on. I'm going to go. Oh, man, that's a good one. I'm going BS right now. I don't know because I don't know.
They haven't played
Like
anybody.
I don't know. Yeah, how am I supposed to know that?
Georgia hadn't either, really.
Yeah, I need more of a sample
Kentucky
size.
was an undefeated team, so we'll give them that.
They could be though. They could be.
I'd put Michigan over Georgia right now just because of J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah,
I
I
have
think
more
he's a
trust
better
in
player.
him than I have
Yeah.
in Carson Beck.
Carson Beck played a
I
heck
see
of a
that.
game, and you wonder if that game at Auburn where they had to stare down a loss, that Carson Beck grew up in that game and showed that he can be a big-time quarterback. But that's PJ Flex thought best team he's seen in 11 years. Rod,
It's a bold
TY, you had a
statement.
bullish or BS.
Bold statement.
Bullish or BS, the Miami Hurricanes, was that the worst loss you've ever seen in your life? We haven't talked about
It
it yet.
was honestly in
Worst
terms of
coaching loss.
it's coaching malpractice is what it was.
It's
All you had
terrible.
to do
Play
was
that
kneel.
for you.
All you had to do was kneel the football, and you'd have won the game. And by the way, this is the second time Cristobal has a loss like this.
He has one at
where
Oregon.
He could have kneeled, and he decides to run it
Lost to
instead.
Stanford.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, Mario Cristobal, the coach of Miami, they were up 20-17 on Georgia Tech.
Oh,
Georgia Tech was out of timeouts. It was under 40 seconds on the clock. All they had to do was take a knee and go to the victory.
what are we doing?
Go to the locker room. Instead, he hands it off. Kid fumbles. 4 plays later, Georgia Tech's in the end zone, and they win it 23-20. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, as bad as it can get right there.
That's bad, man.
And that's their first loss, by the way. Miami would have been 5-0.
Oh. What does coach say in that locker room to those guys? What do you say?
I'm a dumbass.
You have to. You got to admit you screwed that up.
Yeah.
The boys say the players are playing their tails off, and the coach is screwing it up.
Screwed it up. Yeah, and you can't. I mean, just take a knee.
What are you doing?
And even I think one of the Hasselbecks, I think, was calling the game for ESPN. I was like, why aren't they taking a knee? Like it's under 40 seconds. They don't have time out. Why aren't they taking a
Come
knee?
on, man. Every coach in the country is screaming at the TV.
All Longhorn fans were screaming at the TV on the goal line stand.
Oh.
On the end of the game, use more time. Longhorns lose. It's bullish or BS all morning long. The good, the bad, and the ugly from a great weekend. The Monday after counseling therapy session. We're here for you. Wasn't a good weekend. The weather was phenomenal. Finally got a nice weather weekend, beautiful weather weekend, but the teams of the area did not perform. How about Longhorns come up short, had the lead with 1:17 to go, left too much time, and then couldn't hold it. We're talking about the autopsy of a Longhorn loss in the 119th Red River rivalry. Do want to thank all of the folks who made it happen last week. Our trip up to Terry Black's Barbecue in Dallas on Friday afternoon. Thank you to Richard Strever and the team at One Source Gas for their support on that and our partnership. Also Terry Black and the team there. Friends at Inside Texas, Jerry Hamilton and Bobby Burton and the crew, you, Rod, who made that all happen. It was a fun week, but disappointing ending, obviously. Also, if you're of local flavor, the Austin FC are not going to the playoffs. They're making big changes. We'll tell you about that coming up. The Aggies got beat. Texas State blew a late lead and lost.
A&M losing, that was redeeming.
Redeeming. Alabama keeps winning. They haven't lost except for Texas. I would also say that Baylor, if you're up that way, they lost badly. Joey McGuire's team came to town and made it look easy.
Yeah, it's not
Dave
good.
Miranda's team is spiraling.
Struggling.
How about my Rangers, though?
Yeah, Rangers are the one bright spot. Astros split, so they're fine. They need 2 more wins and 3 more wins. Or 2 more wins, and they'll get to the playoffs. But, yeah, Minnesota's going to be no pushover. And the Rangers, Rangers are the streakiest team in baseball, have been all year. They get on these super hot streaks and they get on these super cold streaks. And fortunately for them, they're on a hot streak right now. Because the last week of the season was bad and they cost themselves the division. Astros won the division, but here they are 4-0 and have outscored the opposition 25-11 in 4 playoff games. Beat up the Orioles yesterday. Bullpen made it a little scary at the end, but they get her done. So, yes, the Rangers, the bright spot of the sports weekend.
In the state of Texas?
Or certainly in central Texas. Texans couldn't hold a lead. Got beat at the buzzer. I was watching that Texas State game because it was on ESPNU. Texas State was up double digits. They're about to go to 5-1, and then 2 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes by the Raging Cajuns, and they lose 34-30. So disappointment all around, but great month of October is here. We're going to hear from Steve Sarkisian coming up, his opening thoughts after the 34-30 loss, and we'll continue the deep dive conversation about these Horns. First, let's get you caught up one more time on the headlines of the morning. Top Gun, appreciate them as well. Reynolds and Lawn Equipment bringing it to you. We start with Longhorns. They're down to number 9, tumble from 3 to 9, 6 spots in the latest AP Top 25 after their 34-30 loss to OU. The 5-1 Longhorns now slotted behind 8th-ranked Oregon and ahead of USC as they head into their bye week. Houston will be the opponent in 2 weeks. OU, meanwhile, rose 7 spots to 5. Georgia still number 1, followed by Michigan, Ohio State, and Florida State. NFL, safe to say Longhorns humbled in Dallas, but the Cowboys humiliated in their showdown game with the 49ers, 42-10. Kyle Shanahan's team dominated in every way, racked up over 420 total yards, held Dallas to under 200. Brock Purdy threw for 252 and 4 scores, 3 of them to the tight end George Kittle. Dak Prescott threw 3 interceptions. Cowboys are 3-2 on the year. Niners 5-0. Joining the Eagles as the only 2 unbeatens. Eagles beat the LA Rams yesterday afternoon. Tough loss for the Texans. Their rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud, again, a interceptionless game. Put them in front 19-18 with a touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz with under 2 minutes to go. But Desmond Ridder and the Falcons had too much time. They went back down the field and won it with a game-winning field goal. Texans fall to 2-3. They're a game back of both Jacksonville and Tennessee, who both won yesterday. Major League Baseball, as we mentioned, Rangers now 4-0 in the postseason. They beat the Orioles yesterday 11-8. Big Mitch Garver grand slam difference there. Rangers will now come back to Arlington with 1 win away from the ALCS. Astros, meanwhile, will head to Minnesota, knotted at 1 in their divisional series with the Twins. They lost to Minute Maid Park last night 6-2. Former Astro Carlos Correa, 3 hits, 3 RBIs. The right-hander Pablo Lopez was dominant for 7 shutout frames for Minnesota. One day after they're being eliminated from the MLS playoffs with a 4-2 loss to LAFC at Q2 Stadium. Major news from Austin FC headquarters. With a statement yesterday, the sporting director, Rodolfo Burrell, reaffirmed his faith in head coach Josh Wolf, but announced multiple changes through the team's scouting and personnel departments. He stressed that identifying global and national talent and new long-term vision for roster construction is paramount. He closed the statement by saying, I believe Josh and his staff deserve increased levels of support from our scouting network, and we intend to deliver that support immediately.
Once again, the red zone issues for Texas.
Yeah.
They're a serious. They're a serious matter at this point. I think that's you could, if you want to, throw it in there and say, honestly, Texas' inability to score in the red zone cost them the Texas-Oklahoma game. You could, if you want to just simplify it and just say, you know what, honestly, if they just cashed in the red zone, they had a goal line opportunity, 4 tries, couldn't get in there, got a turnover on downs. And then the interception in the red zone, too, was crucial. And so you came away with 0 points 2 times you were there in the red zone. Yeah. I mean, you could argue that's the game in a nutshell.
4-point game, yeah.
And that's a big, by the way, that's something that's been plaguing this team all season. Honestly, I think they're connected. I think the opening script issues, Longhorn fans want that solved because the opening script hasn't been as sexy and hasn't been as prolific and productive as Sark's first 2 years. The opening script was great, but this team is now one of the top 10 teams in second half scoring and fourth quarter scoring. But I think the red zone issues and the opening script issues are related, and here's why. I think they're kind of post Bijan and Rojo issues that probably would have been issues earlier, but Bijan and Rojo cover that up. Right? The opening script, I always say, Sark's opening script in the first 2 years, they were Tarantino-esque. I mean, they were amazing scripts. Everybody's like, his opening scripts are amazing. It's one of the best opening scripts in the country. Yeah, but opening scripts are easy when you have A-listers acting in your script, right? When you got Denzel, when you got Tom Hanks, it's an easier script to write for those A-list actors. I think when you had Bijan and Rojo, maybe it was easier in terms of defining who you are and your identity. And your opening game plan, your opening script is usually about what's your identity, how you're trying to set the tone, who are you? And for Texas, sometimes I think they struggle about who they are, even though they have a lot of weapons. I think Sark struggles about who this team is and what they want to be in terms of the identity of it. And also think in the red zone, that's when your identity also needs to show itself, right? If you're a power team, you're a physical team, then down there in the red zone, that's when you assert yourself. Texas has a tough time, in my opinion, in the red zone and with the opening script because I think they are post Bijan and Rojo issues that we kind of took for granted in Sark's first 2 years because those guys were so amazing in the red zone. It was easy. Find a way to get the ball to Bijan and Rojo. Opening script, easy. Half of that damn script's going to Bijan and Rojo.
Right. Well, in this game, you had 2 plays, right? You threw a pass to Xavier Worthy and went for a loss of 2 yards because, again, Jatavian Sanders missed a block on the little quick screen, and then the next pass was intercepted by Gentry Williams on the next play. You said you were going to document how that play came about, why you thought Brett Venables and his team schemed it up, knew what was coming.
Yep, I'll get into that.
We'll get into that coming up behind the burnt orange curtain. But you're right about that. The red zone was brutal. Now, I will say when the goal line stand, because somebody said, was that schematic or was that, issues? Was it scheme-wise or play calling? Look, I mean, you've got, 2,000 pounds of mass trying to push to get a yard with the running back right now who leads the nation in rushing behind it.
Big humans,
right? I mean, you should be able to
get a yard.
I mean, Jonathan Brooks now 726 yards, trails only Troy's running back Kamani Vidal for rushing yards. So you've got the second leading rusher in the nation.
He's top 5 in almost every category. Rushing Ross.
So I know you can, because they went jumbo, and this is the first time we've seen Tavondre Sweat in the game, along with Byron Murphy. So they went super jumbo, ran the same play twice essentially, and then did one to the perimeter. Then came back with a 4th down pass.
Yeah, it was arrogant, and I'm not mad about him being arrogant about it. Your mantra is big humans. You recruit them. All right, you got the biggest offensive line in the Big 12. You have a big thing about Mass Humans, Pancake Factory. So paying good money for them. Shout out to the BMDs. So this is your thing. The reason you go up there with that game plan, with Tavondre Sweat, with Byron Murphy, because you're telling everybody in the stadium and everybody watching, you know where we're going. You just can't stop all this mass and all this girth coming right at you. You ain't got a chance. And that's what it is. And they stopped you. They stopped you 4 times in a row in the goal line. And that's when you argue, well, aren't you a very creative, innovative mind? Couldn't you have found a way to scheme defenders out of the box rather than just say, you know what, we're going to play bully ball because that's who we are.
He was trying to make a statement.
He was trying to make a statement. And
start of the 4th quarter.
Oklahoma made a statement. What they did was, since you were so predictable, because you ran behind the jumbos every time. You ran behind Sweat. You ran behind Murphy every time. They just came right off the butt of those guys as lead blockers. Right when the lead blocker went to the second level, go watch OU defenders. They come right off his butt. You can tell they were coached on it. Let him go to the second level, and then we coming right off his butt because that's where the ball carrier is going to be.
Yep.
And they did it. They did it 3 times in a row. It was brilliant.
Yeah, was. And then, of course, the quick pass to Xavier Worthy.
Which was not very creative. It was just...
I didn't love that play.
I don't think anybody
That was the
did.
one I didn't love. The other three, I can give Oklahoma credit, but they were trying to make a statement, and that's why how I started the show. I think
you don't deserve to win if you can't score on the goal line with 4 downs in the Texas A&M game.
And factually, that play didn't cost you anything going the other way because Oklahoma missed a field goal, so it didn't cost you points, and you came back down and scored and then took the lead. But yes, the goal line and the red zone offense. Because I mean, the interception by Quinn. The first time you got in the red zone, that one was equally problematic.
Yeah.
Because by the way, Billy Bowman, number 2, played a great game.
Mm-hmm.
Big hit, forces the turnover. Quinn kind of forced it, a little bit of a high throw, and that's another part of the bad fortune for Texas. Your All-American tight end wasn't healthy. Gave you what he could, but certainly was not the explosive player we've seen all year long. That hurt, along with the Jalen Catalon injury, the Jake Majors injury. These are all, but that's football. That's football. You got to coach around that. Longhorns had a chance to win this game and didn't. Let's hear from Sark. This is how he started his press conference right after the game from the Cotton Bowl. Opening thoughts.
Okay, I think first of all, hard-fought game. Tip my cap to Oklahoma. That was a nice win for them to battle back at the end the way that they did. I think one thing I never question about our group and these guys here is their fight, their resiliency, and they absolutely displayed that today when we didn't play our best football today. We turned the ball over 3 times. Then we didn't create any turnovers. We had 9 penalties, which was very uncharacteristic for us. 1 of 3 in the red area. And in the end, I think they had 5 sacks or something. And so, and then, our inability to corral the quarterback and his legs really hurt us there, scrambling, especially in the second half. So, that was not our best football. But in the end, not playing our best football, the connectivity that these guys have with one another, their fight, their resiliency gave us an opportunity to take the lead late. We just couldn't finish the game. So, the promising thing is I know we can play better than we played today, and we will. But we need to coach better. We need to play better than we did today. And we got to take it one game at a time moving forward now. So proud of the guys, proud of the way they battled and competed. But we need to play better football if we want to be the team that I know we're capable of being.
Right there, Sark. And that's the frustrating part, right? I mean, you give Oklahoma credit. They were the team that played more desperate football, I thought. Their game plan was tremendous. They had the good fortune for them of not having a tough schedule, so they could really sink their teeth into this game all offseason. And then even during the early part of this season, playing the likes of Cincinnati and Arkansas State in the games they played. But the frustration for Texas, Rod, I have to believe, is just how good the team can be at times. But consistency within games remains a weakness. And Sark mentioned the uncharacteristic game they played. I mean, this hadn't been a turnover-prone team. They made 3 turnovers, or 4 if you count the goal line stand. They hadn't been a penalty-prone team. They had 9. They were big. And they've talked all year about playing complementary football, Rod, where one picks up the other. They didn't do that as a team yesterday or Saturday. And all those things that was new for the season. This team had checked a lot of boxes in those categories for the first month into the month of October. And that's why it's frustrating that, on that day, give Oklahoma credit for forcing some of the mistakes and playing a really good football game, and their quarterback was tremendous. But the Longhorns their own worst enemy when it mattered most, and that's frustrating for Longhorn fans, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I think Longhorn fans are going to have to come. It's okay to understand that your team made some mistakes, but these were not unforced errors. Oklahoma came into this matchup with the national lead in interceptions. They got 2 of them. They were leading the Big 12 in takeaways. They got 3 of them. That's what they do really well, and they forced Texas to basically play out of character. And that's something that was very much in character for them. Texas was supposed to dominate the trenches because they got big humans, and that D-line had been so stout up until that point. Well, it turns out when you're playing a quarterback who can play at a competent level and who's comfortable within that system, that Texas defensive line was neutralized. And the Texas did not win the lines of scrimmage against Oklahoma. They did not dominate the lines of scrimmage. That's something we also thought would happen. We also thought Quinn Ewers would outplay Dillon Gabriel because Dillon Gabriel hadn't played in this game before. Hell, as a matter of fact, Texas had the experience advantage overall because they had more players who had played in the Texas OU game. Oklahoma had a lot of new players, 40-something new players on that roster. A lot of guys who didn't know what the Texas OU game was even about, who played crucial snaps in that game and played critical roles in that game. And they found a way to beat Texas. So Texas, a lot of the things that we thought were going to be advantage of Texas, that they were a disciplined football team, they were not disciplined in that environment. That environment borrowed out the worst part of Texas game. Now, they rallied and they did battle through adversity. Love the way they responded in the second half, in the fourth quarter. But we're talking about championship-level football. Like, that's the difference. In championship-level football, you got to find a way to win games like this because if you're going to win a championship, this is not the last time you're going to play a game like this.
Yep. The turnover is critical. Your quarterback, got to mention Quinn Ewers. After the rough first and early start, he was tremendous. Threw for 350 yards, and really at one stretch was 24 of 25, which is why a lot of fans and observers thought maybe they should go for it on that 4th and 4. Your quarterback, Oklahoma's defense tired. Your quarterback has been razor sharp since their early struggles. He's starting to see the field. You go for it on 4th and 4 instead of kicking the field goal. Sark said, no, we got to get the lead here with 1:17 to go.
Points.
Take the points. But as you said, there shouldn't have been a 1:17 on the clock at that point. If they had milked more clock, it could have been down under 40 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. But I will say the slow start by Quinn and his draft, whenever he's drafted, the draft highlight film, there'll be some throws from this game on there because he really was. I mean, some of his throws were fantastic. They were just NFL caliber throws, next level throws. But the slow start for Quinn. Right, the 2 interceptions to start off, but then he found his groove. Give Sark some credit, by the way, for getting his quarterback back into a rhythm. I played with Chris Sims as an NFL quarterback too, but there were sometimes his games were spiraled after a bad play early. All right, you don't want your quarterback to do that. You'd like them to find their groove and, battle adversity and figure it out. And he did that. But the slow start, remember what I said all last week, that if you can show Quinn something on the field that he has not seen on film and Sark has not prepared him for, he will have a slow start. That's been the case so far this season. Sark even talked about it versus Rice in Wyoming. He didn't say that directly, but based on context clues, we hypothesized those are the 2 games that he said 2 teams gave us a look on the field that we didn't prepare for and we didn't see on film. I'm assuming those were the 2 games because those were the slow starts for Quinn. And the Alabama game, he had a fast start, but we know they prepped well for Alabama probably for months. This game, Xavier Worthy said in the postgame, so did Jonathan Brooks. They both said, yeah, they gave us a look on the field that we did not prepare for, we didn't see for on film. Boom. And by the way, we knew that was going to happen because E played the sound for y'all of Colt McCoy saying last week, oh, yeah, Brent Venables, every time you play that guy, he's going to give you a different look than what you prepared for, something you didn't see on film. They did that. That's why Quinn started slow. So give Brent Venables some credit because he knew I got to give him something early on that he hasn't seen. If I do that, then Quinn will struggle early. But the maturity factor is he did find his way.
That will, but then you also give credit to your own coach who got you back in it with some ballsy calls of his own, right? 4th down goes and fake punts. And it was a heck of a ball game. I'll say this. Another place where I will, throw the criticism flag is, okay, after you didn't milk the clock enough, you kicked the field goal, you took the points, fine with it. When Oklahoma went 55 yards on their first 3 plays of that drive, which they did, and it was almost too easy.
Like 20-some seconds it took them.
Yeah,
like that.
And they went from the 25-yard line to their own 20, to Texas's 20 in 3 plays.
Yeah.
At that point, I think Sark should have called a timeout. I think he should have taken one of his timeouts and said, okay, guys, we've now given up the field goal, essentially. We're gonna concede the field goal.
Yeah.
But we're not giving up overtime.
Agreed.
We're not giving up overtime. At that point, call timeout. All right, PK, let's rally the troops here. Let's change up. I understand maybe playing a little prevent defense and nobody behind us from their 25. Now they're on our 20. Now we've got to defend 20 yards. They don't have a timeout. This is where I would like to see more, PK, let's get after it. Let's see if we can heat up this quarterback. Because, by the way, Rod, if you can get a sack, they don't have a timeout, all of a sudden you're forcing them to maybe kick a longer field goal, all the things. That's where I wish they had done it. Instead, they didn't. They let Oklahoma continue to go fast, and they got a pass interference call on Terrence Brooks. Yeah. That led them down inside the 5. Then we know what happened, right? You got one stop on a Dillon Gabriel rush, but then Nick Anderson, the freshman from Katy, snuck to the back of the corner of the end zone. Longhorns blew the coverage. And as you said, it was just, you saw Derek Williams communicate it, but
did.
didn't get heard because David Benda never looked
It
over.
wasn't confirmed by Benda.
Yeah, so as a receiver goes in motion, Derek Williams is trying to hand off the receiver
He's trying
to
bump.
Benda.
He's trying to bump the coverage over to the other side. They call rolling the coverage. And yeah, usually you just you let them know, hey man, I'm bumping the coverage. Now the coverage responsibility is yours on that side. That means you guys need to account for 1 and 2 on your side. Jaron Thompson accounted for his guy, but then you saw 2 wide open. It was a switch release. You saw 2 wide open
Well,
because
you saw Jaron
Benda,
Thompson jumping up and down because he realized
he's like, you didn't
didn't
get
hear
the
it. You
call.
didn't hear him.
You didn't get the call. But that's why. And I got to go back and look at, that's on everybody. Everybody got to be yelling that stuff when you see it. Jaron Thompson should have been like,
look
Benda.
over.
Hey,
Benda's got to look over.
Yeah, Benda was just staring in the backfield.
They're in
but
Oklahoma's end zone. You can't hear anything.
You can't, but you can't. You
can see
can
the
still
signal.
find a way. Yeah, and you
Yeah.
need to go over there and pat him on the butt and be like, hey, dude, hey,
Well,
we
that's
we're rock and
where-
rolling this thing. So
Once
that
I
was a
get to
little
the
unfortunate.
20-yard line, I'm calling timeout.
No, I agree with you. I think that goes to game management. That's one of my 2 biggest issues with Sark in this game. He was predictable at times. Coach Steven reared his ugly head and sorry he was being predictable at times, especially on the goal line and early on in the game. And then, game management and clock management.
Frustrating.
Yeah, very, very frustrating.
And Dylan Gabriel played the game of his life, and they win that game. The goal is, we'll hear from Sark coming back. What about a rematch? Can you get yourself back to the game in Arlington? And you're going to need some help from Oklahoma, as a matter of fact. That's the irony of it, because now you need make sure West Virginia goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Mountaineers are undefeated right now, but still plenty of football left. They need to win that game. But Texas has to win out, get a little bit of luck with West Virginia, get themselves back in that game. We'll talk about it with you, obviously, all morning long, all week long into the bye week. Coming back, Rod will take us more behind that burnt orange curtain. Also some off the record before the end of the hour. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly on a Monday. Plenty of good around college football. Well, kind of bad, too. A lot of bad endings for the Longhorns, the Cowboys, Texans, Texas State. But, hey, listen, at least you had the ice-cold Bud Lights to help you get through it. That Texas OU game brought to you by Bud Light. Thanks to all the Bud Light fun this weekend out at our watch party, Rod, at the Fieldhouse at the Crossover. Also up at Terry Black's Barbecue in Dallas on Friday with our friends at One Source Gas and Bud Light. Appreciate Bud Light for all of your occasions, which is phenomenal. And Longhorns now looking to regroup and get themselves maybe back to a rematch with Oklahoma. Rod, the Longhorns' opponents that they've already played. Obviously, OU's undefeated. Alabama's a one-loss team. That one loss was to Texas. Kansas a one-loss team. Their one loss was to Texas. Wyoming's a one-loss team. One loss to Texas. Rice is a 3-2 team. The point of that is the Longhorns are through the toughest part of their schedule. The remainder of their schedule is a combined 18-15.
Oh, yeah. Look good, man. It's a good resume.
Now, they will also need little help because West Virginia is 2-0. Let's not sleep on West Virginia. And the Longhorns, unfortunately, don't play West Virginia. So they can't control their destiny in that regard. They don't see West Virginia. Technically, Oklahoma State, who's a 1-1 team, the Longhorns don't play them either. I mean, if the Longhorns handle their business the rest of the way, they'll be a one-loss Big 12 team.
I expect them to. Man, they put it on K-State. I didn't expect that. Right?
Yeah.
Who they
on a
beat?
Friday night.
Was that? Yeah, it was K-State.
That was at Stillwater. Will Howard threw 3 picks.
Yeah, they were underdog in that game too.
Yeah.
So
I don't think Oklahoma State has the staying power here at 3-2 overall.
I don't think so.
They've got a point differential of a point.
But I'm with you. I'm glad we don't have to play Gundy. I'm happy I don't have to play Gundy's a hell of a coach. We all know
or
it.
West Virginia, right?
Yeah.
I mean, BYU's the best team left at 4-1. Everybody else is 3-3. Texas, 2-3 for Houston, who they'll play next week. Houston had their bye week this week. They're going to play.
See, that's big though. Yeah, because I wonder they got to play what West Virginia said
this week. Yep,
West Virginia. That's going to be big for them.
Coming off of their bye, that's Dana Holgorsen against his former team, right? That game will be in Houston, and the Longhorns will go to Houston the following week. So that's where it stands. Longhorns, and let's hear from Sark before we go behind the burnt orange curtain, Rod. Sark talking about someone who's asked him at the Cotton Bowl press conference, what about a rematch with that Oklahoma team? Is that something that can be a carrot now?
Well, I expect us to get back on the horse. We got a locker room full of competitors. This is a tight-knit group. I'm super proud of them for what they bring every single day. Just proud of them today. And so we'll go one game at a time. I think this locker room is full of champions, and our goal is to go win a championship this year. So we got to go handle our business.
There you go. He's right about that, though. I mean, everything's still in front of the Longhorns. It does feel like, because it's such a big game, and it feels like a championship game. It's in the regular season, but it feels like it was a championship game or like a postseason game because of the magnitude of it, the pageantry all around it, the neutral site, fans split down the middle, and just of how much pomp and circumstance and hype that's surrounding the game, and the emotional high that you're on, the emotional charge that's surrounding the game, and the prep you put in. Say what you want about this. Coaches ain't putting just a weekly prep. The Oklahoma guys put in a ton of prep in the offseason for this game. They prepped for this game the way Texas prepped for Bama. And I guarantee you, Sark in the offseason was prepping for Oklahoma. When Mac would recruit us, he'd say, guys, we got to beat Oklahoma. We got to beat A&M. We got to do it. And when Mac had time in a bye week before Oklahoma, at any time, that was dedicated to Oklahoma or dedicated to whatever rival you were going to play next after that bye week. So with all of that, it just feels like I said, a postseason game, and there's a emotional letdown that when you lose, it feels like the season's almost over at times. And a big part of the leadership on this team is going to be picking this team back up and answering the call, getting back to work, and getting better week to week. That was the goal. So, trust me, as a guy who lost in this game more than I should have. It does feel like that, but we had great leadership, and we always bounced back really well. We went on like winning streaks, 6-game winning streaks.
I covered those teams.
Yeah, every time we lose Oklahoma, we'd go on a winning streak because we had really good leadership, and I think this team's got good leadership too. So we'll see.
Yeah, a lot of questions. We're going behind the burnt orange curtain. A lot of people talking about the 4th and 4 call. Actually, several people asked about the 3rd down call when it was 3rd and 10, and they ran the ball. Look, I'll explain.
On the last drive?
Yeah, on the last drive Texas had. Look, the sack on first down was critical. And if you watch that game, you know that the Longhorns center, Connor Robertson, was struggling.
Mm-hmm.
He did not have – I mean, he was – he's a third-string center and playing in his first big game, and they were taking advantage of that. And his guy had given up the sack on the first down play, which set you back. If that sack doesn't happen, the Longhorns hit a play there, I do think they're going in to score. But, the sack happened. And so now you're trying to coach around the sack, which is, okay, well, now we're into over 50 yards for our field goal here. We're to third down. It's 3rd and 10, yes. But if we take another sack, now we're out of field goal range, Rod.
Exactly.
So we ran the ball and got 6 yards, and then it's 4th and 4. Should he have gone for it there? I don't know. Sark said, I'm going to take a lead with 1:17 to go.
I agree with the call to take the points.
I agree.
do.
I agree.
I think now before that, you can argue about, whether they should have run the ball on certain downs rather than throwing the ball. I would argue my big issue with Sark is prior to that sack. And prior to him making the decision to go for the field goal and get in field goal range, I think they should have been able to milk just a little bit more time off the clock. I'm not saying milk it all the way down, but I think you could have taken, 77 seconds you had left for Dillon Gabriel. I think you could have taken that down to about 35 seconds or so.
During that drive.
During that drive. I think like 35. You probably could even got it down to the 20s, depending on if you would have ran the ball successfully. But like I said, after Xavier Worthy gets that 2nd and 10 reception and gets him a first down. I think it was like a 11 or 12-yard reception. Here is the amount of seconds left on the play clock when Texas snapped the ball on the next 6 downs. 28 seconds, 28 seconds, 27 seconds, 23 seconds, 24 seconds, 34 seconds. Like I said, I'm not saying take it all the way down to 5 seconds or 0 seconds, but there is an argument that you can take a 28-second snap down to 23.
Well, there were a couple of those you mentioned.
To 20, and then if you add those up, then instead of 77 seconds, he's got 30 seconds, 34 seconds.
Well,
that makes a huge difference.
Some of those times were when the clock was stopped, right? Because Oklahoma took a timeout. Texas took their own
timeout.
timeout.
No, that was only one time.
One timeout?
It's only one time. No, you're wrong about that. The only time they called the timeout was after that. That was after that sack, and that was after that. So every other time, the clock was running.
Yep.
The clock was running with the play clock.
How much time did they have when they got the ball back?
Who?
Texas on that final drive.
About 4 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yeah, which every team has a 4-minute offense.
Yeah. Which
is basically meant to milk the clock, so the opposing team doesn't get the ball back. They were in there 4-minute offense,
and I believe that's what. And you heard Sark say that was the goal. Sack knocked them back. Then they just had to worry about getting back into field goal range and not taking another sack.
Definitely, the initial plan was to score a touchdown there.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Well, you heard Sark say it. I mean, that was the goal, and that was where they're trying to go. And one play doesn't stop a drive, but that sack was critical because it knocked you back 4 yards, and now you're thinking about field goal range, clock. First down, you're going to run out of downs if you don't get it, and you need to be in field goal range when you get there. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. More deep dive thought, Texas and OU.
Okay, let's talk about predictability for Sark, the opening drive, the opening script for him. The first 2 plays, basically. Oklahoma made great plays because they got a tackle for a loss, and then they got the interception. The first play of the game, 12 personnel, they go stack twins to the opposite side. Guys, it was the exact same play they scored on in 2021. First play of the game. The exact same formation, personnel grouping, exact same play.
And that's when Xavier took it to the house.
And Xavier took it out. I don't know if she was trying to insult them. I don't know if it was Sark trying to, maybe him trying to make a statement that, I don't give. Hey, we gonna make some yardage on the exact same play we started 2021 in, but it was the exact same play in personnel grouping. Maybe they didn't have a shift in there that they had in 2021, but it was close to the same play. Yeah, that I don't. I'm sure that Brent Venables went back and watched the 2021 game. Hell, Bob Stoops been around there forever, so Bob Stoops is helping Brent Venables out a little bit. Like, hey man, keep up. Who's also another great defensive mind. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. That's shocking. That's the predictability I'm talking about. It's like, man, you pulled out a play from 2021 because it worked. That's great, but they also have seen that on film before. It's out there. It's established what you do out of that formation, that personnel grouping with that alignment of the receivers. I don't know. That to me is a little weird. Then you got the second play, and that should have been familiar to you too. It was the very first play they started out the Bama game in.
Wow.
It was the very first play. Remember, they went empty personnel or an empty formation out of 12 personnel. in the Bama game. It started out, they took the 2 tight ends and the running back went trips to that side in the Bama game, I believe it was to the boundary side. The trips was, and it was 2 tights and the running back to that side. And on the field side, they had the wide receivers, they were twins to the field side, and they ran double slant in the Bama game, and they ran a running back screen to the trip side. Same exact play. Except they, instead of throwing it to the running back screen, which they did in the Bama game, they threw it to the trip side. They just threw it to the wide receiver side. Same play, though. Same route combination. And Quinn, usually, he doesn't even read that play. He just turns, it's kind of a half-field read. So the defense, go look at Oklahoma's defense. As soon as Texas motions to empty, they all start doing the same hand signal. They all start doing it. They all do the same hand signal and go, we check, we know it. Go watch the DB on the play side where the double slant is. The cornerback doesn't move. His feet don't move. He's guarding A.D. Mitchell, who one of the most prolific wide receivers in the country, could run right by him. He's not worried about him running right by him. The coaches have already told him he's not going to run right by you. He's running a double slant. Jump on it, break on it. It's going to be right there. Hell, he broke on it so early that Quinn saw him. Yeah. Quinn saw him. Quinn, you can tell Quinn, this is why I talk about predetermined throws with Quinn too. You can tell Sark told him, throw it. So instead of being a football player, he's being a robot and said, all right, Sark said throw it, I'm doing it. Even though he saw the defender there. He saw the linebacker, off-ball linebacker break underneath. He saw the safety break deep over the top, and he saw the cornerback jumping, and he still threw it. That's the immaturity in his game. He should have just held that ball and been like, I'll take the sack. Oh, I'll throw it away. Yeah, we'll live to fight another day. But he threw it because in the script, they've been practicing that play all week, and Sark told him on predetermined throws, throw it. It's going to be wide open. We got it. And it wasn't. No. Why? Because they were well prepared for it. Why? They seen it. They watched film. They watched more than me. Hell, the Bama game, you think they watched the Bama game? You came out in that same personnel grouping with that formation and then ran the same exact play. I'm not saying you can't run plays, but you got to present them differently. And it'd be nice to come with a new play design. Those 2 plays, guys, were on film. All you had to do was watch Sark. And by the way, they've watched all Sark's games since he's been at Texas. And then really all you had to do was really, document those and like I do, find the trends and find the patterns. And you really could have found they don't run a lot of different plays out of empty formation, out of 12 personnel. And it led you right to that play. And then you go look at the times they stack wide receivers opposite of an offset wing and 12 personnel. It probably would have taken you to 3-4 plays, and one of them would have been the one that they scored on in the Texas OU game in 2021. So my point being, guys, they have guys doing what I do, except they're better at it, and they get paid a lot more money to do it. And they got more time to do it. I got a daughter now. All right, and they sit in the film room all day, and they just watch films. They come up with patterns and trends. And Sark, that was not his most creative, innovative start and opening script to a game. It was like I said, it's something that he's just recycled. It was leftovers. He's supposed to be a brilliant play designer. We know he is. I made him get more in his bag because that was very predictable.
And on film.
It's on film.
So yeah, I mean, as you're pointing out accurately, it's a kind of an arrogant game plan. I mean, even the goal line, we're gonna match this thing right at you with the same play 3 times. This is where Oklahoma was well prepared. And again, it's not wrong to say Brett Venables and his staff outcoached Sark and his, without a doubt, because Sark had the better team, the better players, in my opinion. I think roster to roster, player for player, and the Longhorns showed that by getting back and actually taking the lead. But as we've said all morning, Longhorns had more turnovers in this game than they have all year, more penalties, more penalty yards, more yards after catch. They didn't tackle very well. Oklahoma was superior in all of those phases. And as Rod's pointing out, the first couple of plays were probably predictable, and one ended up in a pick. So good, bad, and ugly. There was good points for Sark. I thought his fake punt, I thought his going for it on 4th down and that drive in the first half was big time. Obviously questionable there, questionable in the red zone, and questionable at the end of game. And we're talking about it with you. That's how we, cut through the autopsy of a loss, a 34-30. Doesn't knock the Longhorns out of where they want to go and what they want to do. Certainly does, make for a rough Monday and a rough bye week to stew on that loss for the next 12 days. All right, we'll come back. When we do, it's a little off the record. Some stories out there that maybe you've missed, but you need to know coming off the busy weekend. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, off the record, Rod. What a weekend.
Oh,
My
yeah.
off the records are actually sports related, including the news from the Austin FC. How about this? We get a lot of texts all the time. Hashtag fire Josh Wolf or Wolf's got to go, whatever. Wolf out.
Wolf out.
Well, Josh Wolf is not going to be out. He is going to be staying with your Austin FC. Verde.
There you go.
Rodolfo Burrell, who came in as the sporting director, announced in July, came from, of course, international soccer, Barcelona, where he had been. He's not blaming Josh Wolf. He's blaming the roster. He doesn't think the roster is talented enough.
He said that when he got here.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
He
Said that last year was a fluke.
Rodolfo Burrell says Josh is a very good young head coach, and although the results this year are disappointing, we were fortunate to have a coach with his level of commitment. And he went on to say that they fired this director of player personnel, their scouting managers out, and they're going to they've already added 5 new scouts to their global scouting team, and he believes they've got to do a better job of scouting, evaluating talent, and adding talent to the roster. It's not about the coach; it's about players.
Yeah, I agree with him. And he's a harsh critic because he was very critical of the roster when he first got here. Like, no, you guys, last season was a fluke. Is basically what
They
he
said
said.
you got lucky.
Yeah.
Do you think it's comparable to the NFL? Do you think it's like the Minnesota Vikings last year?
Yeah, that's.
If I knew
good
more
one.
about soccer,
No,
I'd
that's a
tell
good
you,
one
but-
because I think Minnesota's now 1-4 in one possession game so far. Remember last year they were 11-0. It's like you can't continue that. That's going to regress to the
Yeah,
mean.
they played hard against the Chiefs this weekend, though.
They did.
They did.
When they've been in every game. It's not like they've been blown out of any games. They just
You don't win those games. You don't win all those games like they did last year, though.
and the turnovers. Now, by the way, Patrick Mahomes has now beaten every NFL team except for the Chiefs because he plays for the Chiefs.
Now, one day he'll have a chance to beat them. Maybe
One of these
We'll
days,
see how that
Chiefs
works
would
out.
rather not happen.
That's true.
Never play against Patrick Mahomes, but he's beaten every team now.
Can I give you a this is crazy in terms of it off the record.
Yes.
So 2 Oklahoma players got horns down tattoos
Oh, gosh.
after beating Texas. I'm not making it up. It's real. Danny Stutzman, the stud linebacker, who is a stud. He's a beast. They both posted like photos
Oh, no.
of them, and so maybe they're fake tattoos, but they posted photos.
It's all right.
Both with tattoos on their thigh of the Longhorn symbol turned upside down, as we know. Yes, when they sit on the toilet and look at their own thigh, the Longhorn will be staring right back at them.
They got it
right
down. That's where
side
they
up.
got it too, like the Texas Tech
They
guy.
got it on the thigh. It's a
Oh.
thing, E.
That's terrible.
It's a thing.
So
It's like
gonna-
the only time you ever look at your thighs, too, probably, is when you're...
No,
when
yeah.
you're putting your
That's
pants
a good
on,
point.
you do.
I know, but you yourself...
You're staring
you,
at them when you're
you
going
have
to
to
the
see it
bathroom.
every day. Yeah,
You're
like...
staring at your thigh.
Like, imagine losing to Texas, and then you just go in the bathroom. And well, hook 'em.
I just don't. Okay, if you want to go to the extent of getting inked with an upside down hook 'em, okay. Again, put it on your bicep, put it on your back somewhere. Because if it's on your leg like that, it's upside down when you look at it. When you look down at it, it just doesn't make any sense. Who was it? The Texas Tech player did that?
It was I think, was it a fan or a player?
Might have been a student.
I think it was a student. This is taking to this different level because this is our players
Well,
who did it.
leave it to the Sooners to copy something that dumb.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I'm
In
with
my
you.
opinion.
As soon as you can't support this, I'm sure you hate the Longhorns. You can't support your players.
That's
getting-
funny. It's funny. I mean, it's so stupid. It's funny.
It is, too. I agree. It's so idiotic that it's like, come on, man. This is imbecilic. You guys understand that the horn is right side up when you. Okay, anyway. I don't know if you want to keep explaining that
Or
over and
you're
over again.
you're just. I mean, you're I don't know.
And you're
I
giving
don't
the-
know.
Well,
You're-
and you're giving the Longhorns, like I said, it's free media.
exactly.
Anytime somebody does the horns down, everybody around the country knows exactly what that means, and they know who you're referring to, whether you're playing the Longhorns or not. So it's just free publicity for Texas. I'm like, you just want to give Texas free publicity for life?
I've noticed that
For
a lot.
life?
A lot in the SEC this year. Just SEC games, horns down everywhere.
Oh yeah,
For no, what is that?
it's college football's version of the middle finger. It's just take that. It's just like basically horns down is like an FU symbol. It's like F the establishment. You know what I mean? It's kind of that. And Texas is considered like the establishment, the man. FU Texas. Which I like actually. Like I said free publicity. I'll take it. Take it.
Take it. Take that free publicity. Can I mention, this is off the record, because I did watch a football game yesterday that was comical. Did you see how the Baltimore Ravens lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I saw that.
If there could ever been a choke, this was the choke. This was unbelievable. Ravens were playing in Baltimore. They have a chance to sweep the AFC North on the road, right? They have a chance. They've already beaten Cincinnati. They beat Cleveland in Cleveland. They got a chance to beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh and take a stranglehold on the division because everybody's got to come back and play them in Baltimore. And they're up 10-0. They're in control of this game. Pittsburgh's anemic offense is, again, anemic.
It's terrible.
At least 3 dropped touchdown passes for Lamar Jackson. Mark Andrews dropped one.
Wow.
Rashad Bateman dropped a touchdown in his hands in the end zone.
That's crazy.
And then the worst of the worst, as he broke free on a second down play, Nelson Aguilar. Remember?
Oh, him again?
Yeah, dropping babies. Nelson Aguilar, the former Eagle and Raider. I mean, it couldn't have been any better. He was going to catch it and run into the end zone for a clinching touchdown. He dropped it.
Oh, man.
And in the end, a blocked punt. The Steelers blocked a punt and got a safety. Then and then George Pickens, they hit one offensive play, George Pickens for a touchdown. And that was the difference.
Oh,
unbelievable.
That was it. And okay, so to add to that point, because I'm glad you brought this game up. So there's video now. Remember we said that was actually a theory out there, conspiracy theory, that Matt Canada had a burner account and he would go on Twitter to defend himself, defend Matt Canada, because people on Twitter, at least Steelers fans, they hate Matt Canada, the offensive coordinator for the Steelers. Matter of fact, you played the Snoop sound of Snoop Dogg even getting on Matt Canada and telling Mike Tillman you need a new OC. But anyway, so there's footage in the booth, like footage basically in the play calling booth of Matt Canada and the Pittsburgh Steelers coaches when Kenny Pickett throws that game-winning touchdown pass. It's so weird. He doesn't celebrate. It's
I saw that.
weird. You see that?
Yes.
It was so, and I'm not saying that this means that he's something shady or whatever, but it's so weird. Everybody in the box jumps up, yelling and screaming, and he just sits there calmly. And it's like, why aren't you excited? And here's the theory now, is that it was a check. It was an audible. It wasn't a Matt Canada call. It was an audible, and he's like, damn it, the audible to another play, and that's why it worked. And now Steelers fans got to get on me more like, hey, man, the only play that worked are the plays that are being changed because your plays suck. Yeah. So just so you know, that's what's going on.
I think he would have been fired if they lose that game yesterday.
It was a very good chance.
Is that probably why he was so nervous?
They didn't do anything until that last drive.
You're right.
It was terrible,
man. It was a terrible game. Well, and somebody said, what was that loss worse than the U? No, Miami's loss was worse, but Baltimore is professionals. I mean, you're getting paid to catch balls. I mean, catch the ball. The ball was in your hand. Rashad Bateman touchdown. Nelson Aguilar dropping touchdowns. Poor Lamar Jackson.
Can I give you a random stat about that Steelers-Ravens rivalry, though?
Yes.
The underdog in the Steelers-Ravens rivalry, they have 12 straight covers for the dog in that rivalry. 16-1-1 against the spread for the dog in the Steelers-Ravens rivalry since 2015. Isn't that nuts?
Yes.
The dog always covers in that rivalry.
And
man.
they shouldn't have in that game. It was unbelievable.
And they shouldn't. Exactly. How did that even happen? Oh, another crazy stat. Lamar Jackson, that was only his 4th career regular season game against the Steelers. Think about that. He's in his 6th season. It's only his 4th career game. He's managed to avoid the Steelers for years. I don't even know how the hell that happens. But in his 6th season, only his 4th game against the Steelers. Weird.
That's wild.
Yeah. They're in this division.
I think I saw a stat while that game was on that, like, in the Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh era, and they've played a lot. Like, at some point in that game, the total points per team over the course of their rivalry was dead even.
Oh, I can believe it.
Dead even.
I can believe that.
Like, each team had scored under that head coach. Mm-hmm. Unreal how close that is. But come on, Baltimore. Catch the ball.
Get it together.
We'll come back. We'll continue the off-the-record stuff, also the on-the-record conversations. Texas and OU. Cowboys get humiliated. Texans lose at the gun. Pretty disappointing Monday for a lot of football fans and sports fans in this area. Not the Texas Rangers, though. Ranger fans are a win away, and Rangers are a win away from the ALCS. We'll talk about it all the way to 11 o'clock here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Yeah, frustrating weekend for sure for Longhorn fans. Really all the football fans in this area. If you're an Aggie fan, you're bumming. Texas State even blew one. Texans and Cowboys. Disappointing Sundays for them. Humiliating Sunday for the Dallas Cowboys and Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, it's disappointing because you started building and constructing this roster, and let's not, make it something less than it is. The truth is, all the moves the Cowboys made were so they could match up with the 49ers. They were constructing the roster, so thinking to themselves, how can we beat the 49ers? What are we missing that'll give us the advantage in the next matchup with the 49ers? Because we've been knocked out of the playoffs 2 years in a row in a divisional round by the same team. And even everything, even the Trey Lance stuff, I think all of it was, I'm not saying that's why they got him specifically, but I think everything was built on them getting better. So next time they see the 49ers, they'll match up a lot better. And no, they didn't. Actually, you could argue they're worse than the last time they played the 49ers. Somehow, they're less competitive.
Well, and the Niners are better too. I mean, that's for sure.
That's true.
And that was a clinic, and it was a wholesale collapse and failure by the Cowboys. Now, think about this, Rod, and it'll be interesting to see what Jerry Jones has to say this week. I don't know if he had any post-game comments. I went to bed after a long weekend. But before the game, he said they, speaking of the 49ers, are probably right now the most likely team to go win the Super Bowl. But in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times. That's the way it falls in the playoffs. It could be a season builder for us. I want to be very aggressive. We need to play our game, and I think we're prepared to do that.
Yeah, he was wrong about that
All of
last
it.
part. Well, the 49ers are he's right
no.
about that part, but about his team, yeah, he was dead wrong about that.
Why do you think the 49ers defense played so much more man last night than they typically do?
I don't think they were. I think they wanted to make sure the windows for Dak were really tight. And if you play zone usually gives quarterbacks bigger windows to throw to. And they wanted to make sure that he had to throw to tight windows. And think about it, he was trying to throw in some tight windows last night. And they just don't think Dak's an elite quarterback who can put his cape on and make those type of throws consistently against that defense where, man, the windows are going to be so small because their linebackers are so good, right? Or Fred Warner so good in coverage. Linebackers great in coverage. They got an all-pro safety back there too. Cornerbacks are getting better, and they know their pass rush is going to get to you before you can truly get comfortable enough to make a great elite throw. You want to make that throw, off platform. You got to make that throw moving to your left, moving to your right. You got to make that throw, under duress somehow. You ain't gonna just get a clean pocket against the 49ers to make that throw. So I think they figured play man, make it tight windows, and he'll have to make those throws under duress, harassed, and Dak won't be able to do it because he's got small Dak energy, not the big Dak energy.
Well, again, we've had. He's not an elite quarterback. We know this, and now I don't think Mike McCarthy's an elite coach, and I think that's a mismatch when you're going up against Kyle Shanahan and that mind.
And Brock Purdy now.
And now Brock Purdy running that offense to perfection. He's still undefeated in games he starts and finishes. And again, Christian McCaffrey was outstanding. Not his normal dominant self, but he scored a touchdown again.
He didn't have to be.
Didn't have to be. I mean, the Cowboys, that was just an offensive collapse. And this is, look, when they moved on from Kellen Moore, who they're going to face this coming week against the Chargers.
That's going to be good.
I think everything you said, I guess you can understand it, what the philosophy is, but you're going back in time. You're going to old school offense when the rest of the NFL is going new school. You're doing things. Go watch the Miami Dolphins play football these days. That's the new school, right? And everybody's copying that. You're going to trust old Mike McCarthy, who when he first got here, thought it was going to be a good idea to go hire Mike Nolan to be his defensive coordinator, who was old school.
I know. It was such a bad decision.
And it was such a bad hire. And then you had to say, okay, we got to go with Dan Quinn. And Dan Quinn is coaching in the modern era.
Yeah, he's a new school.
And he's a trailblazer within the modern era of coaching. You're going back old school. So, and you've told everybody what you're doing. The Tex Coast offense, it's dink and dunk, control the ball. So you don't think the 49ers knew to suffocate the line of scrimmage right there? Take everything short away?
Yep.
See if they'll actually – why did they bring in Brandon Cooks if they're not going to stretch the field ever?
They tried, and then Dak overthrew him by 10 yards.
Yeah.
And it was an interception.
Well, he got one attempt and one catch for 6 yards. You traded for Brandon Cooks. He doesn't get the ball. Tony Pollard had 8 total carries. I don't know, man.
I'm down to start tanking.
You're
Already?
down to start tanking.
You got to pay Dak $60 million next year, or you have to extend him to
you
stretch out that
so
money.
this ends your
you
season.
got to have a talk with Dak. You got to have a talk with Dak about that because I'm at the point now where if he's not even considered a top 10 quarterback, which I don't know if people consider him a top 10 quarterback anymore, and he's basically now being relegated to game management. As a game manager, I think you need to say, hey man, we need to, you being the highest paid quarterback in the league, whenever you redo your deal and sign your extension, that's not going to work for us. We can't do that. And then you don't deserve that either. You should know that. We should restructure this deal and try to get you somewhere in that range. Because that's what guys like Daniel Jones did and other quarterbacks. But there are some quarterbacks, they want to be the highest paid at their position because they are the team's franchise QB. Oh, no, man. Dak, I might play hardball with Dak on that one. Dak wants to. This is why you have to draft quarterbacks over and over again, too, if you're the Cowboys, to keep Dak from being in this leveraged position where he can basically hold your ransom.
Yeah, they got to
make you pay him $60 million.
Well, and it's look, they built the offense to be more Dak friendly, which means
less Dak,
as you just said, less Dak, not be. But then you with the whole because again, this is the NFL, but the Cowboys have so dominated their first four opponents outside of the Cardinals game. Now, they gave up more points in this game than they'd given up to all three of their wins combined, the whole season combined in this game. So the defense was not near elite, but then the offense, which has been sputtery all year, they combined for 8 yards on their first four drives. It was 14-0 before they recorded a first down.
Damn.
I mean, it was trash.
That was the most depressing Sunday night football experience I've ever had in my life.
Considering the hype.
Yeah,
the hype leading up. Yeah, the hype leading up is why I agree with you. Because I was like, man, I was expecting the Cowboys. If that's what the Cowboys had in their bag, ready for this big matchup, ooh.
And that was the last leg of a 5-leg parlay for me.
Oh,
if you
bet on the Cowboys too, emotional time.
I know. By the time it happened, the game came on, everything else had hit. I've been like, you know what? I'm not. I probably should have hedged.
Should have hedged right then.
It's a dang coaching mistake right there.
Good to have Ty back in the building. I'm feeling better. One drive, 11-play, 78-yard drive early in the second quarter. That was it for Dallas. Other than that. And how about this? Not to make it about me, but fantasy football, I needed Tony Pollard to score 10 points, and I would have won. I needed 10 points.
That's all you needed?
In a fantasy football game. You're so depressing, Cowboys.
They are depressing. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Cowboys
Well, now
fans.
it's the darkest of the darkness.
Hey, baseball's back, though, for me.
There you go. Rangers are winning. I will say this, though. That Kellen Moore game now is huge. That Kellen Moore game. The game against the Chargers. But that's a huge game now because now Kellen Moore's offensive prowess and Kellen Moore's offensive acumen is going to be basically going up against Mike McCarthy's offensive acumen. And if Mike McCarthy's offense doesn't show up in this game and Kellen Moore lights it up, remember his thing about Kellen Moore wants to score more points. We want to win games. I'm like, all right. You don't see that's going to be put to the test this week because if you don't show up versus Kellen Moore, you should know Kellen Moore's offense very well. Hell, Dan Quinn should know it really well. So the Cowboys have the advantage in this matchup, but not the way that offense looked.
When it's a big game, Chargers had their bye week this week. So.
Extra time to prepare.
Yep, extra time. They got to sit back and watch that disaster
and
Sunday night.
The Cowboys, a lot of injuries late in that game last night. Leighton Vander Esch, neck
Right.
injury. Deron Bland off the field. Jordan Lewis had his Liz
Well,
Frank
we know-
Oh,
injury
yeah.
flare up.
Tyler Biotis went out.
Tyler Biotis went out.
Yeah, that was big.
You lost four starters last night. Might
Yeah,
not get back
Biotis
for a few
injury
weeks.
was scary.
Well, and then a fresh. You still got Brandon Staley so he can screw the whole thing up for the Chargers, their head coach. But
He can.
yeah, you should. But yeah, I mean, they got to sit back and watch that game last night. Fresh, you take injuries, you're kind of humiliated. And I got to think Mike McCarthy can hear what the owner's saying. I said coach, but that's a Freudian slip.
Jerry wishes.
Yeah, I mean, he knows how disappointed Jerry Jones is right now. I mean, the fans, but for Jerry, I mean, you just heard him. This is our measuring stick.
Mm-hmm.
You think they could buy in even further and make a trade?
I don't know what they'll do. I
something?
really don't. I mean, they've already traded for as you said, the pieces they felt like they needed, and then you get in a matchup with them and you don't use any of them.
Stephon Gilmore's soft. He does not like to tackle.
Well,
That's one
No.
thing I've noticed from him.
he's an older guy now.
That's
but-
what I was going to say. Yeah, most corners as they get older, unless they're going to transition to safety, they shy away from that kind of thing.
the Trevon Diggs injury is obviously huge for the Cowboys, and especially in a game like that. But 42-10 big. Come on, George Kittle. You got to cover George Kittle.
Man, the
Pretty
49
important.
And it's a different guy for the 49ers or a different player that steps up. It seems like every game that has a big game so far this year. I think it hurts you in so many different ways. In that game, obviously, it was Kittle because Kittle was unstoppable at 3 touchdowns. Then week 4, McCaffrey had 177 yards, 4 touchdowns. Week 3, it was a Debo game. He had 129 yards. Week 1, it was an Ayuk game. He had 129 yards, 2 touchdowns. It's like you try to take one of the weapons away, and they're like, fine, take him away. We don't care. We got somebody else over here who can hurt you.
Yeah, they're. And I was watching Miami Dolphins. They do the same exact thing.
Yeah.
And that can dovetail back to the Longhorns, because the Longhorns, despite the early turnovers, and you documented Sark's predictable game plan in the early parts that maybe led to that first interception. But once Quinn Ewers settled down, that offense was almost 500 yards. I mean, that offense, there was Quinn Ewers finished 24 of his last 25 passes complete, and the one incompletion should have been a pass interference call, I think, on Xavier Worthy, who got ran through and couldn't come back for the ball. That was the one incompletion. So Quinn really settled in, but in the end, Dillon Gabriel, his counterpart, never made a mistake, never played a bad quarter. I mean, he overthrew one ball on a fourth down, or threw a ball behind Drake Stoops that would have been a first down, by the way, but he threw it behind him. And that was the problem. Your opposing quarterback didn't have a bad stretch. You did. And, we'll talk more about it in Rod's rant here coming up. But how about this? The Cowboys teams that they've beaten, the Jets, Giants,
Jets,
and the Patriots, they're three of the worst teams in this league.
They all are tanking now.
Yeah,
they should be.
Patriots are 1-4 after getting beat by the Cowboys 38-3. They came back and they were so mad that they lost to the Saints 34-0.
It's Belichick's two worst back-to-back weeks in his career as a coach, right?
It has to be.
Because
that's the most he's
losses.
That's the most he's ever trailed in a home game.
Yeah, so
even back to Cleveland days.
Ooh,
yeah,
man.
And then the Giants, they're 1-4. They're terrible. They lost to the Dolphins yesterday. Not many people can stop that Dolphins team, but as we told you, the Dolphins are now on pace to have the most yards in NFL history. Through 5 games, they went past the St. Louis Rams, greatest show on turf, the Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk teams, for most yards. They're also averaging the most yards per play. But the Giants, Jets, and Patriots, not good. Jets did beat Denver yesterday, though, Rod.
That was remember, this is the Smack Talk Bowl between Nathaniel Hackett and Sean Payton. And Nathaniel Hackett won.
He did.
Without Aaron Rodgers.
Zach Wilson's been playing decent.
And their defense scored a touchdown got Russell Wilson sacked and a fumble.
Yeah, that Kansas City game really helped his confidence when he outdueled Patrick Mahomes in that game.
It did.
Playing really well.
It did. And they dominated that second half. The Broncos had a little spark early, and they took that away. They were pretty darn impressive. But all right, so there's the Cowboys. Let's get Rod, before we get into your rant. Let's get folks are going to make a bet on this Monday Night Football game tonight. Packers, Vegas Raiders in Vegas. There'll be a ton of cheeseheads in Vegas tonight. You got to know that. But if they want to bet on it, where are they going?
It's only one place to go. You need to go check out my friends over at MyBookie. Winning season is here, and there are plenty of opportunities for you to win over at MyBookie. Whether the Dallas Cowboys and the Chargers game go over the total points, or can Micah Parsons and the dominating Dallas defense, sometimes dominating Dallas defense, keep the high-scoring Kellen Moore-led Chargers offense uncharged. As a bettor, you demand perfection, and MyBookie delivers NFL, college football, and a brand-new cash-out system that gives you options to bet big and win big all season long. The first 2 legs of your parlay hit, you can cash out early and use the funds on another bet, or you can let it ride for the chance at a much bigger payday. Join the MyBookie family for an entire season filled with odds boosts, free bets, and super contests. To get started, go to mybookie.ag right now. Register for an account absolutely free, $3.99, best price you're going to get. And when you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip, once again, $3.99, to use in the MyBookie casino. You can bet anything, anytime, and anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you're betting with the best. All right, a couple of things I want to get to here. I want to talk about the offense for Sark, and one concept or element of the offense that I think Sark should have tapped into a little bit more. And you guys remember after the Kansas game, I came on and I said, Texas had used their Big 12 package, their 6 O-line package, more in the Kansas game than any game that Sark's coached here at Texas. It was 22 plays when Malik Agbo, the extra offensive lineman, was in there. And I thought, man, maybe this is since Texas will be dealing with the J.T. Sanders injury. And that's what happened. I think the adjustment by Sark in the Kansas game when J.T. went out into the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter, was, okay, we're going to go more to this Big 12 package with the 6th offensive lineman in to supplement the physicality you get with JT in the running game as a blocker. And there are different ways. Obviously, Malik Abu's not going to give you what JT Sanders does as a receiver, but in the blocking game, and as a blocker, it allows you to get insulation and pass protection, so you can create some of those deeper developing routes downfield and connect on those. So the Kansas game, they were really good at that Big 12 package. Matter of fact, they were averaging over 7 yards per play, over 14 yards per attempt throwing the football, and like 4.7 yards per rush. And I figured, okay, this is what they'll break out in the Texas OU game a little bit more and allow them to set the tone and win the lines of scrimmage. You're talking about damn near 2,000 pounds of human being, right? Of big humans on that line of scrimmage. He actually did use it, but not as much as I thought in the Texas OU game, but he should have used it more. It was really, really productive for Sark. And I thought, just looking at it, that Texas was going to use it a lot more because it worked so well in the first half. By my numbers, if you go look at that big O-line package, the 6 O-line package, Texas was averaging almost over 8 yards per rush and 10 yards per attempt and 9 yards per play in the 6 O-line package.
Yes.
And my argument would be Sark didn't use it enough. They got that 29-yard touchdown. That was in the 6 O-line package. The 31-yarder for Jonathan Brooks was also in that 6 O-line package. So my take, and I know Sark wants to spread them out, and Sark likes to spread out. He likes to pass to open up the run, which also, by the way, makes him a little predictable because he throws to open up the run. We know that now about Sark, right? Have you looked at the pass-to-run ratio? Oklahoma, it was 4-1 to start the game. Wyoming, 6-1. Kansas, 5-1. Rice 9-2. Sark likes to pass to open up the run. Just who he is. So you know that as a defensive coordinator, you just don't know how it's gonna look and present itself. But you can still throw out of the 6 O-line package. You can tag it with RPOs, and you get deeper developing routes downfield. There's a reason in conference play, guys, you're averaging over 12 yards per attempt out of the 6 O-line package. Big 11 or Big 12. All right, you're averaging over 8 yards per play. You're averaging damn near 9 yards per play out of it in conference play. And your completion percentage is 80% in that Big 6 O-line package because you got extra time for the play to develop. So I think one of the miscalculations by Sark coming out of the Kansas game, if JT Sanders wasn't going to be 100%, which he wasn't, I think you should have been ready to use more of that 6 O-line package like you did in the Kansas game. And I almost probably should have started out with it a little bit more and should have ended with it a little bit more. That was the package that Oklahoma was not ready for. And I thought, and I said he would play a lot of it. He played some of it, just not enough of it. It was easily your most productive, efficient, effective, explosive personnel grouping and concept versus Oklahoma. Should have used it more.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And it really felt like that game when the Longhorns got the ball back with 4:49 to go and they started moving the football.
That was the time for it.
That would have been great. And you felt like, look, I was thinking as we were doing the watch along on Inside Texas, which was a lot of fun again with Ian Boyd and yourself and Bobby Burton. We tried to check in with Jerry Hamilton from the stadium. He just couldn't get.
Oh, it's too much
get
going
the
on.
signal.
Can't get any signal.
But
yeah.
it just felt like it was going to be like the Alabama game again, where the Longhorns were going to go punch it in, and that would be it. They'd win the game and not give Oklahoma the ball back. Obviously, the drive stalled at about the 35-yard line. A big sack in there was huge. But, yes, that 6-0 line package might have looked nice there against what I think was a tired Oklahoma defense.
Oh, man.
Because that's, again, there's a lot of reasons this game was frustrating. But in the end, your quarterback threw for 350. Your running back went for 130. He leads the nation. They're second leading running back in the nation now.
Mm-hmm.
Your 2 receivers over 100. But your mistakes were magnified, and you were not a mistake-prone team going into that game, but you made a bunch of mistakes, right? 9 penalties, a lot of missed tackles, the 3 turnovers were critical, but you still had the game in your hands and didn't have to give the ball back to Oklahoma. But I will say those criticizing Sark heavily, because it's okay to criticize him for the play calling, but after the sack on second down, which made it second on first down from the 35-yard line, Xavier Worthy caught a pass. Got down to into field goal range. You're thinking, okay, now we're in field goal range. Now let's go milk this clock and get out of here with the win. But on that first down play, and this is when let's hear Sark talk about this when we come back, because he talks about it was an RPO, right? It was a run pass option,
Exactly.
which obviously Quinn chose the pass. because he liked what he saw. So when an RPO, right, the quarterback gets to decide if he's going to pull
He's
it or
counting
hand
the
it.
numbers in the box. If he has the numbers advantage in the box, they hand it off. If you don't have the numbers advantage in the box, that means you have the numbers advantage in the passing game, so they throw it.
And he pulled it out, and Quinn elected to throw. Connor Robertson, the freshman center who was struggling, was blocking the run and didn't block the pass, which means, Jacob Lacey went right by him, sacked the quarterback, 4-yard loss. That was really the key play of that drive for me. If he hands it off there even, right, and just runs and gets what you get, get that clock running. Instead, I'm not putting this on Quinn. I'm just saying he liked what he saw, but it didn't get blocked properly up front. And next thing you know, now this is where I will defend Sark a little bit, because now it's, you're looking at 2nd and 14. They ran the ball in the next play.
Yeah.
Got 4 yards. Now at 3rd and 10. And you're at the 3rd and 10 because somebody texted and said, not a championship mindset for Sark on these 2 play calls. Well, it was 3rd and 10, and you were at the 35-yard line now. In your mind as a coach in a play call, you got to be thinking, well, we can't go any further back, so we can't take another sack. We've already taken 5 on the day, Rod.
Yep.
We've got to go forward here. Our center's struggling. They've been bringing pressure. So we're just going to run the football, which they did. It broke for 6 yards. That set up the makeable field goal. Now it's 4th and 4. This is where you got to make another decision as a head coach. Do you go for it, knowing if you get it, you can milk the clock and kick a field goal on the last play of the game, because Oklahoma's now out of timeouts, or do you get the field goal, take the lead?
Man, that's pressure right
with
there.
a minute 17 to go, knowing Dylan Gabriel's having the game of his life. And you have to add the fact that in the fourth quarter, Dylan Gabriel had the game of his life, but in the fourth quarter, you had gotten him off the field 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And you were playing much better on defense.
Yep, the 2 drives prior to that, they missed a field goal and had a punt or something, right?
No, they had a 4th down where they didn't get it.
Yeah, right.
And then they had to punt. So 4th down, they turned it over on downs and then punted. So I'm sure that was in Sark's mind, that our defense is now playing better.
No, they had a missed field goal. The last 3 drives of the game in the fourth quarter. You had a missed field goal, a punt, and a touchdown. Texas' last 3 drives, they had turnover on downs, touchdown, field goal.
Yeah, and before the field goal, before the missed field goal, there was a 4th down play.
Yeah.
So yes, because the disappointing part of the goal line stand was disappointing for Texas and great for Oklahoma, but the fact that then your defense couldn't keep him back on the line, right? The first play, Jaron Thompson ducked his head and missed a tackle, and it went for big yards.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that was a big play.
And that was the drive in which they missed the field goal, right? They had moved it off the 1-yard line, moved it all the way down into field goal range, missed the field goal, and that's when Texas went right back down the field and scored the Jonathan Brooks touchdown.
You're right.
So, but again, your defense had played better, but it still wasn't playing great on the day, and Dylan Gabriel was having a heck of a day. So I could see the argument, all right, go for it on 4th and 4. Our quarterback's 24 of his last 25. We're going to get this, and then we can control the game from here. Instead, took the field goal. Bert Auburn made it. I know in the in-game cast we were actually discussing it. What do we do here? What's the plan? I think we both agreed. Ian and I agreed. Just take the points, get the lead.
I agree with that too. In that situation,
I do too. I think that was the better
you gotta
call.
get the lead.
Hindsight being
imagine if they went for it and he didn't get it.
Right.
Oh, today?
Well, we've had several people text us that they wish he had. And they went down because they still had to kick a field goal, right? They still had to move down and kick that field goal or win the game, even though they ended up doing it. And it would have been the same amount of time, pretty much. But there you go. We'll take your thoughts. That's what makes it a great rivalry. That's what makes it a frustrating but compelling game. It was great theater. We're discussing it with you. Cowboys, not great theater. That was a beatdown. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, man, a lot of comments on the text line as usual, 447-3776. Also, as you would expect, this is Ty, get on the Trey Lance bandwagon. Here comes Trey Lance. Yeah.
Wow.
Man.
I guess you got him for a reason, but it ain't time for the Trey Lance experiment just yet.
No, down the road, though. That's why
Down
they
the
traded
road,
for him,
though.
right?
Down the road.
This says, I think the Cowboys' defense is good against bad teams. And look, all world, if Rodgers plays, Jets win. Philly and Niners will eat this defense. Didn't look good last night, that's
It
for
did
sure.
not look-
The
I'll
offense
admit
didn't
that.
help it, though. Without a doubt, offense was horrible in the first half.
Yeah, if the offense put together any sustained type of drive, even if they didn't score in the first quarter, basically, I don't think it becomes a boat race as quickly as it did. But there's no doubt, man. 49ers are separated from the Cowboys. They're on a different level than the Cowboys are. That's clear. I know the Cowboys can make up a lot of ground between now and getting to the divisional round, but what if the 49ers keep getting better too? right? Like you're like, yeah, well, look at where you're starting, where they're starting. They're not going to stop getting better.
They got Randy Gregory now, too.
Damn, I forgot about that. Shadow loves stockpiling pass rushers, man. He loves stockpiling pass rushers.
Yeah, Randy Gregory cut by the Broncos now, 49er.
And mid quarterbacks, but now he's got a good one.
He's got a great one. And look, Brock Purdy showed you again. He's got the better team, the better coach. That helps a lot.
Better system.
But yes, Brock Purdy it's not just a system thing with him. He's really, really good.
Yeah.
This says, guys, bad day for the defensive line. Look, both lines of scrimmage got outplayed in this game, even though Longhorns gained 500 yards. Well, this is why I say, because somebody was taking issue with, I said Sark got out-coached. Sark and his staff got out-coached in this game, right?
Yes, I agree.
I think during the game, but again, it's not like this. It's not indicting of Sark. It's just it's what you talk about with a game. Everything that we talked about last week showed up on Saturday. Except for the fact the Longhorns would be the most mistake-prone team they've been all year. But a lot of that was forced by OU. Why did the Texas D-line struggle? I think I'll give you my opinion on that, and then you can add in, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
But Oklahoma, as we talked about, hadn't played a tough opponent this year. Nobody in the top 50 in their first 5 games. So they had extra prep time for this game, and they know this rival. And they now have 3 years of game film on Sark, right? So they had all offseason as coaches to build the game plan.
Yep.
And you knew they were going to bring something that Texas hadn't seen, and break tendency, as you say. And what broke was Dylan Gabriel running the ball.
Exactly.
He had run for an average of 30 yards a game in the 5 previous wins. And most of them on scrambles. The defensive line, I think, struggled. Oklahoma was playing like a hornet's nest. They were unbelievably on fire. Texas was not. That's on Sark a little bit. He even said afterwards, I got to get my team more ready to play.
That's true.
And when Dylan Gabriel started taking off and running, including on the first drive when he ran from the 8-yard line into the end zone with the design trap run, I think the Texas defensive line, got kind of crossed up. Do we chase this guy and sack the quarterback, or do we have to stay in our lanes, maintain integrity? And I think it made him a little bit of a step slow. Look,
stay in your lanes, yeah.
And outside of the quarterback runs, they didn't really run the ball. No other running back for Oklahoma was over 3 yards a carry. Everyone else was struggling to run the football. It was Dylan Gabriel. And that's advantage Oklahoma. They had the schedule early to allow them to implement that, not show it, and then break it out in the biggest game of the year. It was very fortunate for them. And now, look, the rest of the year, the rest of their opponents are going to be ready for Dylan Gabriel on these trap runs, whether he's got to run them or not. But he had 15 carries, Rod, and a lot of them were on designed running plays that were just for him. That's something they had not shown. Is that the only reason the Longhorn defensive line struggled? No, but I think it was a big part of the problem.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. You're right on it. The tempo also. Sure. I'll add that to it. That's actually that is the offense. So that's the system. Very shoot. They run tempo.
They go fast.
So Texas shouldn't have been surprised by it, but it definitely had an effect on the defensive line's ability to rush the passer. And in addition to he just broke it down for you, but I went and looked at some of the numbers. If you go and look at the actual traditional running game, just handoffs to running backs, they averaged 2.8 yards per carry. But they knew that was a brilliant game plan, because they knew there's no way we can run straight up against Texas. That's a fool's errand. So what they go? Non-traditional running game. Like E mentioned, quarterback design run. So Dylan Gabriel tied for the most rushing attempts in his career with 14. Right, and he had the most rushing yards in his career with 113, and the most rushing yards per rush, yards per rush, I should say, in his career at 8.1. That was the break. That was a tendency breaker of all tendency breakers, just because it wasn't even on film.
Nope.
No matter if you went back and watched Dylan Gabriel's time at UCF, you went back and watched his time at Oklahoma, it was never on film. That's the beauty of a tendency breaker when they can't even prepare for it because nobody's ever seen it. That's beauty. And like I said, the non-traditional running game. They went with Farouk in the backfield with some wildcat. Drake Stoops.
That was new.
That was new. That good tendency
Hey,
breaker.
listen, there was that give Jeff. What would Mac Brown say? They have coaches too.
They got coaches.
Good
They on
players.
scholarship too.
Good
They got
players.
guys on scholarship.
Good players.
And then Drake Stoops on the jet sweep. So they were able to supplement. They knew they couldn't have a traditional running game, but they had a non-traditional run. I went back and looked at quarterback draws. You had, based on my numbers, 5 quarterback draws, and Texas allowed 59 rushing yards on those quarterback draw plays. Man, they were huge for Dylan Gabriel. He had 4 scrambles, and he averaged over 9 yards per rush just on scramble plays.
By the way, the only 2 Oklahoma ball carriers who were over 4 yards a carry were Dylan Gabriel at over 8, and Jalil Farouk, who's a wide receiver who on 3 occasions lined up in the Wildcat,
Exactly.
which was not on film. And they also did something pretty cool, Rod. I thought, creatively, it would start with a tight formation,
Like a compressed set.
and then they
condensed
would
set.
spread it out, right? But they would have Jalil Farouk, which you knew something was weird because he was in the Wildcat, but then they would spread to the boundary with then snap the ball, and he went off the right side where it was the weak side,
Mhm.
and
So
then
basically make Texas have to just on the fly real quick.
real fast,
And then go to the
out
other
of
side.
tempo,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
And then they came back to that a couple of times. Farouk ended up with 3 carries for 17 yards,
It's good numbers.
longest of 10.
Mm-hmm.
As you say, they can't do the non-traditional running game, so they'll get creative with it. And then late in the game, they ran that same formation, and this time Dylan Gabriel stayed at quarterback, snapped it to him, and he threw a screen pass that worked great. It was like they pinned and pulled it on the edge to perfection to Farouk. It was a really smart play. So again, they made plays. I think the Longhorns, the first part of each quarter was frustrating because they started slow, and the two turnovers were big. Sark got them back into the momentum with the fake punt and the the block punt. They got back into the momentum. But I was pretty disappointed in the way the Longhorns started the second half, too, because you knew Oklahoma was going to have the ball, and they went right down the field and scored, and no adjustments there. So there's a lot to be frustrated about, but at the same time, I do think, as we started the show saying, you have to tip your cap to your opponent. It's why I think if they played again in Arlington, I think the Longhorns will have a opportunity. I don't, by any means, I think Oklahoma's head and shoulders better than Texas, right? I still think Texas has the better roster, player for player. But on that day, you played the game, Rod. On that given day, Oklahoma's team played better, and they were more prepared to beat Texas.
Yeah, and when we say they out-coached Texas, I'm not like we're saying Sark embarrassed himself or anything like that. Like, no, because Sark made some great adjustments. Sark broke tendency, too. I saw multiple times where Sark actually broke tendency, and I always say you got to break tendency to win big games. You got to do it at the right time. Sark didn't do it at the right time. Didn't break tendency on the goal line. Matter of fact, that was way too predictable. Didn't break tendency to start the game either. So I just talked about how the Brent Venables and the defense were well prepared for those first 2 plays when they get the interception and the tackle for loss. So I just think he was predictable in some ways, but he did break tendency. Remember, basically Jordan Whittington, Jay Witt being the featured wide receiver, that's a tendency break. He had his best game of the year. There's no way going into this game with all Texas weapons, JT Sanders, Jay Brooks, A.D. Mitchell, X-Man, you were thinking, all right, we got to stop Jay Witt, guys. We're going to have to focus on him. No. So Sark knew that. Sark gets into the game plan and dialed up some Jay Witt specials, which I liked. He also had Helm touchdown. I've watched a lot of Texas film. That was a true tendency breaker because they run that play on short yardage a lot. You see, pretty much a flood concept. But on that time, when Quinn Ewers rolls, usually he's rolling and throwing to that quick route, that Jay Witt underneath route, or that backside kind of shallow drag. This time, Gunnar Helm usually blocks on that play. Released, wide open. Why was he wide open? Texas and Sark using the preparation of Oklahoma against him. They were so prepped and ready for that play. They knew what was coming, just like on the first play when they got the pick, but they didn't know what was coming.
I also
because he
noted
broke
that
Tennessee
when
at the right time.
The Sark did run that throwback screen to Jonathan Brooks. Oklahoma played it perfectly.
Well, and they tried to run it the first time and screwed it up, had to call a timeout.
Yeah.
And then tried to run it again after that. Oklahoma was like, dude, we know how this looks.
Yeah.
Or you ain't fooling nobody.
Yeah.
They ran Big 11, which I think was a change up. They usually run Big 12, so I think they ran Big 11 because they didn't have JT Sanders their tight end, so they ran Big 11. That was actually a nice change up. Hadn't done that since Sark's been the head coach. And I like I said, the short motion for people who are paying attention to like what Miami's doing, Mike McDaniels has really popularized what they call a short or burst motion to get your fastest players basically basically get them on the move when the ball is snapped, which makes them even harder to cover. Shanahan, my man Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur have all acknowledged that they stole that concept from Mike McDaniel. I saw it from Sark in the Texas OU game. He actually used it multiple times, which shows he's still evolving that offense and growing it. So I saw tendency breakers from Sark too. I just didn't see enough of them at the right time in critical moments.
Yeah, and playing into his tendency, you believe maybe led to that first interception because Oklahoma knew what was coming, and Sark ran it anyhow.
Yeah, he did.
So that was big. The 2 critical interceptions and Dylan Gabriel, we said there was one path for Oklahoma. Force some mistakes by a usually pretty clean Texas team and then have your quarterback play the game of his life, and both things happened. Dylan Gabriel was an absolute dog on Saturday. Quinn Ewers wasn't terrible after the early struggles. Actually, he was really good.
It's great.
But, it ended up on the final plays of the game, which what you can ask for in a rivalry game. We'll come back. We'll continue the conversations on Texas and OU. Obviously, the rest of the Big 12 and college football. Coming next, though, Ron. Who said it?
Who said that?
That's right. Who said that? Who said it, Rod Babers? Audio and sound from the weekend, and
Who
we
said
try to
that?
guess who the heck said it.
Who said that?
Who said it? Is how we do it. What do you got for me, Rod?
All right, Ty. I sent you a bunch of clips. All right, you can just pull up any one you want to. I got like 4 of these. They're all pretty relevant. So, who said that? Who said that?
Mario Cristobal should have taken a knee.
Take a knee, dude. What are we doing?
Yeah, that's the worst coaching blunder of the year and of all time, potentially. Because and the unfortunate part for Mario Cristobal, it's the second time he's done it as a head coach. He did it at Oregon too.
Yeah, I know they documented that. It's on Twitter. That's in the Twitter sphere.
Yes, that because if you didn't see the Miami Georgia Tech ending, I'm sure you've seen it by now. But inside 40 seconds, all he's got to do is take the timeout.
Just get the
I mean, you take a knee, take the
Just
timeout, take the knee, and the game's over. Genuflect and walk to the locker room. You win 20-17. Instead, they run a handoff. Running back gets the ball popped out, fumbles. 4 plays later, matter of fact, Georgia Tech's in the end zone with a touchdown. Just ridiculous.
At least he admitted it. That was, bad mistake by him. At least he admitted it. But that's hard to explain that to your locker room that you cost your team a win.
Yeah.
Just because you.
Now the defense can't give that up, but at the same time, they shouldn't have been on the field. They should have been in the locker room taking a shower.
They shouldn't have been on. And you know what? In their head, they were thinking that too. That's why it's hard to go back out there as a defender. You were thinking, "Oh, I'm done." You probably taking your pads off and doing all.
Now you got to get back engaged.
Exactly. You shouldn't have been doing that, but you know they were.
Can we hear this? Who said this, Rod?
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh my God. Period. Right? They talk so much about Dak Prescott being a top-tier quarterback, franchise guy. I don't see it. I see them trying to cover up for what he lacks. A lot of quick throws, cutting half of the field off, and giving him easy throws. Other than that, he's not a quarterback that can drop back and really take advantage of a defense and carve it up. And today we've seen it. The 49ers defense made him look like a Tier 4 quarterback.
Oh! Dang!
Wow. Tier 4?
Tier 4. Can we hear the beginning of that, please? And then you can tell me who said it?
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh,
yeah.
I'm going to be playing that one.
Dak Prescott. I know who that is, actually, because I saw that clip.
Who's
from
that?
the cheated. Dante Whitner.
Yes, Dante Whitner, former DB.
NFL
Somebody
DB.
like you has studied a lot of film and says he's an average. Tier
He
4.
says-
Made him
he
look
said
like
he
a
was
Tier
average.
4
He
quarterback.
said he sucks. That's different than saying he's average would have been like, oh, man, that's kind of a dig at Dak. He said he sucks.
Dang.
That's whoa. That's
what
another level.
And
He does.
that started with, hey, what's the issue with the Cowboys? Dak Prescott sucks. Play it again, Ty. Give me that again. Now, I think, is it confirmed now that we can say it?
Oh, man.
Dak Prescott sucks. Oh, my.
Oh, my. You see the way they're acting? Oh, my. Because they expect him like to go, Dak Prescott's really underachieving here. Dak Prescott's not living up. He's not playing up to expectations. Dak Prescott, he needs to demand more of himself. Whatever. Some very professional, eloquent, articulate analysis. Nope. Dak Prescott sucks.
Remember last week, that was like on NFL Network after the Sunday Night Football game.
Oh, man.
Remember last week, it was Rodney Harrison, the former Patriots DB, who took all the heat because he called he was interviewing Chris Jones, the Chiefs defensive tackle, and tried to get Chris Jones to agree with him that Zach Wilson's trash. Right? Says he's garbage, a bad player. And Chris Jones like, no, man, he played a good game. He's a good player.
Yep.
You're not going to get me to say that.
Mm-mm.
And then a lot of people went after Rodney Harrison saying, come on, man, analyze the game. Don't talk bad about players like that.
Yeah.
You be an analyst. And Dante Whitner didn't care.
Did not care.
Dak Prescott sucks.
Dak Prescott sucks. It's like, what?
Did he play for the 49ers?
He did.
He did. Yes, good point.
Ohio State
It's
guy.
a little bit of a homer broadcast there, but it's okay. All right, let's get to another.
By the way,
piece of
Dak
audio.
said he didn't see it coming. It was the most humbling loss of his career.
I hope he didn't see that coming. He threw 3 interceptions in a row. He didn't see the defenders either. All right, let's get to another piece of audio. Who said that?
That was just a lack of communication there on our part, but that was 100% on me. That was a communication between me and Bug. I should have had my man instead of putting him on that one-on-one. And now I know that now. I've talked to him, I've addressed with him, and that play is not going to define me nor define our season as a defense, because I know what our defense is capable of, and I know what the amount of work we've put in. So I know we're going to look back on this. We're going to definitely learn and come back stronger.
All right, who said that?
Was that Jaron Thompson?
Oh, close. The other guy.
David Benda.
David Benda. Bug is who Jaron Thompson. That's his nickname. 'Cause I think he looks like a bug. No, I don't think that. I think this is why they call him Bug, because it's like
That's what I call my daughter, Mayor Bug.
Yeah, you go. He calls him Bug. I think that they call him Bug, and that's Jaron Thompson's nickname.
I like that answer.
He admitted I screwed up.
Yep.
I should have had the man. I didn't. I missed the call.
And I go back and defend the players. I think once they got to the 20-yard line in 3 plays, I said this morning they should have called a timeout.
I agree with you.
Because I know they had a game plan when they hit the field, which was, prevent nothing behind you, that kind of stuff. But once they went 3 plays, 55 yards, now they're at the 20-yard line. You've already surrendered the field goal to tie the game. We're down to defend the end zone, and that's where I wish they would have taken a timeout. They had them. You can't use them once you're in the locker room.
I'm with you.
I guess I can understand trying to leave yourself some time to throw a Hail Mary, but still,
You
your
gotta
better
coach the
chance
moment. You
your
gotta coach
better
the
chance
moment.
of winning that game is to stop them right now and force them.
I agree.
And maybe block a field goal.
I'm with you.
But either way. All right, Ty, could you play this piece of audio from a game this weekend, the aftermath?
Who said that?
The next person to make the play, but that's not how we need to approach it. We need to treat every play like the touchdown play. Everybody needs to go their hardest. And I praised Blake this game because I feel like he played really hard, but I feel like the rest of the offense and the rest of the team didn't. So, I mean, I don't know what it's going to take, but we're going to have to start playing hard and giving our all every play. If you need a breather, you're going to get a breather, but you just got to give your all when you're in the game. People will sitting around waiting for their buddy to make the play when they need to make the play, that play. Like, you got to treat every play like that because you never know when your opportunity is going to come. You never know when the ball may pop out and you do a backside cutoff and you can pick it up. Like, it's just stuff like that, and people aren't doing that every play. We do it here and there, but it's not every play, and that's why I say we got to be consistent with it. With it being the 6th game of the season, I don't really know why, but I feel like people are just like here for the ride, and that's not what we're here for. We're here to win games, and people have to step up. People have to be leaders. People have to take accountability and just stuff like that. So,
man,
I like that young man's attitude, though. Say some people here for the ride, long for the ride.
Yeah.
Like, nah, man.
Any guess?
You got to earn your way. I do not know who that is. Baylor, I think it's a Baylor player because he references Blake.
Yeah, Blake Shapen.
Blake Shapen.
Yeah, Monterey Baldwin.
Okay.
Monterey Baldwin, Baylor Bear player. A pretty blunt assessment an honest assessment, because they got their ass kicked at home by Texas Tech and Joey McGuire. That game wasn't even competitive.
People just here for the ride. He's right about that, though. I always say there are two types of players at Texas. Those who come to play for Texas, guys who come to play at Texas. Those are the at Texas guys, the at Baylor guys. I'm just here. I'm glad to be at Texas.
Scholarship.
No, man. You need to pay your way, man. You need to earn your way. Hey, man, you got to earn that scholarship.
All right, we'll go one more hour. It's the fabulous 5th quarter on a Monday. It's one of the days we need that 5th quarter. But we got so much to discuss. Texas OU, Cowboys collapse, Texans heartbreaker. Rangers a win away from the ALCS. Astros in a split series now. We'll get to all of it. Plus, what's popping for the end of the hour, all the way to 11 o'clock. It took them up with Ian Rod B. Little shiny ribs to open up the fabulous fifth quarter on a Monday. Good, bad, and ugly from the weekend. Longhorns lose. That certainly is bad. The good side is they stayed in the top 10. Number 9. Did you notice, Rod, that they're ahead of 6-0 USC? Texas is still ahead of an undefeated USC team because the Trojans had to survive Arizona in overtime, 3 overtime.
Well, and USC will have their chance to get bumped. Like they
play Notre Dame next.
They play in a later part of their schedule in terms of the Pac-12. They'll play multiple ranked opponents at the end of their schedule or toward the end.
Caleb Williams had a pretty good game, but the Arizona defense actually did a nice job against him. But 3-3 Arizona played USC in a triple overtime and lost. But how about the young quarterback for Arizona? Wow. Their DeLaura, their starter, was hurt. This guy, Noah Fafita. Write the name down. Fafita. A freshman from Huntington Beach, California. This dude threw for 303 and 5 tutties in the loss.
I like that.
Fafita.
Man, the Pac-12 quarterbacks, even the backups are balling.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell, man? That we've never seen the Pac-12 look this good with all the quarterbacks.
Well, and Rod, credit to you, and you said it on our Saturday morning pregame show, and I know on Friday, too, when we did our extended coverage from Terry Black's Barbecue with our friends from inside Texas. By the way, thanks to our buddy Richard and the team at One Source Gas of Austin as well for helping us get up there and back. And bring you that coverage on Friday afternoon from Terry Black's. It was tremendous. Actually, I brought home a plate of leftovers, too, Rod, that I had yesterday.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds so good.
How about leftover Terry Black's?
You got some still at the crib?
Well, my buddy Wes Murray from Grande Equipment
cleaned
came
you
out.
out.
Well, he came with a big group where we were on Friday, and he bought a bunch of food, bought too much, and so he made me a plate that I drove home with on Friday
You're always
night.
supposed to buy too much when you're at Terry Black's. Like, if you go, you're supposed to have, like, leftovers at least for the next day when you go to
and
Terry
he was
Black's.
kind enough to give it to me instead of taking it back to his hotel room.
Oh, man.
It's pretty sweet.
That's freaking awesome.
But man, USC's time will come, and that's why they're behind Texas now, because that defense is going to get them beat. I mean, there's just no doubt.
You just don't know when it's going to happen, how it's going to look.
Yeah, Caleb Williams is still great, but man, that defense has not improved.
Well, Lincoln Riley's now. I'm telling you, man, he's unfortunately now there is he's got a reputation, and there's now a stigma about him that he is an all offensive coach and he doesn't care about defense. And I thought he would fix that.
And he doesn't coach physicality, right? He clearly doesn't practice physical enough because his teams aren't physical enough, and doesn't matter how talented they are. And that's where I'll turn and give Brett Venables a lot of credit, because in this game, I picked Texas to win by 10, 34-24. I don't think I overestimated Texas or overrated Texas. I still think Texas is a really good team. And the schedule that they've played, they've been fortunate not to to see some backup quarterbacks, but I think they would have won those games regardless.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, Alabama's only losses to Texas. Wyoming's only lost to this point. We're now in the middle of October, Rod. Wyoming's only losses to Texas. Kansas is only losses to Texas. I mean, these are good football teams that they're beating. Baylor's the one dud. Even Rice is a over 500 team right now. So they've been battle tested, and you can't take that Alabama win away from them, which is going to be huge if they can battle their way back to Arlington, Rod. Because we said even throughout the week last week, we may see Oklahoma twice, and winning the second one's going to be the most important one. This one is a big and a rivalry game, but even if you lose this, you can play your way back, and I still think they can. But I'll give Brett Venables credit, because if I didn't overrate Texas, I underrated Oklahoma a little bit.
Yeah, we all did.
I didn't think he could get that team turned from what it was last year to this, because that's a pretty damn good team, Rod. I think they played a really good game, had a really good game plan that they had to, the schedule to kind of build ahead of. But they were prepared, man. That was because again, you're going to play Oklahoma every year. Doesn't matter which conference you're in. You're playing them every year. You now know Brett Venables can coach it up, right? And I don't think it was a surprise, but at the same time, what you saw last year from that team left you wondering, is this job too big for him? I don't think so. They're number 5 in the country now, and they earned that.
Yeah, but I totally agree. I think you hit the nail on the head with all that stuff. I'll add to it that, man, having a quarterback, it makes a huge difference. And remember, last year they didn't have one. They literally didn't have one. They didn't have a competent one. They didn't have one that could take a snap at all. So in addition to
they had no chance in that game.
Yeah, other the deficits they had roster-wise, talent-wise last year, at the most important, the most valuable, and the toughest position to play in all of sports, they didn't have a guy to do that. And this year, you flip it, and not only do they have a quarterback that can play at a competent level and a really high level, but he's more comfortable in his offense, the Veer and Shoot offense, because he's been playing in it for 6 years. He's more comfortable in that offense than any other quarterback in the country is comfortable in their own offense. And he was the first real quarterback. And we kept saying this over and over again. Kept beating this dead horse. First real quarterback Texas was going to play. They had lucked out Thank God, thank the football gods. They had lucked out, faced 3 backup quarterbacks in a row. And I believe that it gave Texas coaches and me as well, and us, a bit of false confidence about what that defense was capable of.
Well, and I'd also say, because we were talking about them being an elite defense, they were
exactly.
The other thing that we talked about late in the week was, in addition to seeing backup quarterbacks, all the opponents in the first 4 games were run-based offenses, right? They were from Alabama to Wyoming to Rice.
Too, yeah.
They were going to be a run-first team. This was a pass-first team, and their strength was their quarterback and their receivers. And so Texas' secondary, and it certainly didn't help to have Ryan Watts out, your starting corner, who's played the most snaps of any player on your team this year up to that game, outside of Jalen Ford. And then you lose Catalan early. And Catalan was flying around making plays, and all of a sudden he's out of the game on a fluky knee injury. And we'll get an update from Sark on that coming up today.
I guess we know why he was on the pitch count.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was just such a weird – he was just jumping over a pile.
Yeah.
And got his knee rolled up on a little bit and didn't return. The Jake Majors injury was big. All those things are big. Same time, Oklahoma did a hell of a job. Can we hear from Sark on the uncharacteristic nature of his team, the 9 penalties, more than any game this year, penalty yards more, 3 turnovers, which, again, forced by Oklahoma in a lot of ways. But here's Sark on the uncharacteristic nature of his team on Saturday.
Some of it was a little frustrating because it was just out of character for us, and that's the hard part as a coach, that I have to drill back down into of how do I make sure that I have our guys, really ready to go play. And I felt really good about it. I really did. And these guys will tell you, I told them the same thing. But that's the life of a competitor and a football team. When you're not at your best, can you find a way to win? And like I said, I thought our guys showed a lot of fight and grit and resiliency to put ourselves in position to win a game when we weren't at our best against a good football team. And, we did that. And so I was really proud of them for that. I was proud of their ability to fight back when we weren't playing great, when the game was kind of slanted. We were kind of playing uphill there for a while. And to get all the way back to have the lead the way that we did, that took a lot of resiliency from this group. And I credit them a lot for that.
There are 2 things I want to credit Sark with that I thought showed his maturity as a coach. He knows now how to coach in the Texas OU game. That's not easy for a lot of coaches. They don't know. I think in his first year, he really learned a lesson about how the momentum shifts.
You got to get it back.
And how teams try to monopolize momentum and how the energy in that stadium goes back and forth. And, you have to answer and respond. And you have to try to take the momentum back when your opponent gets it. They could get a number of ways. A defensive play, tackle for loss, sack. Maybe it's a big, shot downfield, whatever. But you can feel it. You feel it in that stadium. As a coach, it's palpable when the momentum shifts because of how unique the environment is. And when you feel that shift, it's up to the coaches and the players, by the way. The players, you're a veteran player. You feel it, too. You got to go, oh, man, we got to make a play, guys. We got to make a play. The tone is shifting. The momentum is shifting. We got to match energy. We cannot allow them to monopolize the momentum. Sark, he learned that lesson, and that's why that first quarter, because Brent Venables knows that lesson because he's coaching this game, that's why it was such a heavyweight fight. They just were trading haymakers because both coaches were paranoid about the other team monopolizing momentum and harnessing all that energy. And that's why Sark had a kickoff return throwback ready that they didn't execute. He had the fake punt ready to go. He had the fourth downs ready to go. They went and blocked a punt too early on in the game. And Sark was asked in the post game, "Hey, did you call those plays because of the circumstance of the game, the way things were going, or did you have them ready to go?" He said, "I had them ready to go." He knew. He's like, I gotta have stuff in the chamber ready because when they make a big play and they monopolize the momentum or they get the momentum, you can't allow them to monopolize. You get it right back. And they did. They kept trading it back and forth. I'll give Sark a lot of credit for that, man. That is maturity in this game. You must respond. You must answer. And he did.
Yeah,
they did.
And I think they were on their way to being a fourth quarter team again until the last minute 17, and that's the real frustrating part because they had dominated the fourth quarter up to that point.
Did they outscore them basically in the second half?
And as I've said all morning, I think that one sack really threw Sark off. Sark, you could tell, had this killer instinct. Let's go end this game. Let's go punch it in the end zone on the final play of the game. Looks like we did Alabama. We'll run out this clock. And the sack on first down was really big. Really changed the way they had to attack it because then you had to protect the field goal range. And unfortunate, but it's part of football. Give the Oklahoma player credit who made the sack. Can I play you a little bit of Brent Venables? Because he was asked after the game, to your point, Rod, can you coach the intensity of the fourth quarter of an Oklahoma?
It's not after the game. It's in August.
This is in August?
This is from. That's why the clip is so timely. It's actually from August, and then people are asking him, "Hey, how can you get your team ready to go? You're gonna have a lot of new players. How can you get this team ready for Texas OU when they never played in it?
All right, good point. I thought that was just posted, so I
Yeah,
thought,
it
man,
is. It just posted, but it was from a while ago.
All right, so here's him talking about what we saw, and rep it. You got to be able to rep it. Here's Brett Venables on getting ready for the passion and the electricity and the energy of that game.
You can't practice the pressure and the tension. And
You
all
can.
that.
Yeah, you can. Oh, yeah, you can. And I believe it starts with the coaches. This, if it ain't, game 7 mentality from the coaches, then it ain't going to be for the players. If it ain't the biggest third and fourth down period that you've ever had in your entire life as a coach in that moment, then it's not going to be for the players. And I believe in living and dying in that moment. I believe in that. And I believe in that atmosphere. And it's our job to create that environment, to create that buy-in, to create that response, to create that sense of urgency and that sense of desperation. That's how you chase excellence.
Pretty good stuff right there.
It sounded like that's exactly what they did. They played with a sense of desperation, like you said, man.
They played desperate football.
I don't think I've ever heard Brent Venables not screaming in a press conference before.
I think he's learned, too, not to let emotion kind of overwhelm him as a coach, that he's got to take a more pragmatic, rational approach to it. He can't always just lead with emotion every damn time. You can't.
Was he a
You got to
head
think it
coach
through a little bit.
before Clemson? Never has been?
Bob Stoops plucked him. He was Bob Stoops' defense coordinator forever, then went to Clemson. That was a bit of a rift, too, between Bob Stoops, Mike Stoops, and Brett Venables, and he took the Clemson gig. He's shown he's a big game coach. That was a big game performance. And again, I'll be interested to see that team without Dylan Gabriel, because Jackson Arnold's the future of the position. But man, that Dylan Gabriel, you said it, Rod. He knows that position better than, and that system. He could coach it, as you said. He could coach that system to the next coach.
No doubt.
Maybe they'll hire him, Rod.
I'm serious. I think he could coach.
I don't think
the
he's an
Vince
NFL quarterback. We'll see.
Yeah,
He might be a little undersized for the NFL, but man, he showed a lot of skills. And the Texas Longhorns, with two missing defensive backs as that game went on, they haven't seen a quarterback who will go through 2, 3, 4 progressions in a read. Right? They've not seen a quarterback who understands, and that's the difference. And I thought you made a great point when you said if they had maybe not getting to see Jalen Daniels the week before against Kansas might have made the game more perilous, but it would have prepared you more for what Dylan Gabriel brought, because you didn't expect his legs to be as big a part of the game plan it was, and that was the blitz, right? That was the surprise party.
It was
that they pulled on Texas, was all of a sudden this Dylan Gabriel run package on top of his ability to throw the football.
Yeah, tied for his all-time career career high, I should say, in rushing attempts, with 14, and of course his career high in rushing yards with like 113. And I went and look at the design runs. It was that quarterback draw that was probably most devastating in Texas. They got not only a touchdown, that quarterback draw, but they also got 59 yards rushing on that quarterback draw. There's 5 of them. So you're talking about averaging, over 11 yards per rush there on the QB draw. You average over 9 yards per rush on scrambles. He had 4 scrambles, two 10-plus yard runs on scrambles, had 4 10-plus yard runs total, 48 yards after contact. That was it, guys. The difference in the game is Dylan Gabriel had a stat line look like Vince Young. That's essentially what, and that he's got that dog in him. We got to accept that. We didn't think Dylan Gabriel had that dog in him. He got that dog.
He does.
Got that dog in him, man.
I knew he was a good player, but boy, he was great. I mean, he played a Heisman moment game.
Oh man!
And guess what? He's going to be in the Heisman talk if he keeps putting up these numbers. I mean, we told you what he's coming into the game. He had put up, over 75% completions, and what that game ends up reminding you of. It reminded me, the more it went on, Rod, of kind of the 08 game that ended up 45-35. But Oklahoma was playing the role of Texas.
It was a great game.
Oklahoma took the Texas side of it, and I think Oklahoma. Remember when that game in 08, Oklahoma came in number 1 in the country, right, and had Sam Bradford and all the defense, and that game they lost their middle linebacker in that game. Who's that linebacker? Number 8 got hurt, and that's when Texas started to attack the middle of the field.
Yeah,
and their backup linebacker, kind of like Texas losing their center, right at the beginning of the game, really impacted the rest of the game for Texas. And it's not an excuse; it was a factor in the game. 08, Oklahoma was the favored team in number 1. And it was this kid, Colt McCoy, who was completing like 80% of his passes.
That's true.
Who showed up and just balled out, right? Jordan Shipley balled out. But what ended up happening that year, Rod? It was Oklahoma that played for the national championship.
Very true. No, you good point about that.
And this Dylan Gabriel, 75, 80% of his passes. But he hasn't played anybody. Well, guess what? You complete 80% of your passes against air, Rod. That's pretty good.
I'm with you. Like we knew he was gonna, be a problem for Texas because they haven't faced a quarterback like that. We just said no. He would have we said he had to have his best game of his career for them to win. What would be the odds of him having his best game of his career on that stage, first time playing in the Texas OU game against the best competition he's faced?
Yeah.
That's what being a dog is all about. It's like he found a way to have his best game ever on the biggest stage of his career, arguably, against the best opponent of the season. Oh, yeah, I got that dog in him.
Well, I think this season could play out similarly. I mean, if Texas can get back to Arlington and the interesting thing about their next 6 games, I mentioned the combined record of their next 6 opponents is 18 and 15. But the combined road records of their next 3 road games are under 500. So they don't have another real, the Iowa State, Kansas State is here, BYU is here, Houston's there, TCU's there. TCU's now 3-3. Iowa State is there.
Mm-hmm.
Those games look very winnable, and this team is shown to be a capable road team. The home games are BYU, K-State, and Texas Tech. You can run that schedule. And guess what? You now have 2 weeks to get better at all these things we're talking about, the red zone issues. The quarterback gets another week of seasoning.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you get back, now look, you still need West Virginia to take a loss. And, the problem would be the worst-case scenario would be that if West Virginia keeps winning and then they beat Oklahoma, well, now they're getting the rematch. But that game's in Norman in November 11th. When Texas is at Fort Worth, West Virginia will be at Norman, and we'll see if Neil Brown's team had their bye. You know who didn't step up in their biggest game?
Who that?
Dak Prescott. Wait, were you? Can I play you Dak Prescott? The big Dak energy after the 42-10 crush.
Oh no,
big Dak energy did not happen. We will get Dak Prescott here coming up.
Oh man, yeah. Listen, I think Dak, he's at a crossroads in his career right now. I think we're firmly at the crossroads where it's got. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and we said going in, this weekend was a kind of a statement.
It was.
Could Brett Venables coach in that big game after getting humiliated last year? Could Dylan Gabriel rise up? Quinn Ewers, I thought, had counted himself very well after the rough start that Brett Venables and his defense helped create, and even Sark responding. I think they all come out. You feel good about everything that happened at Texas OU, except for the loss. But how about, as you said, Rod, I think the same thing was for Dak. That's a good way to put it. Career crossroads for Dak Prescott right here.
I think so. I think at this point we don't know because the argument was last season after he threw all the interceptions was that he's regressing. It's clear Dak's regressing. Dak has already peaked, right? Dak is plateaued as a quarterback. He's not getting better. All right, you're not seeing him evolve, and now
they're building the offense, use him less.
Yeah, so the argument for the Dak supporters was no, that was an outlier of a season. He's gonna get right back on track to getting better and be a better version of Dak in a new system that's more Dak friendly, and it just doesn't look like that's happening. And then maybe the Dak haters who were claiming, man, he's regressing, he's getting worse, or the NFL's catching up to him, or that he has plateaued, that he's peaked, they have more of a case today.
Absolutely.
Than they've had in a long time.
Let's hear Dak after the 3 interception performance. I remember last week he was snapping at reporters for asking him about last year's
about
game.
Interceptions.
Yeah. Here is Dak after the humiliating loss.
Yeah, I guess that's a good word in a sense. Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Called a couple of weeks ago, humbling against Arizona. But this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. Felt good about the preparation, felt good about everything, honestly, coming into this game, matchups, and they beat us in every aspect. Yeah, you got to give them credit. A team like that, powerful offense, discipline on defense, and then when you start out 2 3-and-out drives and a turnover on the first 3 possessions and just give them opportunity after opportunities, it's always going to be tough. And to speak on what Mike is saying is, there's a lot of self-inflicted things, but we can't do that in a game like this against a team like this. So that's part of being far off, and that's part of closing the gap and getting better.
Yeah, I understand what they're saying, but it has to be devastating for the Cowboys because all of their moves and acquisitions, especially so far in the offseason, have been to beat the 49ers, right? How do we upgrade this roster so that we can have a better chance at beating the 49ers, competing with the 49ers? And then the litmus test turns out it seems like the 49ers have actually separated from you. Like they've actually, instead of closing the gap has widened between you and the 49ers. And that's got to be just, like I said, devastating.
Yeah, because they made the big move for Christian McCaffrey last year at this time, the missing piece. And now Brock Purdy has become the quarterback.
Can I give you a stat for Cowboys fans that'll make them so sad, on top of already the darkness, hello, darkness, my old friend, that they're feeling right now?
Yes.
So the Cowboys, if you go look at this, and if it feels like you're kind of in like Groundhog Day Cowboys, it's because you are. And I found this stat, and it's a crazy, mind-blowing stat. So if you look at the divisional round, look at the Cowboys have yet to return to NFC Championship, posting an 0-7 mark in divisional round. The Cowboys are the only franchise with 2 quarterbacks to play in 3 or more divisional round games without winning one. And those 2 quarterbacks are Amen and Small Dak Energy. So, yeah. So if you're thinking like, damn, I feel like we're the only team that gets to this point in the divisional round and we just stuck. We can't get past it ever. You would be correct. You're the only franchise with 2 quarterbacks to play 3 or more divisional round games without winning one of them.
All right, we'll come back. Great stuff from Rod Babers. He'll take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. What's popping before the end of the hour? It's the National League taking center stage tonight and Monday Night Football to get you ready for and what's popping. Also, we'll the Cowboys kind of know what they have at quarterback. It's not surprising. Texans, they have a quarterback. They didn't win the game yesterday, but their quarterback continues to break records and turn heads. We'll get that coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Say it ain't so. We're already getting the Big 12 tiebreaker rules questioned on the text line, and this is a fair one because Texas fans want to be back in the Big 12 title game.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to win out. They also need West Virginia to lose now because Texas is 1-1 in the Big 12. West Virginia's 2-0 with Oklahoma.
Surprising 2-0. Most surprising 2-0.
But can Neil Brown's team run the table? We'll see, right? I mean, their one loss, by the way, was to Penn State to start the year, so that's a non-conference game. They're not ranked, but I was looking at the Big 12, and it's so Rod. If we have a 2-team tie,
okay.
Well, this will be the third team, right? So if Oklahoma, because this is assuming Oklahoma runs the table from here and are undefeated, right? Oklahoma take a loss too along the way and still make it. This thing's going to get. I'm not going into the tiebreakers till we get closer. It's too ridiculous.
Too much mental gymnastics.
It's not what it. I mean, because remember in 2008, which I drew a comparison to this game, reminded me of the 2008 game because they just role reversal.
Mm-hmm.
Texas played the role of Oklahoma did in 08 as the higher ranked team and the favored team, and but in 08, if you remember, Rod, it was Texas, Texas Tech, and Oklahoma.
Yep.
And they each beat each other, essentially. Texas beat Oklahoma. Oklahoma beat Tech.
Mm-hmm.
Tech beat Texas. Or Tech, yeah. So then it went to highest ranked team, I believe. Was the way the tiebreaker played out. This one's going to stay in conference. But look, there's so much football to be played. West Virginia will come out of their bye at 4-1, undefeated. Texas just needs to handle their business and let it fall. Is it fair to say that if Texas doesn't get to the Big 12 tournament, Big 12 championship game this year,
something went horribly wrong?
It's a disappointing season?
No, I'm going to say something went horribly wrong.
Yeah, agreed.
Texas does it, considering the Big 12 that I've been observing. Wouldn't you say this, E, that this Big 12 is down?
Oh, terribly.
This is the worst I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the last time we've seen the Big 12 this bad? And maybe it's because Texas and Oklahoma, we already look at them as SEC teams, so we're already taking them out of the mix. We're not even looking at Texas and Oklahoma as a part of it, and we shouldn't. But when was the last time that the Big 12 was this bad? It's been this bad in a long time.
Hey, my preseason prediction for TCU to only win 5 games this year.
You might be on to something. I thought you'd be crazy saying that, but I ain't going to lie, you might be on to something there.
The Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
Well, at least E doesn't have to worry about walking to Dallas. That's a damn good thing now. That stress is off his
I know
plate.
we're new to the show together for a couple of months now, but I never worry about that.
Yeah?
It's not ever worried me once.
It's been 20, how many years? 25?
Since 1999. So
you got 24 years?
Yeah, 23 years. We'll celebrate the quarter century coming up.
and honestly, stressed less now than he was 20 years ago.
Never stressed.
Oh, man.
As long as it's Jerry Jones. And we played the audio last week. He was reminding people of why Jerry and Jimmy broke up and the bitterness, and the pettiness has still not put him in the Ring of Honor.
That is petty, man.
And he said he's going to put Zeke in the Ring of Honor.
No, he say that?
Yeah.
Might put Rico Dowdle in those Ring of Honor before.
Rico Dowdle looked way better than Tony Pollard last night.
He did. He has all year.
I would say he's been saying he has a nice burst all year, though. He does have a nice little burst.
And I wonder if Tony Pollard's fully recovered from that foot, or he's just not as explosive as he was.
I don't think anybody is right after you have that type of an injury.
It's probably half the injury, half the O-line just hasn't been together.
But Dowdle does look more explosive when he's in the game. It's kind of like in Miami. I was watching the Dolphins. I have Raheem Mostert as my running back, and he's been pretty good, but Devin Achane is unbelievable.
He's on next level.
Every time he gets the ball, it's like he's
averaging 13 yards a carry.
I know. It's like Tyreek Hill just handing the ball.
That is nuts.
That's amazing. They got him in the third round.
13 yards per carry.
Yeah, pretty scary. And that's and this is, look, I don't want to say we know college football is becoming more and more like professional football.
Mm-hmm.
But for the Longhorns to go up and play an uncharacteristically bad game, let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. This team is still talented. They're still really good. It's kind of like the Buffalo Bills, right? They beat Miami, turn around, lose to Jacksonville in London yesterday morning. But they were talking about how the travel delays. I mean, they didn't look like the same team.
No, and listen, we never thought this Longhorn team was going to go undefeated. I had them 10-2. I think you had them 10-2.
Yep.
Somewhere around there. I believe you.
Now
had
I think I would be disappointed in 10-2
Yeah.
because I think if they get back to the Big 12 title game and don't win it, I think it would be a disappointing.
Well, that's what I said. If they don't get back to the Big 12 title game, something went horribly wrong.
Horribly wrong.
Like, so that was either an injury or Sark just kind of lost his way as a coach, or this team got distracted somewhere along the line and let a trap game get them, something like that. So if they don't get back, something went horribly wrong, and that'll be an indictment on Sark and the coaching staff. I don't think that's the case. I think they are going to get back there. But I will say that, man, it's really tough to beat an opponent twice. If Texas and Oklahoma end up facing each other again, it'll be really, really tough. But man, honestly, I can't wait to watch that matchup. I don't want to start counting chickens for the edge, but that'd be remarkable. Because I think Oklahoma, like you said, the way you're putting it right now, they'll probably be a top. If they take care of business, if they end up back there, they'll easily be a top 4 team, top 4 or 5 team.
And the narrative around Oklahoma, maybe that's why I underrated them a little bit, is that I'm so disappointed in the schedule that they got, but it's the schedule they got, and they got handled a really easy schedule this year, and they handled the non-con. Now they're sitting in the top 5 with a win over Texas. Texas hasn't fallen out of the top 10, so that's still a top 10 win.
Yeah. It's going to be, oof.
The one to watch is they play UCF this week, and when they come off their bye, Texas and Oklahoma both get their bye now. Then they'll get UCF. Then they have to go to Kansas.
If Jalen Downs is healthy.
Yes.
That'll be an interesting matchup.
Have to go to Kansas. Then they have to go to Oak State with Mike Gundy.
That's a rivalry.
Home to that West Virginia game we're talking about. Then they have to go to BYU all the way out in November.
It's a tough stretch.
And then TCU at home. That's
a 4-game stretch. Pretty tough.
Yeah, they'll prove it. And if they can get back, Texas wants to do the same. Real quick, Rod, before we go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time on this Monday, we talked a lot about the Cowboys and Longhorns. Texans did lose 21-19. C.J. Stroud again threw no picks. He's now gone 5 games without an interception as a rookie. That breaks the record, right?
He sets the record for most consecutive pass attempts without an interception to start a career. He passed Dak, actually.
And he went on a drive that could have been or looked like it could be a game-winning drive, right? Took the Texans down the field, stuck them in the end zone on a touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz. Beautiful, kind of throw him open kind of pass over the back shoulder. The accuracy continues to be on point. His problem, they didn't have a run game for most of that game. Dameon Pierce got cranked up a little bit late in the game, but ended up with 66 yards rushing, and they were second and third and long a lot in that game. Atlanta's defense has improved, but I still am very, very high on this quarterback, Rod. I think he's really good. When they get him more weapons and a stronger running game, Houston's going to be a factor in the AFC South.
I know. I'm so surprised the running game isn't working. It really is astounding because Dameon Pierce is one of the best rookie running backs in the league.
I think they'll get it now. And Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil will back for this game.
I know. That's even more reason.
And they were actually playing Titus Howard at left guard. I think they're going to work him back into right tackle, get his legs under him a little bit.
They're trying to get their best 5 out there.
Yeah, and so they kept George Fant at the right tackle, and every time they tried to run right, it was not good for him. They had trouble that way. But, Howard, so they're getting healthier. I think Houston is going to be a factor. Now, Jacksonville had a huge win yesterday beating Buffalo. Trevor Lawrence finally played a big game. Travis Etienne kind of finally broke out. Calvin Ridley. And they beat that Buffalo team who had been so good all year.
Yeah, that was surprising.
And Buffalo lost Matt Milano.
Yeah, their middle linebacker. Heart soul, their defense went out with what looks to be a pretty severe leg
so they
injury.
lost the starting corner again and lost the middle linebacker?
Probably the 2 best defensive players.
You might be right.
Yeah, and but they did get Von Miller back. He was back and playing on some pass rush downs in that game, and he'll get better and better as they go.
Desmond Ridder, though? I didn't realize he is undefeated in college and in the NFL at home.
Yeah, he's a good home quarterback. He's not good on the road yet. And by the way, Bijan Robinson with the catch behind his back. I mean, sweet catch.
That was crazy. And he didn't have to corral it with 2. He just caught it with 1.
And kept his eyes
secured it
downfield.
with 1. And he almost put it behind his back for a little while.
He almost did like a Magic Johnson.
What?
That was sweet.
I don't think he really meant to.
I know, but that just shows how athletic he is.
Shovel
For
pass.
most guys, that looks clumsy and you fall and the ball goes somewhere else. It looks red. He made it look like seamless. And it's like, he made it look like he did it on purpose. It was so smooth.
The 50% luck on that one.
It was a great catch.
He got good luck, though.
Desmond Ridder over 325 yards in that game. He only threw the 1 touchdown, and that was to Bijan on that little shovel pass. Good play by them.
That was a good play.
Of course, the 1 week I don't start Kyle Pitts in fantasy for the past 2 years, he actually does something.
7 catches, 87 yards, yeah. Well, Texas defense still pretty good against the run. They weren't so good against the pass. They need to get Derek Stingley back on the field ASAP. Jalen Petre's trying. He's running around trying to make all the plays for Houston, but disappointing loss. All right, what's popping coming right now one more time behind the burnt orange curtain with Rod?
Let's do it. All right, let's talk about the first 2 plays for Texas, which honestly were a little disappointing because I thought Sark lacked, creativity and innovation there. He kind of went back to some recycled leftovers from his bag. Usually in a big game, Sark breaks out these play designs you haven't seen and kind of really funky motions and shifts, and you start thinking to yourself, man, he's been working on this for a while because it looks like a game plan designed for a marquee game, and you can see the different ways he's trying to manipulate and expose defenders. We didn't really see that in this game. The first two plays, take them. The first two plays, the first play was out of 12 personnel. All right, came out of 12 personnel, and they ran. It was a
That's
twin
two tight ends
stack.
and a running
Yeah,
back.
one back, two tight ends. If you've been listening long enough, you should know that. All right, y'all been listening to me say 12 personnel and give you the exact breakdown of what it is. Come on, guys. All right. Now they had 12 personnel, and they had stacked twins opposite of the offset wing, which is when they have two tight ends on the same side. So they had stacked twins, A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy. And they threw the ball to Xavier Worthy, wide receiver screen, ended up being a loss, 2-yard loss. By the way, why y'all still expect A.D. Mitchell to block DBs? I'll
Actually,
never
that was
know.
JT.
Huh?
Wasn't it JT on that?
Oh, you're right. It was JT Sanders.
It was
yeah.
J.C. Sanders, and I
Yeah.
think they tried to get a bigger body out there.
Well,
but
it was out there at Twins at first, and then he came in motion to come block the guy. And I guess, but you got to hurt JT Sanders trying to block him, and you got an A.D. Mitchell who's not an enthusiastic blocker. Just seems to me that may not have been the right way to go, but that's not what I'm criticizing, even though it probably could be. What I'm criticizing is that's the exact same play, essentially, conceptually, that they basically ran against Oklahoma in 2021, except without the JT Sanders shift in motion out to block there. It's pretty much the same concept that he ran in 2021, except Xavier Worthy went to the house on that when that ended up being a touchdown. The second play, which ends up being the interception, go back and look. Essentially, that is the same play you start the Bama game out in. 12 personnel, one back, two tight ends. You go empty formation, no running backs, nobody in the backfield except the quarterback. And to the two tight end side, the trip side, you went trips with two tight ends and the running back to that side. Ran a running back screen to that side. And the other side, so basically talking about package plays here, different plays to either side of the field. Half field read for Quinn Ewers. And on the other side, they went with double slant. And that was the twin side, the two wide receiver side. And that's the same play they ran in the Bama game, except they threw it to the trip side, which was the running back screen side. In this game, they threw it to the twin side, which is the two wide receiver side, but they still ran the same formation. They ran the same play concept and the same play design. There is no doubt in my mind that Oklahoma was prepared. Go back and watch the film. As soon as Texas shifts to empty, they automatically all have the same audible. They all audible the same thing. And they all confirm with one another, and they play zone to the trip side. They man up the twin side, and essentially go watch the corner on the twin side, two wide receiver side. He is sitting on that route. He does not move. He's not backpedaling. He's not shuffling. He is sitting on the double slant. He has been well prepped to know it's going to be a double slant or it will be a quick throw. The ball's coming out right now, and it's a half-field read for Quinn, which means he's not progressing through the read, which means the safety and the linebacker, they reading the quarterback and go immediately to where the quarterback's eyes go. And they go to two wide receiver side. Both of those defenders go to that. The safety goes to the deep high post. The linebacker drops underneath the number 2 slant, and the number 1 slant is jumped by the outside cornerback. And by the way, Quinn saw it. He just thought he should have thrown it, because he's been coached that those are predetermined throws. We're not reading defenders there. It's not a progression throw. That's a predetermined throw. Sarkis told you, throw it. It's going to be open. He's giving you it will be open. And Quinn saw it wasn't open and still threw it. That's the immaturity in his game. He's got to know, don't be a robot. Be coachable, but don't be a robot. If it ain't open, just throw it away.
Yes.
Or live to fight another day.
No question about that. And that is surprising, because obviously Oklahoma was well schooled the entire game, right? They had Texas a lot of times, which was good scouting, good coaching. But yeah, if you're going to show that, go do something else. As you said, slant and go, something big, something different.
Mm-hmm. Break tendency with it.
But yeah, break a tendency right there. Especially if you're Sark, you can see that they're changing the audible in the play. I mean, that's all there. But either way, frustrating, because that's how the game began. And then, of course, Quinn threw another interception on his second pass, or second series, when the Longhorns had gotten the ball down inside the 10-yard line and had a chance to retake the momentum. But can we hear Quinn, number 9 there, Ty, on his interceptions in that moment, what he saw, to Rod's point here in the burnt orange curtain. Here's Quinn when asked about the 2 early interceptions. He was nearly flawless after that.
Were we off on some stunts and different things, stay on the field, and I felt good.
Oklahoma's been good at getting interceptions this season. What did they do, particularly in that first quarter, that was difficult to deal with?
Yeah, it just didn't start how I wanted to. And it's always tough whenever you get on the first 2 drives, so 2 interceptions. But I'm glad the way we bounced back, and they started throwing some different looks at us and trying to confuse us. But just proud of the way we stayed and fought.
All right, there's Quinn Ewers That's good breakdown by Rod on maybe not enough creativity on those first two plays, bringing back old things that are already on tape in big games. Texas, Quinn Ewers did settle down for sure, which is credit to him and Sark, because he put up over almost 350 yards passing in the game. We'll come back when we do What's Poppin' to wrap things up. Get you ready for Sark's news conference at 11 o'clock. We won't be carrying that news conference. We'll certainly be paying attention to it because Sark will update the injury report, what the bye week game plan will be, getting ready to get off their feet a little bit. We'll get ready for that as well. What's Poppin' coming next, though? All right, what's poppin'? To wrap up the fabulous fifth quarter in our 5-hour conversation this morning. We'll do it again tomorrow at 6 a.m. We'll have Sark Sound from today's news conference, which is coming up here shortly from campus. Also today and tonight, Rod, we've got baseball and football.
Oh, yeah.
National League back in after the American League. American League took center stage last night. Astros lost to the Twins. Not popping. By the way, is popping for the Astros, Mr. October, the new Mr. October. Remember, it used to be Reggie Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
It's now Yordan Alvarez. He had 2 home runs in their game 1 win, hit another one last night in the loss. That guy is feared in October, and rightfully so. But Twins did get the game they needed, so they go back to Minnesota with a split. Rangers, they've been popping, Ron. They've been popping people in the mouth. They've outscored the Rays and Orioles now in 4 playoff wins. They're 4-0, 25-11. And now they're going to on the road, actually back home from, they were on the road in Baltimore, won both games, and they come home to close out, and they can be in the ALCS with 1 win in Arlington on Tuesday night.
Have you heard what some of the players are requesting the crowd sing during the game? Creed.
What's popping? No, just kidding.
Why?
Why?
Because supposedly when they had a little bit of a lull mid-season, they were trying to have more fun, so they all started singing Creed pregame together.
The players?
And they said if they play Creed and the crowd sings along, it will get them very hyped up. So I expect to see that.
I would expect to see that at what's popping with the Arlington situation. Tonight it's Phillies and Atlanta. Remember Atlanta, this historically great offense. They lost game 1, got beat 3-0. So Philadelphia it can take a decisive. Remember the Phillies surprised the Braves last year in the divisional round. People are asking deja vu. They'll play tonight. That's a huge game. And obviously the Dodgers on the ropes already. They got pummeled by the Diamondbacks on Saturday. Part of that quadruple header. Clayton Kershaw got bombed. We know the Dodgers have all kinds of pitching problems, but they need this one tonight. They're going to have Zach Gallen, the best pitcher for the Diamondbacks, against their kid, right-hander Miller, a young guy. So Bobby Miller gets the ball for the Dodgers. That's a problem because they didn't need Clayton Kershaw because we know Clayton Kershaw, his postseason woes have been well documented over his Hall of Fame career. He had him again on Saturday, got shelled in the first inning. He gave up 6 runs during all the football games we're going on. Rod, what do you have that's popping tonight?
Actually, I'll probably rewatch the Texas OU game just one more time. I want to watch the lines of scrimmage a little bit more, so I might do that tonight. And I got to catch up on a lot of trash TV, man. My trash TV is just I've been falling off.
I need you to get on Naked Attraction. It's the bye week.
I know what I'm saying. I need exactly. If I catch up on some trash, Naked and Afraid. I still got some of that to watch. But Monday Night Football. Who's the game tonight? Who's playing tonight?
Green Bay
in Las Vegas. Which means there are going to be a ton of cheeseheads because that's.
I don't know how sexy that is.
Green Bay hasn't lost to the Raiders since like 1980.
Ooh, well, it's a Green Bay without a good quarterback, but you're right, it's a long time. No, I saw take
Raiders. Josh McDaniels.
Raiders have also had the Chandler Jones mess that they've been dealing with. He's not with the team anymore. They seem to. It's got to be tough to be an NFL player, Rod, especially if you're a little bit undisciplined to live in Vegas.
I didn't realize he was John Jones' brother.
Yes, he is. Chandler Jones.
So they're both a little crazy.
The fighter. Could you? I mean, you could handle it because you're a very disciplined individual. In your younger days, would that be a problem?
Yeah, it's a problem for everybody. There's always these NBA. Tyler would probably know about this. The NBA. People keep up with this. Keep track of NBA's players' games when they play in like Miami or they play in Las Vegas, and the home record of those teams, as in the away records of those teams who have to travel when they travel to Miami and they travel to Las Vegas. There's always kind of a disproportionate amount of losses for the teams who are traveling to those really glamour locations, and Vegas is one of them. So yeah, I think it happens to everybody. You can get easily distracted there, whether you played there or whether you're going on the road to play there.
So you're taking the Packers tonight as your What's Poppin' pick, brought to you by my bookie tie.
Minus 2.5.
Minus 2.5.
Don't ever bet on Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But didn't they get embarrassed in their last game? Packers.
Wasn't good.
I believe that was the case.
Well, because Jordan Love, he started out pretty hot in the first couple of games, and now
Detroit. That was that Thursday night game. Detroit been in there and humbled them.
He's starting to regress. He's starting to look like.
But remember, teams who get embarrassed on national television on a primetime game typically bounce back the next game.
They're professionals, man. They're pros. They got pride. Nobody wants to be
Speaking of getting embarrassed on national TV, the Cowboys did last night. Can I give you the first 6 possessions? The possessions during a stretch of the first half. Niners 7 plays, 75 yards, tutty. Cowboys 3 plays, 16 yards, pick. Next drive, 12 plays, 62 yards, tutty. 2 plays, 0 yards, pick. 49ers, 1 play, 26-yard, tutty. Cowboys, 3 plays, 33 yards, pick. Oh! Gotta hate when that happens.
UGLY. That's ugly. Damn.
And that's one that Kyle Shanahan, your good buddy, wants to frame right there.
Small Dak energy right there. Not the big Dak energy.
Brock energy.
Big Brock energy.
I just saw a clip where Rex Ryan was on ESPN this morning and said,
"Oh no,"
said any quarterback essentially could flourish in that system. Come on, man.
Not to this extent. Not to this extent.
Give Brock Purdy some love.
Yeah, give Brock his flowers, man. He's balling.
Great.
He's balling.
Rod, enjoy Naked Attraction tonight. And,
I'm gonna try to, brother.
And the trash TV and the film study.
Yes, sir.
Not as much film study during the bye week. We appreciate that. We will also have more on the baseball. I'll be watching that tonight and Monday Night Football. And more on the Longhorns. Can they fight their way back? The quest begins tomorrow at 6 a.m. here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Jim Rome is next.